It's almost all done already. That's right, one and all. Welcome back to EGC Masters Winters, the final day of EGC Master Winters itself. That's right, we've had a crazy tournament so far, but by the end of the day, we will finally crown the first champion of AoE4 in 2025. I'm, of course, KP. Joining me as always, the wonderful Lidicor, looking like... Wait, I didn't realize you lived in Florida.
I look like I look every single time you're on a broadcast, I feel.
Yeah, you seem to get more and more... I don't know, living in the Caribbean. I'm trying to think what this light is.
No, it's a weird lighting from the outside. Like 5 minutes ago, it was all cloudy, and then the sun comes off, screwing over my whole light setup. Anyway, you know, I'm not a basement dweller after all. You know, I have windows. I look outside. Sometimes I even open the windows.
Wait, is that shade being thrown at me? I have Windows 2. I've got Windows 11.
Yeah, I think I only have like 3 windows out here, but at least I can open them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just like
and they
darkness.
crash less often than Windows 11 does.
Look, I like the darkness, okay? The light reflects off my monitor. Actually, I should do that. Then I have a reason for why I lose. But we are going to be looking at a loser by the end of this series. That's right. We are in the bottom side of the bracket. Losers finals. Winner here will either get a rematch of that upper bracket finals, or we'll get a fresh, different perspective here because Anatan versus Beastie. Kind of crazy that I'd say just a year ago, Lytical. You know, I don't think Anatan might be saying these two felt miles apart in terms of skill level, but now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, KP. It's so nice to have this whole new generation of players coming in. Not just Anatan, but let's talk about Louis MT, who really now is a consistent top 8 player out there. Talk about Anatan. You have players like Baltoon making the playoffs. You definitely see a new generation coming in here, but at the end of the day, it's still the old guard that makes it to the top 3 here. Marine Lord waiting his opponent in the grand final. And of course, Beastie, the big beast to slay for Anatan. Listen, Anatan lost to Marine Lord 4-1 yesterday, and it's not going to be an easy matchup against Beastie either, but I think he can make a new standard for himself if he can take out Beastie here. It's going to be a tough one, but if he really wants to, you know, take one step ahead, the path leads through Beastie.
I mean, he's already taken the next step, right? This is Anatan's best performance in a S-tier tournament to date. It's his biggest crowning achievement, but of course, you always just really want that crown. And, you know, it's kind of crazy the way things have been playing out in that lower bracket. I mean, yesterday we did see Vortex versus Beastie, an interesting series, considering that they are actually scrim partners, a secret that got broke to us on the previous broadcast. And, well, the outcome may be a little bit less close than I think maybe some people were expecting with that information in mind. It makes you wonder, who has Beastie been practicing with extra on the side to get a leg up over his go-to grind part?
Well, we might be in for a long day here, KP, because we have a best of 7 coming up here in the lower bracket finals, and then a potential best of 9 in the grand finals. And we're kicking this off with Cliffside Byzantines versus Jeanne d'Arc. A lot of land maps here in this draft. Looks like we're not going to have much of those hybrid map shenanigans. And one thing I'm looking at, KP, is that we have a lot of these heavily sectioned off maps in the map pool. Cliffside, Hillandale, King of the Hill. Something that could allow either of these players to just slow down the game a bit.
Yeah, so, I mean, well, King of the Hill, you say slow down, it kind of just speeds up. It usually is pro scouts into rushing the top. A little bit different to what we saw, you know, back in the old Elite Classics, where it was actually just get the Castle Age defensive landmark, aka pick English, and win the game. Doesn't really work that way as much anymore. Still becomes about it, just a different way. But yeah, definitely Hillandale. We've seen that's the type of map that can drag games. Four Lakes provides a lot of safety for your food. But then you've got the exposed maps. Baldland, Dry Arabia, you know, Gorge, especially with the Season 9 walling changes, can be a little bit more of a drag out. It's not simply, let me just wall the entire map and let's have a 2-hour game. So keeping these two in mind, the way that Anatan likes to play, I'm imagining we're going to be looking at him slamming it out of the gates, and this newfound Beastie with his aggression could look to match that pace. You know what? I think it's about time. The clock has hit 0. Ding, ding goes the bell. It's time to be welcomed to the ball for a grand final showdown Sunday. We have the lower bracket finals to see who will be going up against Marine Lord. Beastie kicking the series off in the red with Jeanne d'Arc. Anatan, the Fox clan, playing as the Byzantines.
As you mentioned in the pregame, KP, Anatan, one of his best ever tournament performances out there. But he is now facing a whole new beast out here. 6-2 is Beastie's record so far against Anatan across the last 2 years. But this is a big thing for Anatan. This wouldn't be the first time he beats Beastie. So he has done it before. Can he do it on the biggest stage? That's the big question.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the games won in those series, wasn't it something like 14-6, for example? Crazy. Think about it this way. Look at the positives, right? Like against Marine Lord, Anatan had only ever got one game and had something like double-digit losses. Well, yesterday he got at least one game off of him, right? So he doubled his count there. Now, by my math, if we were at like 6 wins overall and he doubles his count here, that would give him the win of a Beastie. So there's definitely some hope. The Byzantine Jean matchup is kind of an interesting one. In the current meta, Jean, while not an S tier pro scout civ, she is a good pro scout civ. Byzantines are not. So on a map like Cliffside in particular, I'd imagine the Byzantines would try to maybe take a more aggressive line. It's just very risky with Jean in motion. The only exception being is when someone sneezes, misclicks, and ticks range Jean.
Well, you never say never. We've seen some ranged Jeans across the board in this tournament, and even back in the past. But for now, KP, one thing I'm looking at is this backside gold and backside stone as well for Beasties. We do have the nice little sheep counter right here. So far, no advantage on either side. I just want to highlight that we have a very nice French flag in the sheep counters, so it kind of synergizes with the Jeanne d'Arc pick. Okay, there we go.
Not anymore, we don't. Now we have... Is that even a flag? Flag
I don't think so.
Rise up, please. Now it's a different flag. We're getting confused by this. I mean, by the way, big shout out to production. I don't know if you guys know, but the way that you get the sheep count like this is basically Vodka has to, at the speed of light, rush around the map, clicking every single sheep that exists, and then he has to relay that to the back team. It's very complicated.
Yeah, really, the production team, I think this is a good time to give a great shout out to them because they really upped their game. Across the whole tournament, you have the little sister indicator to the right. And all these little additions, they take a lot of work for these guys to implement, and they've done a really masterful job just upping the quality of these broadcasts and making sure that you really get all the information that you would want.
Exactly. And I'm not actually sure if that's how they get all the sheep count by selecting them individually. I'm just guessing. That's how I'd have to do it. They'd probably come up with more an elegant solution. But so let's talk a little bit about what we're expecting to see here. So we've got Grand Warrior, we've got School of Cavalry, everything standard. Now, we did talk about range John a little bit earlier. There's a reason why you don't typically do range John in this matchup. There's a reason why it usually gets you killed. Javelins. Any civ that has access to javelins is your worst nightmare if you go range on. So if Beastie did want to get range on, which can be beneficial against turtling opponents, you need to wait until your opponents had mercenary choices made. The issue is twofold, though, right? For a start, do you really want to wait and miss out on additional XP? No. The other issue is you don't know what the Byzantines have picked until the first troops come out, which is even further in the game, right? So likely, for safety, I'd imagine Beastie maybe just goes melee mode here. Or he goes range, does like a little bit of tickle damage, and then falls back for some sort of greedy play.
Yep, that's a great point that you bring up. I would assume that he was going to go melee as well. Just a standard slowish start. Just as a side note here, we've actually witnessed Anatan being able to take away most of the sheep that spawn close to Beastie's base. Of course, hunt is going to be a big thing. Berries will be a huge thing as well for Anatan, but we always like to highlight this extra boost you're getting from just being able to collect some extra sheep. And if you're Beastie and you're the French, you're making very food-heavy units to the Knights, it's going to be a factor once you start running out of those deer carcasses.
Oh, there's a lot of deer to get through, though, right? And looking at the spawn, this is kind of what you want when you're going up against an infantry civ. Is a widespread, right? He's got like 3 options available to him. Best thing Anna could do is try to shove this away a bit, but unfortunately, when you're up against the pro scouts and they're pumping out scouts this quickly, you can't hang around to be a nuisance. The interesting part about Beastie's build is that there's 2 ways to play this. Basically, you can go one knight, then scouts, or you go straight scouts. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for that one knight, because I definitely think on a map like this, you can find value, or rather against a civ like this, right? Because normally, a civ you're attacking, there's gold or wood to attack. When it's Byzantines, there's food as well, because they have to go out for the berries.
And Anatan knew that. He actually dropped the tower close to the berries and the gold, so he was concerned about some early aggression coming his way. There is no knights out just yet. So for Anatan, he's going to open the Limitane, trying to deny the carcasses, and there is the swordswoman, Jean. So no surprise on that front. Anatan isn't going to have the tools to deal with that just now.
Yeah, and well, there's a reason why we call it the Wooman arms is because I'd need to drink 5 woo-woos to feel good about this choice. It's kind of weird. We started off with melee Jean always feeling great, and I feel like most matchups now you're trying to find your way to range Jean. The problem is, like, against Byzantines, it's too organic. Limitane almost guarantees javelins. What would be sick here from Anatan is if he done something different, like Lombos, but considering he probably sees his win condition as Castle Age, there's not much value in going for the LBs. You'd rather have the potential for a few camels against the potential of max knights from Jean.
Yeah, camels would be really, really good here because across this tournament, we've seen both French and Jean being played in a super knight-heavy fashion. There were games where it was all knights, knights, and knights. There were games where the French player or Jeanne d'Arc did not make any other unit but knights.
So just
as a side
explain
note,
that build to me. So you start knights,
and then you go knights.
Oh, okay, and then
you go knights.
Wow, and finally.
Finally, do you die to mass spearmen, which actually happened a couple of times.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious how the deeper we get into Age of Empires 4 and how we're like, wow, all these iterative strategies. For Jean and French, a lot of the time, it still is just one knight coming out and then another one. Never really changes. But, with the potency around that Royal Institute build, kind of not surprising. This time, it is going to be archers plus the knights. This guarantees Anno should be looking for javelins. Question mark is, what does BC see as his win condition here? Is it just a poke, harass, and look for a tech with 10 plus knights? Or is this going to be an all-in force the feudal commit?
I would think that he was going to play this a little slower, simply because he's not super committing into knights right now. He doesn't have a single knight in queue right now, for instance. He had this one banged up pretty badly as well. So I would wager that he was going to play a slightly slower game. I could see him kind of poking around with the knights in feudal, and then just trying to build up that knight mess, going into castle, get the Royal Institute. That could be a reasonable win condition for him. I do want to give him a big shout out, though, because he's been very smart with the use of those scouts. His initial deer pack that he wanted to take with the pro scouts was kind of harassed by the Limitani, so he went north and he took a bunch of deer from Anatund. So far, these scouts have not been idled whatsoever by any of those Limitani.
Nah, and good job by Anno in return as well, right? Like, not just idling his Limitane to be a threat, he used them to then take deer off the map, shoving it closer to his base. Sometimes we see people open Limitane like this, but because it's knights, they get paranoid. If they're busy running around harassing deer, they might get backstabbed by knights. So, good read by him to realize that timing couldn't be there as aggressively. I think it's a little bit different against French. French is more threatening, right? Because by the time they start their tech up, they're 0.6 villages better off. By the time they complete their tech up, they're 2 villages better off because you've already converted one into military.
Most of the javelins are just back at home right now for Anathan, so he's definitely bracing for some sort of an aggression from Beastie, and that aggression might come because now Beastie is committing into army production. He's getting the knights out, he's getting the archers out as well. One big difference, though, is that Beastie also went heavy on the eco upgrades early on. He already has double broadaxe, he's getting the food upgrade, he's got the mining upgrade. Quite a big contrast when you look at Anathan's eco upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, one of them gets the eco upgrades cheaper, right? Is a big part of it. And, the one that might be a little bit surprising is actually at least not having the food upgrade, especially considering that you went for the berries into groves, but the timing would be a little bit off, right? By the time you're kind of thinking of getting it in, you're probably eating like a third of the berries already, and you're moving across from the sheep. But charge coming in for the knights. Anno, a little bit slow on the pull away there, so first blood drawn. At least when it comes to workers, and every little is going to count here because he needs to slow down that gold in particular. We can see that Anatan is clearly targeting that optimal Castle Age build.
Yeah, this is a big piece of information there for Beastie. Anatan, as you can see, is piling up resources for Castle Age, but the fact that Beastie sees 4 or 5 gold miners out there, that's usually a confirmation for Beastie that his opponent is trying to age up, and fair enough, that's exactly what Anatan is aiming for.
Love this little harassment here, right? Just slowing things down just a little bit. Other interesting thing about melee, John, is against spears, sometimes you can feel good to the cleaves, but Limitane, they have extra health to the point they can survive an additional cleave, right? So they're a little bit more annoying to run into, so where you have to be a bit careful about where you position her. But Anno, we're moments away from the tech up being triggered. Likely we're looking at Golden Horn Tower here. Javelins as the backbone just makes way too much sense. I mean, there isn't really a grand need for Limitane now, considering Beastie only has a total of 6 knights.
Yeah, that's not a lot of knights out there. I actually wonder how many knights Anathan thinks Beastie has, because that's a big thing here, though. It's one thing that Beastie only has 6 knights right now, but if Anathan is concerned that he has more, he's going to have to continue committing into anti-cavalry.
Yeah, the interesting thing is like with Byzantines, you're a bit more forgiving on being behind on your transition, right? Because you have the conscriptio to speed up the production of the units, right? So like you can kind of more knee-jerk react to night spam than other civs who'd have to actively be scouting ahead of time. A little bit of an ambitious move out there by Anno with javelins. Got to get back in time. I mean, there's harassment on the front side in terms of idle time, but there's nothing being done to the Golden Horn Tower condition here. So it's like Anatan gets a free pass to the next stage, and Beastie, I'm not entirely convinced if this army is big enough to dive.
Yeah, Anatan doesn't have a lot of gold though, and if you don't have gold when you hit Castle Age, you're going to struggle getting those techs in. So that's going to be something to look at. Also, villagers on food getting idled out, and a market having been dropped by Anatan makes me feel like he's also concerned about that gold influx.
Yeah, he does need to kind of pivot and adjust here, right? Idle time on the gold again, loses another worker, second one to die this game. Knights are going to have to dive past this. I mean, Beastie, he can't allow the tech up for free. He has to find that punishment point. He has at least stopped many upgrades coming through, but the veterancy is on the way, and that's the win condition for Anatan. It's all about the javelins, not about the Limitane. John is going to get ignored. Backline's going to be focused. Spearmen are trading out well against the Knights. If they can get rid of each other, that leaves just javelins. That is going to be an easy-peasy win for Anno, but it looks like he breaks through a bit too fast. However, doesn't have the power to keep on pushing here, so we'll have to leave. Reasonable damage done, 3 worker kills as well, but the reality check at the end of the day is Beastie is still stuck in the second age.
Yeah, most of the Knights get out there alive, and that's a big thing for Beastie. He still has 7 Knights out there. Most of the Limitani are now gone, but at the same time, Anatan was idled quite a bit. He had some workers killed as well, and he doesn't really have a lot of anti-cavalry right now. He still has 8 Knights to kill, and he only has javelin throwers right now. He's remassing the Limitani. He's getting the first cataphract out there, but that gold influx is just so bad right now.
Yeah, and you know, upside for BC, we are 2/3 or 3/4 rather the way of having Jean to level 3, right? Really big deal there, because you know you probably still want to build Limitane, but you basically got drained of them all. Harassment again on that gold line though. The jabs are now upgraded, right? But the problem here is with a lack of Limitane, Anatan can't posture too aggressively. He has to show a lot of respect to his counterpart.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at with Cliffside every single time we see this map, KP, is that this map has 2 distinct phases. The early game is actually very open and fast-paced. Kind of opens up the opportunities for these raids that Beastie is conducting right now. But then late game, once you get those walls going, it suddenly becomes a very entrenched and slow-paced map, something that favors civs like the English, for instance. We haven't gotten to that stage yet, and that is something that Anatan is struggling to deal with right now. Beastie's leveraging that mobility really well. Nice low counterattack here by Anatan. Hasn't yet killed the villager, though. It's the first one to fall.
Can't hang around, though. Has to move away. This isn't a sippy cup build. Yeah, a little bit tricky, right? Like, one counter should lose to double Royal Knight. Even if they're in feudal, like the damage buff, if you cycle charge, you should fare quite well. But it's going to be a lot better soon for Beastie. Check the XP chart. He should be passively up by about 16.5 minutes. At which time he'll also be in Castle Age. This, yep, it is going to be a Royal Institute build here. Makes a lot of sense, in particular, when you consider that Anatan is lacking a little when it comes to his spear count.
He is, and in general, that Castle Age timing advantage he had is pretty much gone. Beastie is going to see this expansion gold mine wide open for the Knights to raid. And when you look at Anatan, his army is just not impressive right now. The value is not there. In fact, the army value is twice that. It's a little skewed, I think, because of the mercenaries, but nevertheless, spearmen and javelin throwers are just not good enough when you fight against premium units, Knights supported by archers.
Yeah, like in reality, they're actually quite close in military value. You're right, the javelins are heavily diluted here. But the problem is Anatan's army isn't designed to get anything done immediately, right? And what BC's doing really well, if you check his vision on the map, you'll see. He's blocking every route of access. I think Anatan found the one relic which isn't being guarded in the southwest corner. Any other sort of play that would make sense for Byzantines right now simply is being stripped away by Beastie.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, indeed. Now that Beastie is going into Castle Age, his priorities are shifting. He no longer is pressed to attack, especially having killed 7 villagers across this game. Now, he can just slow things down. He's going for a monastery immediately upon hitting Castle Age. He knows that he can get the majority of the relics, so he's no longer incentivized that much to actually dive Anatan's base.
Yeah, and you know, it's crucial he gets those type of picks, right? Because you have to remember, it's not a raw, 49 versus 49 or whatever it's going to be. Byzantines get that ridiculous buff rate on assistance, right? Which will almost always encompass their economy in the first 20 minutes of the game. Looks like that poor Monk, the only one who could maybe find something that Anatan had to look forward to, is going to get denied. And so is this one too. This is getting a bit rough. He will bring the army up.
Anatan is moving out with his army, and this is something that Beastie spots. He's going to dive immediately. The walls will slow him down here a tiny bit, but that's one of the issues that Anatan is facing. His army is a lot slower than Beastie's, so Beastie can always have this initiative. The moment Anatan moves out of his base, Beastie has an opportunity to dive.
Yeah, I mean, you could pull the archers away and just send the knights in here. It just seems Beastie is just going to back off entirely, happy with the fact that that keeps him back in his base, right? It's not allowing Anatan to march out on the other side of the map, which means that Beastie is getting away with his timings, right? Royal Bloodlines is now coming in. We have the Stilled Arrow level 2 on the way, while Anatan only has level 1. So a lot of big upgrades coming in at this stage for him, and because we have got a Royal Institute play, it's not like Beastie's in an urgent rush to end by 18 minutes, right? He can scale and blob up to 20, 25 knights, contest relics, and then commit for the GG play.
I always like to highlight that Royal Bloodlines takes a lot of time to research, and that leaves you vulnerable as the French. That wasn't the concern for Beastie. He has gotten that upgrade in without having to fight even, and now he's got those fully upgraded knights. Jean is level 3 as well. Camel Riders are slowly coming in here for Anatan, and he's also getting heavy on the Limitani. Keep in mind, Limitani do have the shield wall ability, which makes them a lot more resistant to arrow fire, but you still have to deal with a level 3 Jean, a lot of archers on the other side as well, and Beastie is now scaling his knights very quickly.
Yeah, what would be sick here, we probably won't see it because we've got knights instead, but like in these situations, I think if you're playing a game as Jean and you don't go Royal Institute, Guildhall instead, champions is a serious consideration. Like against Byzantines, right? Because when they build jabs and they build Limitana, they actually have no answer, and specifically champions do counter out Limitana to get bonus damage against spears. So, you know, the reason you won't do it here is although it would be great to deal with the spears, you could theoretically go knights and champions, you then just get countered by crossbows. So that's why it's going to stick on this pump now. We've got Cantled Saddles coming through. It's a humongous damage buff, guarantees that you go from doing an extra 9 damage in the first 5 seconds of combat to an extra 30 damage per knight. Ridiculous scaling potential there, and Beastie, we even now have the arbitrary switch on the way.
This is a bit of a precarious spot here for Beastie, though. He's being outnumbered very heavily, and he's kind of getting cornered in here.
Yeah,
Anatan's army is slow.
I think Anatan could split into 2. It's a little bit dangerous because of Royal Bloodlines. I think that's why
he lost track of them.
Yep, it's good. Well, he gets baited. I think he saw one knight. Yeah. One knight drags him the wrong way, and Beastie's on his way back towards that economy. He gets out of a bind here.
I was going to say that the only concern for Anatan was that his army is slow moving. He did a really good job cornering Beastie in there, but he lost track of that force, and now he's slow to rotate back. Beastie's looking for targets. Anatan went for a second DC, by the way, so he's trying to drag this game out. Beastie, he is going to get trapped in here now. Yeah, it's going to be difficult awkward to get out of this base.
Yeah, hanging around to try and burn down the aqueduct may have just actually killed him a little here. Like, if there's villagers waiting on the other side of that wood line, I don't think he gets in. He's trying to make his break away here. Limitane, I think he has got the teardrop shields, right? Maybe. So you can just go for the rush. Burnfruit's going to be a little bit tight here. Archers already being a bit exposed. The camels are going to lead in. It looks like the archers are going to have to be left behind. Instead, Beastie may have to just bail with the cavalry. Tries to wrap around the back on the javelins, but the camel riders are there debuffing them. And the Limitane are starting to reach in. Ano, does he have enough here? 14 javelins. Quickly shrinking in count. The spearman is what really matters, and Anatan has plenty of them to follow up with.
And this is not everything that Anatan had. Anatan had to defend on the front because Beastie is sending a second wave. All those lumberjacks are being harassed on the front. Beastie has been killing villagers as well. That's part of the reason why Anatan had to detach some of his forces. In fact, this second wave is looking a lot more devastating than the first one was.
It's the Royal Bloodline effect, right? Like, independently, each of these knights is an absolute nuisance to take down for static defenses for 1 or 2 Limitanes. So while it looks like Beastie was losing the game based on that pinch, what he's really doing is just relying on what Jean and French do so well. Raid, raid, raid. And the crazy part is still this arbitrary play. I'm not entirely sold considering you're up against javelins, but he did reduce the count reasonably. The question mark is whether you really want to be here. I think BC's thought process is if I'm going to be counter with archers, I might as well have arbitrary that have better base damage and, to a certain degree, more flexibility and even an ability to somewhat tank Limitane.
I just want to highlight that Anatan walled in Beastie's scout behind that wood line. That's all I had to say.
I guess he's staying with us now.
The scout actually died, but there was a scout walled in there. By the way, Anatan is bringing back relic number 4, and he's on 2 TCs. So Fair enough, the army counts might be fairly equal, but now Beastie has to start making something happen because he's starting to fall behind in eco quite a bit.
Here comes the men-at-arms play. This is what I was waiting for. In the meantime, you got to start wondering, is that maybe a little bit too late? It's a flood of Limitana in the way. The backstab's coming through, though, and that's not enough spears to protect. So it looks like the front line is going to get cleared up. Back line melted as well. Anatan may have the eco lead, but he's about to be behind in the military.
Yeah, I feel like he jumped the gun here a little. The camos weren't there to debuff the cavalry, and now I think he moved out with that slow-moving army. Maybe he felt like he needed to do something after losing some eco, but at the same time, he killed 12 villagers. He's killing villagers somewhere. A moment ago, he had like 2 villager kills. Now he's... Where is he killing villagers?
I think it's him pinging originally at the back and it stopped. Like, that's why we can't see on the map.
18!
If we check the berries on the north...
Beastie's losing villagers somewhere.
Wait, no, it's on the left, on the gold. We found the gold in the center. Oh
yeah,
my God,
look at this.
That's ridiculous.
I was gonna say. Anatan was at 1 villager kill a moment ago, and now he's at 21.
So you remember when a long time ago people like, look, the ping notifications about me getting attacked are too much. Lytical. They need to be nerfed. They need to be... The devs like, we hear you. It will stop pinging after a while. Turns out that's sometimes a bad thing. Like what just happened there. These camels are still raiding, and they're not usually thought of as a raiding unit with a low 14 base damage, but they're so tanky, they're so fast. They're making the difference here, and now Beastie is truly on the clock. If he can't find a dive point in the next 2 minutes, Anno will now be able to outscale that.
It's crazy, KP. We were just talking about the fact that Anatan might have lost the game with that terrible fight mid-map. Next thing you know, he's not just backing this, he's actually leading in this game. All he needs to do is stall Beastie out a little here. Because now he's got a gigantic eco lead. He has 4 relics compared to 1. A lot of things went right in this game for Anatan. It might not have seemed like it, but when the dust settles, he's in a really good position right now. He still needs to survive a push with 15 knights and 10 men-at-arms as well. He doesn't have a lot of armor-piercing power.
It's been rescaling, but we have the infamous Mango Tower, which is pretty much all you ever need. This thing feels unkillable and definitely is worth the pay of entry. This thing can easily clear up that backline if he goes after arbitrary, but instead, just kind of flooring shots around. The men-at-arms line is doing an okay job. The problem is there's still camels, right? So BC unable to commit with the knights. And standing here definitely doesn't feel like a winning solution right now. He needs to dive or leave.
Yeah, the Mangonel Tower is getting some really good shots on those knights. They're super tanky, but they're slowly getting cleaned up. A lot of the knights are heavily beaten up. Camel's horsemen now coming in to flank, and I think Anatan might have enough to hold this. Jean coming in with the heals. Remember, Beastie cannot rebuild his army. Anatan is fine with a trade here, because Beastie doesn't have a lot of resources and eco to work with.
Yeah, he just kind of threw away the javelins, though, which is a little bit questionable here. Starts to back up. I mean, there's not much of an army left, so I think, I know in some ways he over-focused on the knights, but because he thought those are the things that will kill me, right? They can dive. Realistically, those Mango Towers could have done a lot more damage taking out the arbitrary first in that engagement, and then addressing the knights afterwards.
And Beastie still has a bunch of men-at-arms and knights. A lot of the knights are heavily beaten up, but they are still alive and he can heal them back up. Anatan, again, he just needs to weather the storm and he's going to be in a great position, but it's going to be so difficult withstanding this attack. The army value discrepancy is massive. Yeah. And you cannot even say, oh, it's because the mercenaries aren't shown. It's not like Anatan has a lot of mercenaries right now.
But, well, you know, while we might have a lot of mercenaries for the Byzantines, apparently Lubu's warhorse is on offer, because if you look at that XP bar, BC's about to upgrade to something shinier, okay? We're about to go full mecha form here. The red hair is going to arrive. That's about, like, what, 100, 150 XP away? That's just a few camel kills. If that comes in, Beastie still has a timing. It's kind of crazy that he's not dead yet in this game.
I don't know if there's a third layer behind this. This might be the final hurrah. If this gets stalled out, it might be it. But
no.
It's going to be so damn difficult.
Think about it, right? Rams are going to suck at taking out this Mango Tower. I've seen it before, right? A Ram versus a Mango Tower almost wins on its own, right? This is hard. But as soon as you get level 4 and Bertha Cannon, the standard defense starts to fail you. Arbitrary, once again under harass. They get the Pavis drop. They start to line up their shots. And there it is. Jean de Blast activated here. Beastie has reached his final form. Valorous Inspiration gets activated. Anatan's front line is failing him. despite what looked like an in-the-bag economical lead, Beastie says no.
It is crazy. And the Knights were fighting the Limitani all along. A lot of the Knights just got butchered by all those Limitani, but the bad fights that Anatan has been taking across this game are now haunting him. He lost his big ball of infantry so many times, especially once in that mid-map. Those raids got him back into the game, but now his position is precarious. His eco is still there, but he somehow needs to find a way to clean this up. Beastie's basically all-inning this, and Anatan knows it. He's trying to get rid of the Rams no matter the cost.
Nah, it's going to cost him. Jean de Cleve could just wipe those villages, and a smirk is wiped from his face. Anatan unable to come through in the first game. Byzantines falling to the might of Beastie's Jean d'Arc.
What a game. I honestly had moments where I had no idea what's going to happen.
That's the way I want it, man. That's the way you always want Age of Empires to be.
It looked like a clean Beastie game. Then, Anatan somehow comes away with 4 relics, gets a second TC going, and absolutely obliterates Beastie's eco. Minute 22, suddenly it feels like Anatan is in a really good spot, if only he can hold off one final assault from Beastie. But then again, Beastie just says, okay, my only win condition is to finish the game right here, right now, and he did just that. We always talk about Beastie being a really good defender as a player. I think in this game he has shown that when he needs to be, he is also a really good attacker.
I think, this goes to the credence and the praise of like having a meta that evolves and why it's so important, even especially having patches that force that evolution regularly. Is like, right now we heard in interviews the other day that we're currently in like a meta that no one's quite sure what exactly the meta is, right? So you've got a lot of scratching the heads, but at the highest level that means having to adapt on the fly, not necessarily having the elegant plan that's going to execute perfectly for 30 minutes. And what we really learned in this particular game, Lidicor, is actually yellow's OP. Right? Because that gold vein is what you were getting at. That's the thing that made what was a game that looked like it was going to be tight and then BC maybe still ahead. It all of a sudden made him look dead. Is yellow on gold was not viewable at all.
This fight basically have lost the game for Anatan. But when you look at the bottom left of the screen, while this is happening, he's killing villagers on that gold mine. And that's not something that Beastie noticed. If it wasn't for those villager kills, this game would have been over right in the middle. But with those villager kills, Anatan put himself into a really good spot economically, but holding this assault off was just a too big ask of him. He never was able to remass that army after having lost it in the middle of the map.
No, I think for a start, like allowing the arbitrary account still be this high, that Mango Tower could have been targeting the whole time. Other play for Anatan, like seeing how well the Mango Towers are doing, right? Temptation should be to just add in additionals there. It allows you to actually force your opponent to dive into them, because even if you get rams in on these towers, 1750 HP. They don't actually die as quickly as you'd think. So unfortunately wasn't able to maybe leverage that a little bit stronger defense, but you can't take anything away from Beastie, man. He pressured. When he saw weakness, he made sure he stuck to understanding that if this turned it into an eco race, he was going to be behind. And when we look forward to what's coming next, we've got a crazy matchup to continue. Like this one already started the series delivering in style. Historically, Four Legs, Japanese and Abo is usually one of the more fun matchups to watch. It feels like one side should have an advantage for the Shinobi, but in previous times, the Camels have been just as lethal. So curious to see how both will approach this one.
I agree with you. I think Japanese is your classic pick here. It is truly one of those, okay, I know what you're going to do. I have a powerful tool to shut down your early game economy. How is that going to work?
Yeah, and there's a few different shenanigans you can do. I think in the more recent meta, we don't really see people trying the sneaky dot drops as much anymore. It almost feels like most games, because people figured out the timings on these type of civs. You just get one side, you get the other, and then you kind of split the map and go for castle. The interesting thing here is like Japan's goal historically has been to rush that castle. However, if you start scaling camel archers very early as Abbasids, you don't just get crumpled. You can chill for a very long time and be pretty content with the state of things.
Now, it's time for Four Lakes though, KP. 1-0 for Beastie, and this is a map that he absolutely loves playing on. He is not really known as the water or hybrid map style player, but Four Lakes has historically been a Beastie map for quite some time. We head into game number 2, Four Lakes, Japanese versus the Abbasids.
Oh, yes. This should be a fun one, a classic from the ladder. I feel like this is one of the most popular matchups. So Anatan is going to be on the Japanese in this one. Beastie to the Abbasids. You know, if you were thinking big macro plans, it makes sense. You know, Beastie historically more of a macro defender player. You see Abbasids that way. But I see potential aggression here. And I'm curious to see how both want to try and approach this, especially seeing as we haven't seen it too often in recent times, right? I think ever since the Camel Archer's slight nerf, the Eco Wing changes, I personally just haven't seen as much for like, especially in competitive play.
Yeah, I think the big question mark when it comes to Beastie is, and in general, the Abbasids, is timings and the ability to deal with the early aggression. Because you can expect Shinobi to come out from Anatan. You can expect the Mounted Samurai to come out. The question is whether Beastie can match those timings. If he goes for a military wing to open with, archers will be able to deal in combination with the Spearman with the initial 1 or maybe 2 Shinobi. Then you have to deal with that castle age timing of the Japanese and get something out against all those Mounted Samurai. Maybe you're thinking camels. Do you have the timing for it?
I mean, Camel Archers, they're definitely not the quickest thing to come out. The cool thing about Full Lakes, I think, makes it a bit easier for Abbasids, is obviously if you're going double dock, you're saving 150 wood already to set up the archer range. It's not always guaranteed to feel good, though, considering the Japanese get so many cheap fishing boats to pump out, right? Like, we could easily see 12 fishing boats per pond. That's a pretty ludicrous saving, actually. That ends up being, 960 wood save for the Japanese. It's kind of hard to match as time goes on, but I think for this matchup, BC's probably going to want to try and be somewhat present and aggressive. The cool thing about going Camel Archers as well is, considering most Japanese players go for the Koka, well, camels do counter Shinobi, right? Like, you have to be careful of the Shunshin, admittedly, but you do get double damage against them.
Nice sheep.
You know what? That is pretty nice sheep. But I have fish, so I don't care.
Fair enough. Always a good fallback option, but it's way less relevant on this map. And now we have a villager countdown at the top, counter as well at the top. So, once again, big shout out to the production team for putting all these little extras together for us, so we have a nice viewing experience. One thing I'm looking at here are the gold spots, KP, because those have not been forgiving for either of these players. Anatan has all 3 of his gold spots clustered up right next to one another, difficult to defend. And when you look at Beastie, 2 of his gold spots are pretty far away from his starting spot, and the 3rd one is kind of out in the open down south of his DC.
Yeah, usually when you're against the potential Camel Archers, it's usually worth just an outpost investment. I don't expect Anno to rush it, but if he does see his opponent starting to build military units, he'll look to get that up ASAP. I mean, feels kind of mandatory, right? Nice thing, at least, about that east side, or west side of gold, is if you go for the second dock, you can basically just build it right next to the gold, and then that gives you a little bit of scout vision. If you have to build an archer ship, it kind of feels like it's better value because it can somewhat protect the vein as well. Like, realistically, that shouldn't happen anytime soon. If you have to go that far out for gold, your plan has already been thrown off the road a bit.
It's the Koka Township coming in here for Anatan. No surprise on that front. Rushing it up with 6 villagers, so quite a rush towards feudal age. Also having dropped it right next to the TEC, so he just pulled the villagers off the sheep, drops it immediately. It's a very clear sign that Anatan is trying to rush feudal as much as possible. Each of our beasties is going to come through the culture wing, but because he's playing the Abbasids, he isn't able to really rush this at this point.
Yeah, so Culture Wing, I mean, it could just be the fast castle plan, right? He doesn't want to play the camel strategy. But the other interesting thing is Culture Wing used to feel really good for the Aris Let's Play. That play doesn't make much sense on this particular map. It's much better on maps like, for example, Canal. So I think this is just strictly about getting Castle Age as quickly and optimally as possible for him and getting as many savings along the way as he possibly can.
Fair point.
We have a sneaky goose. I don't think he was seen either. We check BC's vision. Like, last time we saw Four Lakes in competitive, I think it was before they nerfed the fishing boat vision a little. So it's a little bit harder to see these villagers sneaking in early.
Yeah, and Beastie was pulling a villager as well. Decides to change his mind and goes back home. But yeah, you see Beastie's scout is right next to Anatan's base. He is going to send a fishing boat out now, but by the time he arrives, he's going to just learn about the fact that the dock is there. It's not like he had the tools to stop it anyways, but at least he's going to be aware.
Uh-oh. Yeah, so he done the classic where you just pull a fishing boat wide, so you kind of get a sub-efficiency, but you do get the vision. Really important as well. Really cool play that Anatan can do in response if he's ever paranoid about this similar type of dot play. Like, Japanese players are a bit better at scouting these plays on 4 lakes against them because they can place farmhouses along the shoreline, right? So they can see things coming. But you know, the important part is he now knows Beastie can react accordingly. Anno does have the archer ship out first. Beastie understand that, has already queued up the Springald ship, and most importantly, he has that second dock. So this first one is a bait to waste the Shinobi's sabotage.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, KP. You need 2 docks because 1 dock can easily be shut down by the Shinobi.
Hold
but
up,
Anatan isn't taking the bait. He knows it fully well.
And remember, he's got a second Shinobi
here.
here. Like, he can actually block out both docks because the second Shinobi just arrived. Like, this is now kind of a snowball effect. You keep vomiting them out. In theory, you can block out indefinitely, but there was a little bit of a stopgap. I don't think Anatan was priming the third Shinobi quick enough here. So there will be a small window, which will allow Beastie to get the Springald ship out.
Yeah, Beastie is going to get that first ship out from the initial dock that he started building it on. But just talk about the little, roll of a dice here to a certain extent by Anatan. He said, okay, I know that the ship is coming out from that dock and not the first one. It
so
was,
50-50.
to a certain extent, a roll of a dice.
Yeah.
And he gambled well.
So this is when the classic, like, you need to be so big brain that like, your brain looks small, but it's actually big, right? So, like, you got to look at that play and go, oh, he's seen me do this? So he's assuming it's going to come out of this dock, so I'll place it the other. The reason he didn't is the second Shinobi would always guarantee both get blocked. But he does at least get the Springald out in the end, like we talked about. That small gap arrived. We have a demo ship follow-up from Beastie as well, so just trying to get that next step ahead. And Anno, he is actually playing into this pond further. I thought he just used this as like a bait and an overcommitment. He really wants to win this pond.
Yeah, he's heavy on the Shinobi. He's trying to take out these docks. And in fact, he's prioritizing the Shinobi over combat ships. You see, he's just now getting his first trio of ships out. He definitely slowed down in terms of ship production after that galley.
Wait. He could get both docks here. Like, how does Beastie get out repair? Is
He
Shinobi.
could nuke the fishing boats with the demo.
I mean, I think you get rid of the boats first, the military boats. They're more important, right? Because both those docks are at death's door. You have to pull villages. You're seeing him do it right now, but this is not safe against Shinobi. Shooting away, he goes a little bit deeper. Demo connection is good from Beastie. Gets as much damage as he could, but the return fire even more impactful. He needs to finish that one off, though. Torches are being held on. The Shinobi are the ones trying to clear the Springald ship. But they're not going to be able to. The villager gets a little bit of repair through the demo. Comes short of the mark there. And the Springald stays alive.
Small differences make the mile, and Beastie is coming in clutch with these key pieces of micro.
What just happened?
Anatan could have won the game there.
I know.
But now...
I feel like both of them were in a panic there, right? Like, the demo ships were a little bit subpar in some ways. We had a demo ship basically trying to take out an archer ship there. The crazy thing is, after all of that back and forth skirmishing, somehow Beastie sells a dock, and not just that, he's the first one to trigger Castle Edge.
It's unbelievable. Again, small differences make the mile, and that galley popping out for Beastie just when the second demo was arriving, it saves the bug law. A couple of fishing boats were lost, and because Anatan decided to commit the Shinobi died, so they cannot deny this dock anymore. Beastie pulls a villager to repair, and when the dust settles, Beastie has a full HP dock to work with, and still has a couple of boats out there. Anatan, in the meantime, we talked about this, KP, he committed very heavily into the Shinobi. All the Shinobi are now gone. He is going to age up soon, and I think he's going to match Beastie's Castle Age timing. But crucially, he's not going to have an advantage going into Castle Age.
No, because Anatan is playing double pond here. He's moved out to the west side. Triple pond in a way when you think about it, right? Like, obviously, he's not going to try to contest this too far. He just wants to stop Beastie from gathering. And all of a sudden, you mentioned it earlier on, the sheep sometimes can matter. It's going to be Beastie's only lifeline here when he gets pushed off that pond. So kind of critical he holds on as long as he can. We do have double stables being produced, which means Beastie should be going into mass camo riders here. Smart idea into the classic Mount the Samurai strat.
Yeah, Beastie's super heavy on gold here, and Anatan is so slow aging up. He didn't have a good food income, which was just like 400 or so per minute. So he's not even going to match Beastie's Castle Age timing. He is going to get beaten to Castle Age, which just looks so grim. It's all about the timing of these mounted samurai. If you have the numbers advantage, you can potentially fight into camels, but if the camels come out early, you're just not going to have that raw power. And now Anatan is getting cleaned up on this pond as well.
Well, you say that. He's holding on a little bit longer, actually. The Archer ship tanked the demo detonation there. But, oh, for God's sake. He was going to hold on longer. That's another demo ship with giant question marks around it. And that's crazy. Beastie, I thought it was just going to be him trying to camel spam. I guess he wants at least a few lancers to raid with. A little bit risky into Japanese, right? Because they can get the mounted samurai that's better. The timing is just odd here. Like, Anatan done a few weird things. If you look at his south corner pond, because this one's now done, you'll notice he's not deep ordering. He's shoreline fishing.
Wow. I wonder if it was an initial thing in Dark Age to just shorten the distance and say, okay, my fishing boats will not bump into one another, but some weird things happen there, and I don't know if Beastie would have gone for Knights if Anatan matched his Castle Edge timing. I think Beastie might be like, wait a minute, he's not in Castle, I'm just going to go Knights, he's not going to have Mounted Samurai anyways.
No, can we check Anatan's vision? Something very important on my mind here. Because, okay, so he did scout one of the deep waters in the other pond. Right, because at first I thought, is this just like auto rally behavior? Like, you know, the fishing boats clear the deep water. And I mean, I think you have to manually do that still anyways. But I'm a little bit puzzled, right? Like, I get it when the deep water runs out. You're like, oh, okay, I don't, you know, I'll just go shoreline for the time being. But to stay there the entire time is kind of crazy. And now we do have additional lancers on the way. I mean, Beastie, he is going to be playing an amount of samurai. This should feel bad. What would have felt worse is if Anatan knew this was coming and had gone Onimusha instead.
Camels, only 2 camels out there, but it's enough to debuff the Mounted Samurai. What's worrisome for Anatan really is that initially he's going to be outmuscled in raw numbers. He is getting the relics in though, and we've seen this before, KP, even in the previous game. Things look precarious for him. He's boxed into his own base, and then he somehow finds a way to get something happen. I get the feeling that if he gets a little breathing room here, things could start trending up for him. He's getting the Mounted Samurai going. Beastie still only has 2 camels. And Anatan is expanding towards that 3rd pawn to the north.
I don't know. With the Uma Bannerman here, it's kind of interesting, right? You think the camels are just a nuisance, but the reality is that Uma Bannerman offsets the debuff. You're essentially kind of neck and neck again. And the only difference then is that Mounted Samurai don't worry about the initial lance charge. Does need to be careful, though. Currently, the count is not in favor of him. We do, however, have that Onimusha switch-up now coming in.
Nice little charges here. He's just trying to take out the camels, and camels aren't super duper tanky here. One of them will fall. Now, Samurai will disengage, wait for the recharge of that protective armor. At the same time, Anatan hasn't yet collected relics, and that's definitely a problem here for him. With this Japanese Castle Edge timing, you want to have the relic lead. So far, Beastie has 1, Anatan has none.
You can kind of make it acceptable if you keep the food lead, though, right? Like, you know, he's playing multi-pond. In theory, he should feel very good economically, at least, from that side of the painting. We are going to get the chase still on. Looks like the camel does go down. That unlocks the full buff now, so that Uma Bannerman giving the edge over to the Knights of the Japanese. More on the way. Onimusha are arriving, but the crossbows are going to scare him away. Now, this is where the game gets a little bit weird, right? Like, you're on a water map, so Abbasis can afford camels, but more importantly, they can afford crossbows alongside it. Crossbows is kind of just like the anti-Japanese. It's the worst thing they can encounter every time they go up against an opponent.
One thing to highlight, though, is that Anatan now has a substantial eco lead. He's been leveraging those 3 pawns. He's up by 16. Of course, some of that is going to be offset by Beastie's relics. In fact, Beastie is going to have the majority of the relics under his command. But Mounted Samurai are no pushovers. Onimusha are coming in as well. And Anatan is going to have opportunities in this game, I would say. I think right now it's kind of an even-ish game, and Beastie is looking to expand towards this pond. The galley is out there to say no, but Beastie pulls away the villagers in time.
Yeah, it's like sometimes luck is on your side and you'll get at least 1 worker kill there because archer ships are a bit RNG. We have a ram being built by Beastie, so it looks like he's going to try to eventually address the dock on the north side. But the interesting thing here, right, is like Anatan, with this much food income, and you're seeing your opponents going into crossbows, you could just sliver in a few horsemen here. It's a bit weird, right, because like horsemen are going to get debuffed with the camera riders, but it's a clean way of dealing with the expos, and it allows you to kind of just stick on cavalry, so you always just optimize around 1 Uma Bannerman.
Yeah, that's a great point. Onabugeisha could be an alternative, but that doesn't get buffed by the Uma Bannerman.
Yeah, and you
Anatan is going to have 2 relics, by the way, so he is getting away with a decent haul here, and he's actually getting the Onabugeisha now, looking to hit this gold mine. thinks twice about it once he sees the crossbows.
I wonder if he thinks his food income is good enough for that. Like, I always find Onabugisha is like a little bit tricky when you're under 1k food. You don't get that flood timing as quickly. He's actually prepping horsemen, so it looks like this is actually a bait and switch to keep Beastie off of spearmen. Unless he's planning to go full budget comp here, which would be Onabugisha horseman. Pretty sick one. Used to be really effective in some feudal builds because you just have maximum movement speed out of an infantry cav comp, right? Like the slowest moving unit is 1.5 cars.
The stock is getting taken out here. Not a lot of fishing boats, by the way, so this is more about Beastie getting hold of that pawn rather than taking out the little fishing that Anatan has. Villager tried to just sneak away, but that's not going to happen. Anatan is not getting upgrades for quite a lot of different troops here, so definitely going for a composition, and he's going to hit the woodline of Beastie.
He pokes at it. Doesn't really get too much for. I think he killed 1 or 2 workers there. And the other interesting thing is, like, Kabutoga is definitely worth it with this many Onimusha. You just pretty much use them as raiding cav instead. We have still got Mount Samurai raiding as well. Like, the game is very uncomfortable with Beastie. You know, Season 8 meta, Beastie would have walled by now. This current meta, it takes so long, and you know you're behind an economy. You can't afford to go do it.
Oh, this is nasty. Beastie is actually falling into the same trap that Anatan fell into in the previous game. Beastie is the player with the slow army, and Anatan is starting to run circles around him. Knights were detached to launch an attack. They ran into Onimusha. And now Anatan is slowly butchering Beastie's cav.
Yeah, Beastie, he didn't pull them any further back, so loses several lancers, gets nothing in return. Military numbers now definitely starting to favor Anatan, and the Onabugisha starting to mount up. I mean, the reality check here is, like, Onabugisha actually are, like, great against everything that Beastie's doing right now. Yes, camels are tanky, but no melee armor, unless you go for the camel shielding. There's so many players to get. And as for crossbows, good luck not getting shredded here. Archers also, if he just retargets, Anatan has to be getting pings about the camels right now. And there you go, he switches over.
Those are villager losses that Beastie cannot afford. He's down by 18, and it's not like he's got a massive relic lead. He's 3-2 in relics, and Anatan has the sacred sites as well. If Anatan keeps up this pressure and just prevents Beastie from having that eco build-up, Beastie's gonna be in a deeply troublesome position here.
Beastie, I mean, the warrior have as well has got all these camels, but, you know, the longer this game goes, the more camels counter less, right? You were seeing that Anatan's comp. He's only keeping these raiders in the form of knights, right? He's not using them as the main comp. So Beastie is setting himself up for a resounding defeat in the big battle, unless he scouts what is really happening here. And if you check his vision, you'll see a lack of scouting. He doesn't even have a scout to go look with.
And Anatan has a lot of vision. Anatan has multiple towers across the board, and notice that Anatan is hiding a lot of his troops in the stealth forest. He's got 31 Onabugisha, 21 crossbows will not they will not be enough to deal with that. Double footman bannerman now as well.
Okay.
So Anatan is definitely making a strong pivot into Onabugisha here, and that's not something that Beastie is really ready for.
Now, we have Ghoulims coming in. This is the solution to the Bugatia. Another interesting thing, it looks like Beastie did get the camel shielding, right? So he gets +3 melee. Makes you reasonable, actually, into Bugatia. Still not going to have a great time, but you contest a little bit better. The worry now is, like, we've got Spearmen coming in to count the camels. There's still a lot of Onimusha as well, right? Like, my concern is Beastie's crossbows aren't going to survive the first phase of the battle. And without them, you don't really have an answer to Onimusha plus the Onabugisha.
The Onabugisha were scouted by Beastie here, and he's making a pivot into Kulam as well as getting composite bows for the archers. But now Anatan is just waiting for Beastie. He captured both sacred sites, and I think Anatan wants Beastie to commit to a fight. The drawback of this is that he's actually allowing Beastie to build up a decisive force. And right now, I don't think Beastie has an army to beat Anatan's force.
I mean,
that might change in a few minutes.
But at this rate, Anatan could just tech. Right, he's going to clearly reach pop cap much sooner than Beastie is. And Beastie's reluctant to move out and engage, as you highlight, right? Like, he's playing very defensive. We even have additional town centers now.
He's going for a second DC.
Oh.
And that's a bad timing for him.
Anno's moving straight on in. He's got the 4-5 tag to try and help. Mango shots are coming out. There's only one Mango. There's a lot that he needs to deal with. Bugatia starting to spread out here. Can he hold on to the camels, though? Looks like they're getting shredded a bit too fast. The Ghoulam line also starting to get targeted down, and now on a delay, the mounted samurai arrive. Beastie, half of his army in crossbows, and means he hasn't got enough to hold on. Anatan swiftly striking back.
And we talked about this, KP, in a previous game as well. Anatan had some really good moments here. And let's look back at that one catastrophic fight on Beastie Spawn for Anatan. It seemed like all was lost after that complete disaster, but then things started to fall into the favor of Anatan once again. He was able to get 2 out of 5 relics despite not having a lot of initial map control. The build-up was a lot more rapid. He was able to leverage the pawns as well, and next thing you know, he's back in this series. And based on what we've seen in the first 2 games, this could easily be a tightly contested series.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, like, this game probably should have been over at like 8 or 9 minutes in, right? Like, with the way this game opened, honestly, I think it's impressive BC survived this long. That opening skirmish on the east side pond feels almost decisive, right? But like Anatan maybe skimps on the micro a little bit. His Shinobi were late to attack on the Springwood ship. His demo ships weren't quick to react. Beastie's micro was very on point with how he was using the demo ships to waste shots. That was the difference maker that actually even made this game compete that deep in. So shows you that Beastie is still that classic, you know, might be down but not out, and somehow starts to pull off miracles. But Anatan, critically important to just emphasize how well played this was outside of that little kabunga bunga on the pond. I think that's the correct term for it. You need something that sounds a little bit silly, because this was a clown show.
Yeah, this was... If you... Like, you look at this screen, and you have to express what's the worst case scenario. Well, that is exactly what happened.
like the demo basically counter demos 2 and almost kills an archer ship, and then this, like, there was a delay. You saw the Shinobi running by, right? Like, there was a small window there where I think the torches could have actually killed that Springwood, and that was so painful, man. The ship comes, oh hey, look at that, I'm still alive.
It reminds me to shooter games when you're like 1 in 16 in your KD and you're like, okay, I'm just going to dump the whole magazine into my opponent, and it's still not working because you just get headshot immediately. That's what this felt like. It's like, oh, that ship is almost dead. Let's pull the Shinobi to kill it, and then the Shinobi get butchered, and you're just like, oh, come on. This couldn't have been any worse.
Let me put it a better way, right? It's like when I'm playing Apex Legends, and I'm like, yeah, the one hit. I'm actually lying. I done 40 damage. They've still got 150 health left. But my 2 teammates run around the corner and just get mowed down. It kind of felt more like that. Just baits him into it.
I can sense that, where it's like, you say in a team chat, oh, he's one shot. And they're like, well, I didn't really do a lot of damage, but I can't tell my teammates that I'm just garbage, right?
but that works on every single game, Lidicor. When you're playing team games of Age of Empires 4, right, and you go in and you lose all your knights, you go, yeah, he's almost dead, and all your teammates flood in. Now, it might fail, but if it fails, you get to your next game quicker, right? Because you're now dead, you lost your 20 knights. If it works, team... Hoorah! I don't know what you want to say in that situation. We're moving to King of the Hill next, and this is an interesting one. We've got a classic King of the Hill in Chinese, but Order the Dragon have been surprising quite a lot of people at the moment. Let it go.
Interesting pick here, and you know, we haven't seen King of the Hill in a competitive setting for quite some time, but back in the days, King of the Hill was characterized by this timing, in a sense. You want to grab the middle. It's almost an all-in style map. Some people hate it, some people love it. One thing is sure, it's one of those maps where you go in and you could have a nail-biter on your hands. And I just want to say, on a map like this, a Burgrave Palace for the Order of the Dragon could be an immensely valuable asset. So it's definitely one of those things that could play into some of the strengths that the Order of the Dragon have.
Well, I'll say this much of it. Someone will be king of that hill, and someone will be leading in this series, right? Because we are drawn up. We're getting a little bit of distance in this, but this really is the battle of the old school versus the new. Now, Barbican rushes in the center have kind of fallen off. The Imperial Academy is just too damn good. The question mark is what the Order of the Dragon wants to do here. After, of course, an obligatory opening phase of Pro Scouts, because I'm going to guarantee you right now, Lidicor, both of these civs are going to Pro Scouts.
I'm not so sure about the Order of the Dragon, but let's see. It's game number 3 coming up. Anatan and Beastie 1 apiece. We head to King of the Hill for game number 3.
Here we go, hopping into really a classic king of this map in the hands of Beastie, but the new kid on the block, Order the Dragon, and the new kid himself, Anatan, wielding them. You got to ask, what have they got in mind for this particular matchup? Because I think a lot of people have been getting shocked very quickly about OTD and matchups they can win. And you know, we have to be real about this. Beastie is a player by his own admission, has been catching up on the meta in the last few weeks. Could Anatan slip through a crazy new build on us on a unfamiliar map, considering you can't grind this on the ladder?
This map takes me back to the early days of competitive AoE 4 KP. It's back in the days when you didn't have custom maps. It's crazy to say, but there was an era where you couldn't just do map scripts. And in that period, we were just forced to play some of these maps because there were no alternatives, and that's where King of the Hill was a frequent visitor to the competitive setting. Only one sacred site in the middle. A lot of aggressive fighting potentially happening for that. One thing I'm looking for, though, is that middle sacred site is rather open from the south, so it's not one of those classic King of the Hill setups where you have some narrow funnel points. There are multiple angles for either of these players to potentially aggress this sacred site from.
Yeah, and you know, one thing to keep in mind is like the deer, just look at it, right? It's just all too delectable, too tasty, too desirable here. I mean, we even have Beastie going for a double scout opener, which is a little bit crazy. I can back it though. I think it makes sense here. On this particular map, like you're just going to linearize the map and turn it into 2/3 for you. And then that guarantees that Anatan has to go pro scouts or run out of food, right? And that means you're going pro scouts against like the king of pro scouting right now, right? China and Zhuji, nobody gets it quicker than.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a boar play from either side, though. Because this is definitely one of those maps where it's not difficult to wall off the flanks, even after the nerfs to the walling. So you could technically justify getting your flanks walled off and going out for the boar, especially if you are Anatan. Beastie's boar is a little out in the open, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult to wall that off. But for now, mine work palace for Anatan.
Yeah, Fudge going anywhere near that boar. You know what this is probably going to be, Lytical. Did someone ask for a feudal age men at arms rush? Because there's a current build that the OOTD boys are doing, and it kind of looks dirty. It reminds you of the first release, or the Dragon, where everyone thought men at arms are broken. With Pro Scouts, you can vomit out an unfathomable count of men at arms. And there's the racks to kick us off.
Yeah, this map is definitely different from most of the competitive maps you see out there. It's a lot more Olin-y. It's a lot... like, it looks like a map where you can just wall yourself in, and you could just say, well, I'm going to sit behind my walls, play a slow game. But no, this is a map where aggression can pay off really well. And I guess the only saving grace for Beastie here is that his gold mine is tucked away very nicely at the back. So that's going to be difficult to challenge. And Beastie's getting ready to get the deer in himself. I think he's pushing some of the deer in. It takes quite a lot of time. But he's actually doing a really good job herding all of them. This is not just 1 or 2 deer being pushed in. He might actually have the whole herd.
This is always valuable to do. And the problem is Anatan, he went for the spear play, but he done it on delay. He triggered the tech up first, right? So this first spearman is going to be too late to really stop anything. By the time he gets here, it should end up in TC range, which is why Anatan is now trying to intercept. A few snipes. Nice. Love that. Just jumps in the center. I'm the one who matters in this party. Okay, all the deer leave. So all of a sudden, we actually have a little bit of a spread here. That one deer is being adventurous down the hill again. But it means the spearman should be able to do a little bit of damage here, considering it only takes, what was that? I think it's 3 hits in feudal age to kill a scout.
All that work for nothing. All the carcasses are now out, and Beast is just going to have to ferry those in. He's heavy on gold, so this is going to be a Pro Scouts build. But Gilded Spearmen are dirty. Look at that.
Yep.
1 shot, and half of your HP is gone. It's one of the most ludicrous units in the game.
Yeah, I think
plus 40 or so bonus damage against Cav.
I think we need to add appropriate animations. Like when a spearman stabs at a cavalry unit, he should full on just like impale them and flick them behind him, you know? That's how bloody powerful these things are. They are awkward to use on wider maps in the Pro Scout meta because it's hard to block all deer. For example, Rocky River. It's a nightmare for them. But on this map, it's so thin, you know where to go. And there's the follow-up we talked about, right? Pro Scouts is coming Fano. The men-at-arms are going to start vomiting. The issue now for Beastie is he really can't afford to be in age too long against this.
He's going stable. And that's a little tricky here because if you want to play Pro Scouts yourself, you gotta drop a stable if you're playing the Chinese. And that is some commitment to resources. You get the Pro Scouts tech as well. You're nowhere close to being able to field any combat-ready army out there. You're definitely not going to be able to hold this off with horsemen. So by the time you really start getting your production going, Anatan is going to have a sizable force in front of your base.
Yeah, so I think for Beastie, I'm wondering, man. There's two approaches to what's probably coming here, right? If you're worried this is a mass men arms strat, you either outpost up like crazy, or you go like with a Barbican and then maybe castle. I don't know if you can maybe just do it without the Barbican at all. I feel like most people who've tried to counter that greed have at least dropped the second defensive structure. Because you'd think that a hand cannon slip would be great against men at arms. And it's true. A lot of damage goes through. But it's a slower attack speed, and they're still stupidly tanky. Like, this unit doesn't feel like a feudal age unit. It's 230 HP, Lidical. That's how much health you get on a castle age knight.
Well, at the very least, it still cannot teleport through walls because Beastie is getting some walls down south.
So we need to see Order of the Shinobi as a variant civ. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, let's do Gilded Shinobi. I'm sure it's going to be a perfectly balanced unit. And now Beastie might have been surprised by this, just looking at the fact that he's scrambling to build up that range with a dozen villagers.
That was balls. This is not the men-at-arms you want to turn onto with shivs there. Oh my god, Anna already out of sheep as well. I mean, the tricky part of the 2-scout opener, right? It turns, like I said, with this map, it turns the rotation to a linear thing. If you go north and south, you intercept the enemy scout and then mirror him, which guarantees you bare minimum 2/3 of the sheep on the map. Looks like the men-at-arms is going to be stuck in the corner, so the horseman will get rid of him, but I'd say what?
That's a big loss for Anatan. It's a tanky unit, but it's an expensive unit as well. And Beastie is probably going to get Song Dynasty now. And I just want to highlight this up for a moment. Running out of sheep now for Anatan, okay, he still has carcasses. And Beastie is dropping the Barbican in the middle of the map. Now, that's a ballsy move if I've ever seen one.
If he gets this wrong and there was one more men-at-arms coming in, this is disaster, right? Because it could just ruin you. So it is crazy, but it's because he done that forward posturing play with the pro scouts. He sees everything that is, everything that would be. And what he does not see is a threat that would stop him from doing that Barbican.
And now Beastie's yoinking all the deer carcasses from the other side, and I sound like a broken record, but every single game I like to highlight sheep, even when you have Abbasids, even when you have the Byzantines. It's not equally significant for all civs, but here in this case, for instance, Beastie having the majority of the sheep has a big impact on the game. Anton needs to make sure he secures some of those deer carcasses, otherwise he's going to be in deep trouble. He's trying to get to Castle Age, but that will take a lot of food for him.
Yeah, you definitely are obsessed with sheep a lot for a guy who like lives in America. I would have thought it'd be more about like beef and pork there, but for real, it's kind of crazy actually just how much sheep value you got off them up. And the crazy thing as well you have to keep in mind is like I wish we could have seen a replay of it. In the opening phase, what would have likely happened is Anatan's scout would have ran in the direction of Beastie's. And because Beastie has Tang, he would have seen the enemy scout first, which means he can then knee-jerk push north from there and cut off all the rest of the sheep on the map. Like, it's actually crazy how smart that play was in the opening. As long as Beastie is paying immediate attention, he should always end up the sheep advantage by a mile. And now we have desperation mode. Like, Burgrave, I say desperation, it's good for Order of the Dragon. It's kind of necessary when you don't build units in Feudal. But it feels desperate from a food quantity perspective.
It feels like it. And Beastie knows that this is coming. Beastie's gonna age as well. Remember, he's got the Barbican in the middle, so he already has that nice funnel point. He, in fact, has a bunch of gold miners defended here. And here's the thing. You age to castle, you have the ability to supervise the production buildings, and you know it's gonna be gilded men-at-arms. So Beastie is just going to rush castle here, and he's going to get a bunch of crossbows out. It really feels like desperation mode for Anathan, because by the time he gets anything going in Castle Age, Beastie's already going to have the answer.
Yeah, and like to emphasize, like I don't think Burgrave is Desperation Pro to build it. It makes sense in all the Dragon builds. Like if you don't have a standing feudal army, you need to actually go Burgrave. It can save upwards of like 400 resources a minute with Military Academy, so it actually is worth it compared to just going Regnants. The problem here is like he just doesn't have the quantity of safe resources in his base to necessarily fully leverage it as minutes go on. Meanwhile, Beastie, astronomical clock tower's already coming in. You mentioned the Barbican. You can already see what this is turning into. Let me get some Nest of Bees and let me stand on that high ground and middle finger.
Beastie's actually going to open a couple of Lancers here, not crossbows. I don't know how I feel about that against all these Gilded Spearmen and Gilded Crossbows coming out. It's going to be fine against the Men-at-Arms, though. Beastie will need some crossbows, though, I feel.
I know this is kind of nice, though. Getting to scale into Gilded Crossbowmen, uncontested potentially, but scary as well because the aforementioned SWs, right? Like, I think the idea of adding in more prelates is going to be a good idea for Anatan because considering his current position in the game, he's going to need a level of sustainability in his comp, right? And the cool thing about OTD is while healing takes a long time, there's a double merit to doing it. We'll probably eventually see Anno consider Inspired Warriors if we get deep enough in past the relic phase.
Love the boar being pulled by Beastie here just to do some extra damage here to the Spearman, also the Monk as well. Both of the players rushing for the relics as we speak. Monk is gonna fall. Gilded Spearman falls to a boar, which is always a sad sight to see. Beastie now
so
taking control over the sacred
boar,
site.
Right? That should be how it works. I'm telling you guys, like, you know, we need to revamp the wildlife. If a boar kills someone, it gets extra food. Oh, that would be awesome. Could you imagine the strategies of, like, force feeding the boar? Well, I don't want these units anymore. Just lets the boar eat them.
Beast is gonna have to disengage from this one. Spearman chasing him away for a time being. Love the walls from Beastie, by the way, to the south. He knows fully well that a single Gilded Knight could ruin his game. And those walls will just make sure that he's not gonna get surprised from the flanks. And now he's committing heavily to stone. From here on out, it's camp the sacred site and try to force Anatan to make something happen.
So what's the upsides for Anna? I mean, he's at least got ball secure, so he should have more resource to work with. Relics aren't all just locked in for BC yet, right? But, like, realistically, from his position, it should be a 3-2 split. We have got Lancers now diving in. My concern is Anno has not got walls. His comp is way too slow. Like, at some point, you have to spread wide, like that ball play. And when you do that, you're opening yourself up to raids.
And that Monk should be dead as well. Beast is going to think twice about that, but once the Volo is gone, I think the Monk is going to die.
You can kill the Crossbowman and then the Monk, right? But I think instead he's heading straight for the economy. So yeah, it gets rid of the Prelate. It'll run by onto the Gilded Villages. That could be at least 2 going down. And we still have a clock ticking while this is happening.
And this is the biggest problem I feel for Anatan. He would love to decap the sacred site. He would love to push that. But at the same time, he needs to deal with these Lancers. And Lancers aren't really a good stand and fight style unit when you want to protect that sacred site in the middle. So Beast is doing the right thing by just running circles around the enemy and making sure that Anatan cannot really mass up a force and push the middle. And every second he delays Anatan, he buys more time for these stone miners to get the stone they need for the first keep.
And it won't just be one keep. I've seen what this turns into. The extreme ends, it's 6 keeps, like back to back, but double, triple keep can make a lot of sense. If you want some more firepower, you can sometimes reason with the idea of just building outposts and that kind of thing. Rams coming in from Anatan is going to be a little bit awkward here because with keeps going up, it's going to be a lot of firepower you're going to have to dive if you want to make this work.
The keeps aren't coming up, though. Chinese will build them fast, but Beastie is still only at 500 stone. Beastie doesn't have Nest of Bees, and that's 12 Gilded Men-at-Arms with quite some upgrades. I think Anatan needs to go, like, right now. And I think if Anatan fails this push, it might be game, but I think he might just have a small window here.
I mean, never say never, right? Give it a punt, but in the meantime, these raids still keep slithering in. Chip damage here or there, that's definitely beginning to add up. Double ram does not really look that threatening.
Yeah, he's just slow. Now Beastie has the stone for a keep. He's going to drop it as we speak.
If you drop it, the Men-at-Arms will kill you, though. Like, you have to thin that herd first. Army, I mean, well, Beastie only has 10 crossbows here. Not a lot.
I don't think it's 10 crossbows, actually. It's more like 8 or so. Some of them might be back at home for Beastie, and this is what I was talking about. You might just have a window if you're Anatan. At the very least, you need to decap the sacred site. That is the bare minimum. Just stop that timer, but it looks like Anatan wants more.
Well, he has split his formation, though. Half his army's not chasing anymore. It means the kite is real. The Lancers could even just kind of reset that charge in.
Oh, that's a massive overreach.
I know. I mean, there was no easy running away now, right? You turn around, you lose more in the retreat, especially with Lancers there, so he just has to A-click in. He's going to lose a giant chunk of his frontline MAA here. Now, he did decap it, but that is going to leave him too weak. He immediately calls GG. The Chinese will remain your kings of this hill.
Oh man, I feel like if he doesn't chase that much, there might have been a glimpse of hope for him. He decapped the Sacred Site. Maybe he felt desperate that if he ever falls back, Beast is going to drop a keep. Remember, he saw the stone mine. He saw the stone miners out there. He knew fully well that a keep was imminent. But at the end of the day, once he started chasing down hills and just got picked apart by the crossbows, there was just no turning back. Beastie now makes it 2-1. And I think so far, out of the 3 games that we've seen, this probably felt the most one-sided.
Yeah, I think that's what happens when you go for that type of men-at-arms play on the opening, right? Like, you know, it kind of felt like Anno wasn't convinced he got enough, and thus he didn't double down. And as a result, you're kind of half in, half out, I want to say. Like, the better choice there would have been to, go up to 3 Spearmen and maybe block the Pro Scouts a bit more efficiently. Just unfortunate for him. Order of the Dragon, definitely still a Civ that's in an experimental phase, and sometimes those experiments blow up in your face.
And now we're getting ready for Gorge here. This is I don't know how many highlights we're going to have from this game here.
There wasn't enough from this one. Yeah, this was pretty much the high point for Anatan. Look at that guy go. Got him.
Yeah. And here, you see, he's going to be able to push away Beastie from the top of the hill. He is going to get the decap. There is no question about it. I just don't know why he wanted to chase this force down hills. Maybe he felt like, remember, his eco was pushed. He was starting to run low on food. Maybe he felt like he needed a Hail Mary. But I don't know if this was the right choice here, chasing this army all the way down, leaving you exposed in a wide open field against an army that can micro against you and one that's going to pick you apart. And Beastie is doing a really good job here, just pulling this army downwards and saying, okay, if you're going to keep pursuing me, I'll put you in a position where you can no longer retreat from.
Yeah, and some other thing we caught on the cameras, I'm pretty sure the villagers got repaired at that stage, because that wasn't just the Barbican hand cannon slot. Remember, you can upgrade the Barbican with everything. So it had a Springald shooter in there as well. So the Gilded Crossbowmen that got left behind, because I think the A-Click actually left them there probably, were slowly getting killed off while the men-at-arms were dying over here, right? So at that stage, you don't even get the Barbican. Sure, you get the decap, but you're just a mile behind. So I appreciate you didn't just try to hang around. At that stage, there's really nothing left to play for in this game. So, that does mean we've got Gorge next, and this does inspire hope for a 2-2 scoreline, Lidicor. HRE, with the current meta, have kind of returned to that old school build that was beating Delhi before Ghazi were introduced to the game, where you'd mass men-at-arms and spearmen, and then tech. With Pro Scouts, that build is once again quite possible for HRE.
Anatan does have his love for HRE and OOTD. Loves the variants and the baseline one as well. A fundamentally different map from everything that we've seen so far, though. We've seen hybrids, we've seen King of the Hill, which is kind of its own niche. Cliffside is one of the more sectioned off map as well. Remaining maps, except for Hill and Dale, are much more open, though. So we are going to see a shift in the playstyles, I would say. HRE versus Delhi. I think this is, as you said, winnable for Anatan. One thing that you need to consider, though, is that the window, to a certain extent, is starting to close for Anatan. If he loses this game, Beastie's going to move on to match point. So he is going to have to deliver a mistake-free game here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, Boldland was there as well. Like, what was the thought process in Gorge over Boldland? I mean, in theory, Delhi can be somewhat dangerous there, right? Because the secret sites are tight together. So you can go for a cap on both, and then you just spam spears and Ghazi to protect the center. But like, it's a little bit different for HRE in that map. As long as you're still getting the food sources back, you can still spam men-at-arms. I guess in Anno's mind, this felt safer. There's 3 sacred sites, so your opponent can't start that timer as quickly. They're spread a little bit wider. But yeah, once again, the trade-off is going to be, although your own gear are going to be safer, the further off ones are going to be much harder. Let's see how he wants to approach it, though. We hop into game number 4, deep into the Gorge. Beastie now with the Delhi and Anatan. Got a favorable pick in the HRE, the type that could easily see us tying this up 2-2 apiece.
Or a game that we could see Beastie move into match point with. That's a big one as well. Beastie with the 2-1 lead. And we talked about this, KP, in the pregame. It's a big change. This map is fundamentally different from everything that we've seen in this series so far. Looking at the gold spots, Anatan is going to have it tucked kind of backish. more offset to the side. Beastie does have both his gold and the berries right next to one another, though. So there are some points of aggression there for either side, really.
This is a nice spawn for Anno, though, right? He can drop the Archon to buff the gold and the tree line if he wants to, and that also staggers it to the side, where you're actually not going to miss out on as much territory to place farms on as you would if you drop the Archon right behind the TC. So overall, I'd say this is a reasonable spawn. For the deer side of things, I've seen worse. I mean, it's for deer, right? But you can shove in with your scout after the initial rotation just to get this underneath the TC or close to. In fact, for BC, what would be really cool is, like, because you don't have to rush home with your sheep, you could just hang around and lame the deer a bit so he can't get max value out of the HRE open. So I'm trying to think how Beastie wants to open this. You'd think Ghazi straight away, but HRE can be pretty good at just beginning spears. There's some matchups right now where they would have just went Dark Age Spearman. You don't really do it here because Delhi don't care, right? With the Scholar, they can heal through. So he does just go for the fast feudal. Archon is now on the way in the expected spot. Beastie, I don't think we're going to see any old school TOV build. We're likely just looking at the meta of Dome of Faith.
I think so as well. This map, yeah, there is Dome of Fate. And I think one thing that I've seen in the previous games, every single one of them, is that both players love to go for relics early game. Every single game so far, the moment you hit Castle Age, there's a race for relics. Dome of Fate is going to help you quite a bit in that department.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it scales you for that later game much better, right? Like, Dome of Faith is just kind of nuts for that reason. The amount of scholars you pump going into the 15, 20-minute mark. I mean, it's why we see people just bypass into Imperial and get over 12,000 resources worth of techs in less than 5 minutes, which is insane considering it doesn't cost them anything extra. But Sheep Haul, looking pretty good for BC. That's to be expected. HRE, start the sheep, you start the berries, and they also eat them faster. What's going to be important, though, is the following up phase. We clearly have macro for pro scouts from Anatan.
Yeah, no surprise on that front. Especially if you're playing a civilization like the HRE, just being able to bring in the carcasses underneath your Archon Chapel, it's a big boost. Even in the days where pro scouts weren't that powerful, HRE was one of the few civilizations that kind of had the idea of going for it. Now that pro scouts is a lot more powerful, it's basically a no-brainer for a civ like HRE.
Yeah, the old school 4 stables pro scouts Castle Age build, right? I still remember those. Iaguz, I think Matisse was another one of the very first people who started bringing it in back in the good old days. Bloody ridiculous build at its height. Kind of fell off, right? And then all of a sudden, now we have a meta where every single civ in the game does pro scouts. We've even seen the Bastards do it. Like, no one is safe from this current meta. Of course, for Delhi, they will play it. They'll just play it on their own delay. They don't rush it, which means they need to try and block it at first. I'm wondering, it has to be stables, you'd think here, right? Like, Spearman is going to be too slow.
Yeah, it's got to be stables, and there it is. Beastie once again comes up with the majority of the sheep, by the way. Just look at this huge hole he brought in. Not a lot of sheep under the town center of Anatan here, so we're kind of getting a repeat of that previous game where Anatan is kind of forced to bring in all these carcasses. It's not just a bonus for him, it's a necessity. If he doesn't deliver the carcasses, he's just going to run out of food so quickly.
Yes. So sometimes when Anatan plays Gorge, he likes to go for the double scout opener. The reason you don't do it here is because it doesn't phase Delhi. Like, you usually do that in a matchup where you both need the sheep, right? So unfortunately, his rotation is just a little bit lackluster. We did have the scout scene added in. However, he didn't shove the deer in. And if you have a look at BC's move with his scout, he's already laming the deer so that Anatan can't get them closer to home.
Nice and cheeky play here. And he is indeed opening Ghazi Raiders. Response from Anatan is going to be Spearman. So he's going to have the immediate response, but he's also going to be on the slower side of things. So one thing I'm going to be looking at is whether Anatan can sneak in a couple of carcasses. That's something that Beastie has done really well in the previous games. Every time there was pressure from Anatan on the carcasses he intended to bring in, he found alternative spots. He was able to sneak in a couple of carcasses from other deposits. I want to see that from Anatan as well. If he's going to get slowed down with the Pro Scouts build here because of these Ghazi Raiders, I think he's going to be in trouble.
It's like BC just scouted out his corner spawn of deer here. So he's keeping the Ghazi around on his own reserves just to make sure Anatan isn't getting sneaky with his first scout pull. You do have the spin, of course, coming out to try and protect the safe one. I think Anno has to take one of the close tier stacks first because the lack of long-term sheep. Yeah, it's already down to 5. So, like, you can't go for that cheeky, cheesy play where, say, you've got 10 sheep in reserve. You send the first 5 scouts out to the enemy pack. So, with that in mind, Beastie, I think, is now looking to posture aggressively. We have additional Ghazi on the way. No additional switch just yet. I think he's going to try to stick mobile with the Ghazi. Okay, there we go. Archer's coming in. If he can keep the Spearman here, he could use those archers to try and wall across the center and divide the map.
I would love to see that. I think this map, just like Cliffside, has 2 very distinct stages. Early game, it's a super wide open map, but if you ever go into late game, it's going to be one of those rolling fiestas. Beastie still looking to harass these carcasses out here. Big commitment from Anathan going for the spears. Archers are coming out from Beastie, however, and he does have efficient production, so it doesn't take a lot of time for him to get those archers going and maybe even contest this this deer pack.
Now, we have efficient production, but what we need is efficient counterplay, all right? Hear me out. Here's the play. Child of B, he was in my chat the other day when we were plotting this all out. So what you want to do, you want to move an archer over to where your deer are and herd them all on top of each other. And then with your deli archer, you want to build a wall around where you shoot them down. And then you don't have to worry about your opponent stealing your deer, Lydical. He'll never get his hands on them ever.
Big horseman flank here, and this tower is late. Oh boy.
It's not late, it's dead.
It's dead.
Yeah, it has no pulse. Oof. That's wasteful. Anatan, just 100 wood down the drain there. Nothing lost for Beastie. Meanwhile, he gains, right? Sacred Sight's now getting locked in.
This is starting to look grim here for Anatan. Beastie has been running circles around him for the last few minutes. And behind this, Anatan is still forced to bring in those carcasses. That is his primary point of emphasis. And while that's happening, Beastie's getting the walls up, Beastie's getting the sacred sites going, and now Beastie has pro scouts as well. He's going to start picking up all these carcasses. I feel like Beastie has such a huge tempo advantage here.
Nice, some toxic walling as well, just kind of blocking all the players out. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, what's the backup plan? If this fails, Anatan needs to go Castle Age. If you can get those walls up, good luck picking up relics. Admittedly, most of them are on the east side of the map here, and we are going to see that trigger on Castle. I think for Anatan, Regnus may be a bit too greedy here. Yeah, but he goes for it anyway. I get why he can't go Burgrave, right? He just doesn't have enough food. That's the problem. But it feels like Regnitz, when you lack map control like this, isn't going to solve your problems anytime soon.
Yeah, I think, again, one of the problems that Anatan is facing is that he had basically no sheep to work with. So if he doesn't heavily prioritize the deer carcasses, he's not going to have any food to work with. There is just no backup. And because of this, he just has to go for the carcasses, means that Beastie can do whatever he wants, capture the sacred sites whatsoever, because Anatan has to have different priorities.
Beastie just getting a lot of scholars at this stage, right? He can get ready for that pump and dump into Castle, where he'll be on top of all the relics, kind of reaching that point. And Anatan, I mean, yeah, men-at-arms, they're going to be great, right? The thing you want to scale. The problem is there is a lot of Ghazi right now. And those Ghazi do get bonus damage against you, right? So it's not just a cut and dry MAA beat all, per se.
And the thing is that if you go at men-at-arms, as you said, Ghazi Raiders do get a bonus damage against you, but there is also the healing power of the Scholars.
Yeah, which we're seeing right
Men-at-arms don't do... Yeah, Men-at-arms don't do a lot of damage against Ghazi Raiders, so that's most of the damage you can actually offset by healing. It's not like you're fighting into Spearmen, where the healing cannot match up against the damage output. Men-at-arms don't do a lot of damage against these Ghazi Raiders, and I just don't know if Men-at-arms will work whatsoever. Granted, Anathan does have quite a few of them, but if there is any civilization that can deal with them in Feudal Age, that's Delhi.
I mean, Delhi aren't going to be in Feudal for long, right? Beastie, give it another half a minute. He's getting ready to trick a Castle Age. Probably give me like 14 to rush it up here, just to make sure he's got that scaling timing. And I mean, the relics. Currently, we're seeing Anatan pick up a grand total of 0, right? He's struggling to actually get out of the base.
Yeah. Even if he does, I think... Oh boy, Goldmine getting hit once again. even if he picks up some relics, there are some other issues. On this map, you gotta be able to move out of your base. You gotta be able to get access to the new forest, the hunt as well, and that is not something that we are seeing just yet. Timing is gonna be nice here for Anatan. He hits Beastie as he's aging up, and Beastie's running the wrong way here. But at the end of the day, I actually wonder if Beastie's doing this to just divert the attention away from the age up. Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah. Oh, we got... He's doing no damage. Oh, man. This many scholars just don't care. They're too tanky themselves. He goes after the archers, but, like, realistically, you just need to be A-clicking on the villagers. That's your only hope here. Ghazi now arriving. There's a lot of idle time being achieved here, but he needs to convert into kills. And we are finally going to see a few of them coming out. Workers do get pinched on the backside. 3 or 4 going down.
Yeah, now, at the end of the day, at least Anatan gets something out of this, and he is bringing back 2 relics. But as you said, the problem is that Beastie is going to just shrug it off with the sacred sites under his control. If he can get some relics as well, that's going to help too. And he gets a lot of resources in the form of free technologies. So losing 5 villagers, it's not ideal for him, but it's not a deal breaker.
No, as long as he gets the relics. Although, then again, Anatan... I'm kind of impressed by this timing. Things looked a little bit dirt for him, right? It felt like PC was going to get that classic 3 to 4 relic all time on the scholars. But I think what Anatan done well here is he prepped additional prelates, and instead of running them out 1 by 1, risking them and losing them, he kind of just kept them at home after they kept getting corralled back to base, right? Like BC was keeping them pinned. He wasn't killing them. And all of a sudden we have a game where Anno is now ahead by 5 villages. He's going to be up 3 to 2 relics, potentially still 4 at this pacing. I think he's kind of okay with this.
We've seen this before, where Anatan seems like he's in a tough spot, but then he finds a way to hit Beastie's eco, and then things even out a little. And Beastie had to commit a lot of his...
What happened on the
Beastie
food?
had to commit a lot of his Ghazi Raiders to defend, so it's not like he has a lot of these running around to kill the monks.
I'm still scratching my brain on what happened on the food, right? I felt like Anatan was dry, but he didn't even get both the attacks fully back. I'm kind of shocked.
Well, he is dry.
Well, yeah, he's dry, but like, you know, it's kind of like being dry on the whiskey for the month. You know, you get more of a headache when your kids scream, but you know, at least you feel like you're a little bit more clear at work, right? You're able to do your job. And the crazy thing here is it's allowed him to kind of optimize how you use these MAA, not dispose of them in a careless fashion. He's got a decent army that's kind of scary for Beastie to contest when you consider that when you take away the scholars, they're neck and neck. The other thing for Anno is like, you know, farm transitions are uncomfortable, sure, granted, but for this Civ, usually a lot more comfortable. Fast wood gathering and better gathering farms, but we have got a rig coming in. Leonidas will not be able to hold back the entire wave of Persians. They are going to make it through.
And Anton got caught transitioning to stables here. Beastie knows exactly what's going on. Villagers have to jump inside here. A couple of villagers will fall. Beastie needs to make up that villager gap, and he does just that. Also spots that Anton just now ran out of gold. At the same time, one thing I was going to say is that the Ghazi Raiders, when Beastie was aging up, he had to fall back with them, and that's what allowed Anatan to pick up the relics and go for some of the other carcasses as well. Now, however, you do have crossbows back at home, so Anatan can no longer just push into the enemy base with men-at-arms.
So, what is the win condition now in the eyes of these two? I mean, for Beastie, there's always that classic get elephants and laugh in the face of your enemy. Anatan, if he wants to survive this, we're going the wrong direction. He's countering the crossbows with horsemen, but this doesn't counter elephants. Like, this is really critical, folks. If you don't have crossbows, war elephants win games. It's really that simple.
I think you start with walls, and Beastie has some of them. We talked about this. This map has 2 stages, and once you get to this point where you have to start moving out of your base, it becomes way too cumbersome to track down enemy units with your own troops. You want to have those walls go in so that you have some safety back at home, and if you don't, things like this will happen. Ghazi Raiders will swing by, try to hit your wood line. This time, Anatan will be ready for them, though.
I mean, this is cool. You stop the raid, but Anatan still doesn't know elephants are coming. Like, you'd think, because he's building spears, of course Anatan knows. But Lydical, have you seen spears fight against elephants? It's not fair. It's not fair at all, okay? Like, that unit is meant to be countered by spearmen. It's not.
What's more worrisome for Anatan is that he's also facing 24 crossbows, 10 archers as well. So, 16 spearmen, they will get picked apart by crossbowmen. It's not like they will live long enough to even face that elephant.
I'm a little bit concerned, man. I mean, I know he hasn't really got that much food. The farmlands aren't set up, right? So spamming this much into horsemen just for it to maybe not be the play you want is scary. If he finds the timing quick enough, it could be a good fight. The problem is you've got 9 horsemen. You're not ready to find that fight. You're going to wait until you're like 20, at which point, Beast, you could have 4 war elephants.
Yeah, Anathan does have this one aboard to work with, so he does have some extra food to spam out some horsemen with for the time being, but as you can see, when those villagers on the board are idle, he's at 300 or so per minute. Sustainability is not on his side. This is a nice little raid here with the men-at-arms, and it definitely caught Beastie off guard. He just lost track of these men-at-arms. Problem is that men-at-arms are just too slow at Beastie.
Oh, marching drills will be quick enough. We're out of there.
That's the big problem you have with the man-at-arms. Now, you could actually do some damage with the horsemen here, and Anathan is once again looking to pounce on multiple fronts. Sees the elephants for the first time, however.
And now we're like, why have I bothered to deal with these horsemen? We've got more lulls coming out. The crossbows now arrived, so the backstab raid by Anathan is going to be... Anathan, can we check his farm count? Because, like, now that you know what you're really up against, how are you going to afford the counter? Like,
he's got 1,100 wood in the bank, though, so yeah, like, he's just going to spam them. I don't actually like where he's spamming them, because that's probably the most exposed angle you have.
Let's be real. If the elephants get there, you've already lost the game.
Fair point. Very fair point. He also needs to decap one of the sacred sites, so at this point, Beastie might not be intrigued by actually pushing into the enemy base. There is one sacred site that it's actually on the other side of the wall.
No.
Rip.
But we're just gonna run past them, guys. Don't look at them. Don't make eye. Just run past. 4 of us are dead.
Oh man, I think Anathan saw the opening on the wall and he was like, okay, I can slip past. I need to slip past. Now this would have been a huge hit. Beastie needs to mass wall this corner, because if those horsemen ever reach the back line, this could be a lot of damage. Not a lot of villagers are building this wall, though. Can Anathan find this in time? He's shifting in the wrong direction.
Just one is all it takes. But he's got a brother as well. 1 or 2 villagers will go down, but at this stage, Anna reduced down to 6 horsemen. And now here's the problem, Lytical. He has to count the elephants, but he hasn't counted the crossbows.
If he shifted to the south, towards that little corner, he could have found a lot more value, and now the crossbows are marching forward. And, you know, Castle Age armies are rarely capable of taking out a lot of static defensive structures. That's not the case when you have elephants on board.
Like this, you know, the best way to think of these horsemen, these elephants rather, they're kind of just like, I guess they're pretty much the mountain from Game of Thrones, right? You don't want to get in the arena with them at all. They're ridiculous. They look grotesque. They look a little bit overcompensating on the muscle. But they really do mean business when you get them in the ring. And right now, Anatan, he doesn't have a Viper to even dance around them in this fight. The crossbow counter A is not going to solve the issue here at all.
I love these little trenches. Just using that battlefield construction ability from the Delhi so well, and Sacred Site Countdown is going on. Elephants are marching forward as well, and
so
these farms will be so short-lived.
The moment that the elephants reach there, it's grazing time, boys. We're in. It's got upgrades coming through, but slowly. Springald shots are going to deter, but that's what the Scholars are for. Yeah, I think we should just rename these guys vets, you know, or zookeepers. Scholars doesn't really do justice to the healing services to these beautiful elephants.
You know what the craziest thing about this is? It's free. Wow. You don't have to pay for it.
Whoa. You mean what? So it's like NHS for animals? Bloody hell. Ellie, you've got it figured out. Well, your repairs is about to run out. The crossbows couldn't kill 1 war elephant quick enough. I think this is fairly conclusive. If you don't believe me, literally look up at the military pop count and then realize that Anatan will probably need 40 more than what his opponent has in total to beat this many elephants. There's 7 war elephants in total.
Well, that's a steamroll in here, and Beastie's going to move on to match point here unless something miraculous happens here for Anatan. Decisive game here, and really, I think Beastie might have had a slightly slower start than many would have expected him to have.
Yeah.
But now he's getting into shape, and we've seen him being very, very dominant yesterday. I think we're seeing peak Beastie now because, especially this last game, was nearly mistake-free.
No, and I think the other thing as well is like Anatan has to maybe be scratching his head a little bit, right? Like this is a matchup that has on paper looked really good for HRE in the last few months. Ever since the Pro Scouts meta shuffled in, HRE looked just scary for Delhi to contest because they can't rush their timing. But the difference is the map, man. I mean, Gorge, he was unfortunate with the spawn compared to Beasties, right? Beasties looked a lot better with them both being pivoted on one side of the map. That's really good for HRE because they should be able to match the momentum timing of the Delhi in the opening phase. The problem here, though, is like you picked Gorge. There was a good chance this was going to happen. There was a good chance that the deer were going to be spread wide, left, and right in an ideal fashion. What you want is a map where the deer spawns can be more linear towards your opponent, kind of like what even Dry Arabia offers. So a little bit tricky there. Borderland would have definitely made a lot more sense for him. I think that's something that Anatan is going to have to reassess whether this was essential, but in some ways it was. You have to remember we've got a redraft after this, right? So this was your final shot to use HRE. The question mark is why you didn't use Borderland.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at here, just looking at these little skirmishes here as the villagers were harassed, this has been a theme in both this game and the previous one. Men-at-Arms, Anatan loves to use them, but Beastie's doing a really good job pulling away the villagers, formation shuffling to minimize the damage output. And oftentimes these raids were just not significant because the men-at-arms couldn't kill enough villagers in time. These were night raids where you lose a bunch of vills. At the end of the day, you see, even with these horsemen and men-at-arms raids, Anatan killed less than 10 villagers across this game.
Yeah, and now we have a worrisome situation, right? Like, this is the nightmare. You know, it could be worse. You could be dead before a redraft, but in a redraft now, that opening game can be very tricky. You have to be elegant about exactly what map you choose, or you are just dead out of the gate. And the crazy part is Beastie will have 4 civs to choose from, and he can get very creative on what he does with those particular civs, right? He doesn't have to do the expected.
And our next map is going to be Borderlands, so we're going on to an even more so open map out here, and it's going to be Malians versus the HRE. So, more HRE. We've actually seen a lot of HRE and variant Civilization Order of the Dragon across this series. But this time around, it's going to be Beastie with the HRE. And Anton is going to channel his inner Ilalu going for the Malians.
Well, Malians have historically looked really good on this map. A little bit tricky against HRE in particular. I think that HRE can open with the Spearman just to kind of frustrate you a little here. So I wouldn't just write this off as a Malian win. But, you know, considering his other options, I don't think China would have a great time against HRE pressure. John, Iabid's either. So he did definitely get the best pick possible. Looking a little bit deeper in the draft, things can get a bit scary. You've got Hill and Dale, where Mongols have been, I think, looking pretty good on the win percentages on that particular map. Anno has Jean, which doesn't really want to go against Delhi. I don't really feel like you want to, against all the Dragon, I don't think you want to be there either. It's like for Anno, his strong points are definitely Malians and Chinese here. The Iabids are going to need a specific matchup, and I'm not even sure Jean is approachable for these remaining games.
Now, Malians is definitely a power civilization for Anatan. He lost to Marine Lord 4-1. The game that he did win, it was on Borderland, and it was with the Malians against the Delhi. So, slight change up in terms of the civilization of the opponent, but you definitely see the pattern over here. This is his comfort zone. And now that Beastie is in a match point, he's going to bring in one of his best maps, I guess, with one of his best civilizations. One big thing, though, everybody have seen that series yesterday. So did Beastie. Beastie should know what Anatan is cooking up for a map like Borderland with Malians.
The tricky thing is whether you can even exist in the game, right? Like HRE, we talked in the previous game about the Dark Age Spearman Rush and how it's just not ideal necessarily against Delhi. You can do it here. You can even follow up with an outpost. Borderland is a very undefendable map, per se, right? You have small tree lines that are further away from the TC than the TC being able to offer protection like on a Dry Arabia. And then your gold. If your gold is forward spawning here as Malians, you're in trouble. If you don't have a retracted gold in the corner, you're going to be in trouble here. So, you know, spawn could dictate a lot about how this one plays out. I can't imagine Beastie just punting into feudal. I feel like you definitely contest here, and the tricky thing is Malians hate these Dark Age rushes because their Donzos are way too expensive to mass produce.
Yeah, it's a fundamentally different civilization matchup, I feel, relative to Malians versus Delhi. I would not be surprised if Beastie was trying to play a Castle Age timing here. When you look at Borderland, one of the things that you have to focus on is that early on your resources are fairly safe. You want to have map control when you start running out of resources within your base. And that usually happens when you get to late feudal, early castle. So that kind of a timing could be interesting here for Beastie. On the other side for Anatund, if he wants to play into pro scouts, that is something that he can do really well with the warrior scouts. Could make life difficult for Beastie as well. And I think one of the things I want to focus on is, in the previous 2 games, Anatund wasn't successful collecting sheep, and that put him on a timer because of the food availability. Here, it's a fundamentally different story. You're going to have a condensed base and a lot of passive resource income, and that's going to make it a lot more difficult for Beastie to A, deny resources, and B, to raid the eco of Anatund, something that has been a strength of Beastie across this series.
I wonder if there's a type of map where Anatan would have liked to have done like his double scout opener. I don't think he's going to do it here because I think with the threat of there being an outpost rush, you can't afford to be an extra villager down. So that's going to just rely on that one sheep gathering rotation, right? Realistically, you should still get enough to get away with the map. There is more deer on this map than a standard spawn, right? I believe there's 34 deer in total. So there's plenty to grab. The problem is going to be whether you're able to smoothly get to that timing, right? Like I always see HRE best in the Pro Scouts meta when they're able to play blocker first. And they can play blocker against this Civ on this map. So that's the big thing to keep an eye out for. If, however, Beastie doesn't go for that aggressive point, Anatan should be favored because of what you mentioned with the Warrior Scouts. If this was more condensed on the deer spawn, I actually think the HRE Spearman win. But because of just how wide the spread is on deer, even marching drill Spearman will struggle to block everything.
Well, we just have a minute and a half left to go here. Beastie is at match point. If he ends up winning here, he's going to face Marine Lord in a best-of-9 grand finals. If Anatund takes this game, of course, then we're going to continue this lovely best-of-7. What a final day we have, though, KP. Really, we could have Anatund, if he turns this series around, we could have him play his best-ever tournament and get a shot at challenging Marine Lord in the finals. Or if Beastie wins here, we're going to get a true classic in the grand finals. A series that has been played more than 40 or so times. It's one of the most played matchups in competitive AoE 4.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, this team must be getting close to retirement. That must have spanned way too many years between the two. Exciting to think about that. I mean, you know, Anatan, Marine Lord, rematches change a lot of things. You learn in perspective from what your opponent's done. Same time, Marine Lord, as confident as he might be, with his like, I'm the best in the game, he's sitting there in the crowd right now just taking notes, making sure that these two don't have any tricks up their sleeves that you wouldn't have seen because they had to bring them out against each other, because whoever loses here is going to be out. And reminder, folks, we are now at that phase. Beastie is on match point. Anatan can afford 0 mistakes from here on out. Admittedly, if he goes out of this stage, Lidicor, it is still the best performance he's had in the history of AoE4. It's a great start to the year, but you know as well as I do, these pros, they don't care about second or third place. Second place is first place loser. It's all about who is king.
Indeed it is. It doesn't matter if it's your best ever tournament performance if you end up losing. You want to win the whole thing and make that your best ever performance. We head into game number 5 here. 3-1 lead for Beastie. And we head to Borderland to see an HRE versus Malian matchup here. Beastie to the south in red, and Anatund with the color yellow to the north.
And we are going to get that rush opening. Beastie, amid on the HRE, going into the racks. And look at the spawn. It is a disaster for Anatan. Double gold forward. Third one further out on the flank to the right side. This is exactly the type of dream spawn for Beastie's play in this game.
And once again, Beastie has a nice start here to collecting sheep. That has been a problem for Anatund across this series. This time around, though, he is going to have the Malian cattle at his disposal, which could just help things out a little. Spearman opening for Beastie, though. He is going to play this aggressively. And that gold mine that Anatund has, it's definitely not an easy one to defend.
No. And, you know, there's a few choices here, right? Like, you could go for the outpost opening. That one always feels weird because you have to keep villagers around to guard it. The alternative is you just rush a little bit extra gold, you fall back, and you build this Saharan trade network afterwards. That still weakens your economy going into feudal, though, compared to having a Mansa. And the third choice is, how about we build spears too? That one isn't great, because on this particular map, usually having to go away from straggler trees and drop a lumber camp is already putting you behind. On this map, the trees are so far behind, without wheelbarrow, it hinders your progress more. So that option's off the table. It comes down to whether Anno wants to react with the outpost or go with the Sahara.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if he wants to go with the Saharan trade network. I wonder if he was actually anticipating this aggression here. Okay, he did. There's a tower up there. He went for a preemptive tower.
Yeah.
So this aggression isn't going to come together easily for Beastie.
But
he's not going to give up on this. He is going to continue the harassment.
Yeah, I mean, he's invested, right? He's up to 5 spears, but now you just pull a villager. Because like, now with this, you know the outpost rush is safe. Like, this is the downside of what he's just done. The pit mine might not be burnable, but A, you now have to keep villagers here, which will idle them. And B, it means you don't have Donzos to snipe the HRE villager. This is, I think this is like one of the hardest matchups right now for Malians. Just any civ that can do this efficiently is a pain in the ass.
And HRE can do this so well because you do have that extra influx of resources. It's such a big difference maker. It's not easy to afford mass spearmen plus mass villagers when you only have like 10 workers or so.
Yeah, it's
that
a double
buff
dirty,
is just giving you. Yeah, it's
because you've got the extra economy and you've got the extra movement speed, right? So not only can you afford more spearmen, but they get here quicker. It's vulgar, man. Like, I think Mongols is the only other one that comes to mind that can kind of mirror this timing.
And one thing to keep in mind when it comes to Dark Age timings is that it might seem like you're doing a lot of damage, and then your opponent gets the Feudal Age, and you are still an age behind. So many times we have seen that players go for a lot of Dark Age pressure, and then they start losing out once the opponent gets the Feudal Age. But one of the cool things about HRE is that Beastie isn't going to have a bad timing here because of that extra resource influx. You see, he almost has the food for Feudal, and he's now shifting villagers to gold. And it's such a power when you can put up Dark Age pressure without having to delay your own Feudal Age timing by a massive margin.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what like Beastie wants to do as a follow-up play here. Right? You could just kind of pro scout some fast castle because your opponent can't mirror fast castle without gold access, right? The alternative is, and it's going to sound a bit wild, you could just spam archers because what is the counter to archers for Malians? It's javelins, but that requires gold. And he's going to be capped at being able to afford, like, what, maybe 4 javelins max a minute? Well, with HRE economy bustling, especially that Ark and Chapel that could be placed on the double tree line behind Beastie's base, he could flood a lot of archers just to kind of pew-pew his opponent down. So there's definitely a lot of options here. Probably safest is going to be Pro Scout's Fast Castle. But instead... Wow. Wait. Can we just get this on the record? It's 2025, Lidicor. The man who said he would never build this, that it was a trash landmark, has changed this much.
I love that quote, by the way. I think he once said, this was like 2 years ago, saying that he would rather build an Aachen Chapel in the middle of an open, empty field than to build a Minework Palace.
Yep, and yeah, apparently after he discovered his new Scrim buddy in Vortex, something is rubbed off because this is something of an aggressive line you have in mind when you go Minework like this.
Well, Pro Scout's coming in here for Anathan, and, you know, so far this pressure has paid off so well for Beastie. Just as a side note, the tower is denying the gold mine, and because there was no arrow slits on that tower, every time Beastie moved out to torch the base, Anathan had to idle those villagers inside the tower, and look at Beastie now, he's going for the alternative gold mines. He knows that Anathan needs to make something happen here. For now, it's just going to be Pro Scouts and arrow slits, but no safe gold available right now for Anathan.
No. I mean, he has got that east side one. Can we check BC's vision? He should have scouted this. It's very important. Because if you can get to the east side, yeah, there's no easy escape here. You can't go to the east side vein unnoticed by Beastie.
This is not easy for Anathan here.
No.
And he's got warrior scouts, but the cool thing about this spearman aggression for Beastie is that there's a second layer to this. These spearmen will be useful to harass the warrior scouts as they are trying to ferry in carcasses.
I mean, that's the whole point, right? Like, Malians are more of a anti-pro scout civ than a pro scout civ, first and foremost, because the scouts are so good at harassing. But Beastie's just lobbing additional spears, man. And with the arrow slits coming in, he can abandon this and move wider to guard the deer if he wants to. It's a tricky situation. I mean, I know. Like, what do you do here? You could go archers. The scary thing is if you do go archers, you could get outscaled. The only other option that sounds kind of crazy is like maybe you just try to get a ram. I want to.
It's such a big investment, though, right?
It's insane. Like if you go ram, Beastie will just go castle.
For now, Beastie's going pro scouts as well, and this whole build-up is delayed here from Anatan. He's going to get the warrior scouts going, and warrior scouts would just deny the normal scouts from being able to access the carcasses. But Beastie has a lot of spearmen out there. In fact, he's doubling down on the spearmen. He really intends to just starve his opponent out at this point.
He needs to add in a second layer, though. And the cool thing he can do here, the most broken build you can do with mine work. Do you know what it is, Ludicor?
Enlighten me. I'm not a minework connoisseur, I'm sorry.
Pokey sticks. Horsemen, spearmen. Maximize your pokes, because with all pikes, you can buff their damage up by a ludicrous quantity. It's the most fluid way of doing it. You do bloomery at half the price, all pikes follow up. At that stage, your spearmen have almost got an extra 50% damage output, right? And then horsemen also benefit from it. And the crazy thing is, like, what is Anatan going to do here? He's building into archers, so he's already inviting you to go towards the pokey sticks route.
It's difficult for Anatan right now. I'm trying to think of potential win conditions or even just like avenues for him to go down on. But he's ferrying in carcasses. He's nowhere close to building up any substantial cattle. Not a lot of... His second pitmine was just now dropped. Because he didn't have a lot of gold income, he doesn't have a lot of techs to work with. And Beastie, as you said, is already prepping a composition that's going to be a hard counter to what Anatan is getting ready for.
The sadness is like you look at Anatan's comp and go, but Lidicor, he has like 2 unit types here. Yeah, but warrior scouts are weird. They're very weird. Yeah. They can kind of tank, but they don't get bonus damage, right? Their base damage is kind of okay, but like at this stage in the game, you know what I'm going to say here? You're thinking of bonus damage, right? Because you need that extra DPS to counterplay.
A warrior scout is exactly what the name is. A warrior scout. It's something that's better than a normal scout when it comes to fighting, but it's still, at the end of the day, a scout and not a frontline combat unit.
Funnily enough, they do actually have bonus damage against siege at this stage, right? But it's like, that's not very useful here. They don't get the bonus against archers until they're in castle, which is just a mile away for Anno, and we are getting the archer blob. So like Beastie is inclined to just spam more horsemen. He can even add in his own archers. Other cool thing about the mine work is the fluidity with which you get into all your blacksmith techs, not just the unique ones. And we're already seeing Undermesh there to counter Anatan's play in a game where he hasn't got his own beastsmith yet.
And because Anatan has to ferry in these carcasses, he's actually taking a lot of damage on these warrior scouts. So it's not like a lot of these scouts are in good condition and ready to fight. In fact, they're actually getting mauled by the spearmen. Even the ones that are still alive, they're pretty heavily damaged. And this is a fortified tower on that gold mine.
I mean,
that's... I love it.
It's smart, but like, you know, look at the way BC's playing the map. Here he's somewhat of a worm, and it's kind of showing the way he can sliver around, and almost, I want to say, it's more like a boa constrictor at this stage. He's starting to move closer and closer and closer to Anatan's base, right? And the whole idea here is that the pro scouts will no longer get him for free. He will no longer be able to breathe. He's trying to suffocate him out here at a very gradual pace. It's kind of crazy as well, because you'd think these archers would just be able to contest spearmen. But this many spearmen with marching drills? I'm not liking this fight that's coming up for Anatan.
And it's so difficult for Anatan to do anything against it. It's a fortified tower out there. How is he even going to get rid of that?
And it's time for
rams. He cannot fight into it.
He actually has to build the rams. Oh, no. Do we actually have all pikes from Beastie? Because if not, like, it's worth it at this stage. With this many spearmen, he should have it. It's such a big buff. I don't know if he got it and we just didn't catch it. If we click on a spear, you can tell by the damage alone. Yeah, he doesn't have all pikes. Okay, so there's hope for Anatan. Beastie's at this stage missed a key component. In fact, yeah, he hasn't even bothered bloom. Oh, okay, there we go. It's on the way.
Takes some time to get it, but once again, Warrior Scouts are getting absolutely wrecked here, and now Sofas are coming in for Anatan. Not a unit that you want to build against 23 Spearmen. Sofas are great for Malians. Once you get to mid-Castle Age, you have an insane food income from the cattle, you have a good gold income as well. That's where you build Sofas. If you have a fragile economy, you're still in feudal age, you don't have imported armor, Sofas are such an underwhelming choice for the Malians, especially against so many spears.
They're good for mini-raiding, but your goal in this game isn't mini-raiding, right? You're clearly trying to get control of your base again. So it's a static fight. He's going to dive in. Fortified tower should be going down soon. Archers are going to have to react here. It looks like BC's army is posturing, though. Second wave is coming from the south side, so the tower is going to go down. He's revealed his hand now, and it's quite a lot of melee blob coming out from Beastie.
Beastie doesn't have a lot of anti-archers, though. He's only on 3 horsemen right now. He is actually going heavy into archers himself, which might have actually surprised Anatan here a little. Anatan doesn't have any javelin throwers whatsoever. He doesn't really have the gold to make them. He is getting the pit mine back up, however, and again, Beastie doesn't have something that can break 20 archers right now. Instead, he's thinking about Castle Age.
Exactly. That's the easy way to break him here, right? He's seen the overinvestment. Anatan has built a lot of archers. This isn't that really scary javelin Donzo comp that's going to dive out at you. This is a please don't dive me comp right now from Anatan. So BC's going to leverage that to try and scale up. I don't think we see Burgrave here. I'm not sure it's really entirely necessary. It just feels a lot safer to play Regnets, right? Like you have full map control. Anno doesn't want to have to really rush out.
I think if you're Beastie, you don't need to gamble Burgrave. Frankly, when you play mine work, oftentimes you end up going Burgrave, but I think Ragnitz here just makes so much sense. You have a lot of map control, go for the relics, and that's exactly what he's thinking as well.
It's the combat maneuverability, right? Like what you have to keep in mind, you've been doing mine work into Burgrave, right? Your economy is going to be weak if you fail the first pump. This way, he has a recovery arc of just going and getting those relics. And also that then inflates him quite nicely to buff his economy as time goes on. Because Beastie kind of done something wild here, like going mine work, going 44 villages, only having 2 prelates. That means less than 50% of his economy is receiving the prelate buff right now.
Yeah, that's a big thing, and I agree with you. I think Burgrave is such an all-in style landmark, and it's also not ideal when you play a wide open map like this. This is more of a cavalry map rather than an infantry map. For now, Anatan is going to play defensive here. He's looking to castle himself. He's not going to be that much behind compared to Beastie. He's getting the cattle going at the same time. He is not going to have a great eco going into Castle Age, but at least he is going to be in Castle.
Are we doing Furimba? I mean...
Perhaps. I could see a Furimba working out.
He got a decent
3
amount.
cattle. I don't see Grand Filani Corral.
No, I have this coming, yeah. I was about to say, he got a reasonable amount of food, but like he hasn't got a crazy amount from the Pro Scouts play, right? And he hasn't scaled anything.
He's playing a long game. He's definitely playing a long game here because Grand Filani Corral isn't going to give him any major buff when he only has 3 cattle.
No, but this means that BC maintains mid-map control in the meantime, right? And like, realistically, Anatan might try to dive out with the archers, but, you know, with how easily BC could be pumping out a few knights right now, you don't want to risk it. Like, we can see BC has no armored units. Realistically, Anatan should be on the map. But that's the beauty of God Vision, right? Unless you have 20 scouts in your Pro Scout strat, you probably don't have it like we do.
Now, if Anatan gets poison arrows for these archers, his army is going to just triple in terms of quality. Same goes for the imported armor on the Sofas. So Anatan is getting some critical technologies from this Castle Age up. But first, he needs to find a way to fight this. Beastie himself is late on the upgrades. The Spearman veterancy is just now coming in as the veterancy comes in for those archers from Anatan.
The relics are going heavy, though. 1 already home, 2 more coming. He'll look to block out the 4 golds here. So Anatan, yes, he gets the tech up. But watch what happens to that gold income number. It's not going to be looking pretty in a minute's time. It's going to basically half. Not a lot to work with. I mean, the archer count is at least looking good. That'll be enough to scare him away. And Beastie is now adding in those knights, but also men at arms. So everything heavy getting added into the comp.
This might be the window for Anatan to go, though, because, as you said, Beastie doesn't have any armored troops. And Spearman Archers is just not a good matchup against these Malian Archers, plus Sofas with imported armor. If you're Anatan, you're looking to get some...
Right. Like, he doesn't know what we know, once again.
True.
Yeah.
Very true. Although now you see this full army here, so I think Anatan is tempted to fight this. Nice little raid from Anatan as well. If he cannot take a fight here, the Sofas needs to go and raid, though.
Oh, no. Dude, Beastie's doing it to him. There's a unique tech we always forget about with my work. Well, you just make those knights as chunky as Sofas. We've got the Barding coming in. It's a smart play here, right? Like, your opponent's overburdened into archers, and Sofas are not going to win those trades up against heavily buffed knights. So Clash coming in. Beastie only trickling in knights right now. It's actually a pretty good fight for Anatan, but behind this, 3rd and 4th Relic are coming home. So Beastie's going to have a lot more gold to work with to get into the additional knights.
Now, if you get poison arrows, again, these archers will become a lot more viable against the knights. Spearmen are still kept alive, but this is going to be a cleanup after all, and we've seen this so many times. Malians look like they are in trouble, but passive resource income is no joke. Keep in mind, Anatan hasn't been building up cattle ever since, but he at least cleans up Beastie's forces and starts to get some map control. Beastie will have the majority of the relics, though.
But there's a problem here, right? Anatan doesn't have toxic arrows, from what I can see. No poison. So...
yeah, no poison yet.
Yeah, so he just saw men-at-arms, he just saw knights.
He needs that ASAP.
Yeah, I don't think he's reacted to it right now. Like, I don't feel as if he's counterplayed. Like, Musafadi could make a lot of sense here, but he's still paranoid about the archers. Beastie... food income, we've got him moving out to boars now, right? He's on berries, so like he's definitely running a thin line here right now. You have to remember, after all, this is not your Arcan, so you don't have that efficient farm transition coming in anytime soon for HRE.
Anatan still needs to do eco damage here. It's even Steven on the villager count, but you're down 4 relics here against the HRE with Ragnits. That is a tough ask, especially when you only have 3 cattle. If he had 20 or so cattle, we would be talking deal here. But without that, it's just so difficult. He is finding good ways to harass Beastie, though, because Beastie doesn't have any mobility right now. Just 1 knight on the field, 5 in queue.
Nice little raid there. We'll idle out the boar, so that's going to shrink Beastie's ability to inflate the knight count a little bit here. Only 2 in the field, 4 more on the way, right? So if Beastie can kind of survive the next 2 or 3 minutes, things kind of look nice, right? With 3, soon to be 4 relics, I feel like that relic is sitting somewhere not being garrisoned right now, because I'm pretty sure he's had it for a while. So missing out an extra 160 gold is no small amount. Where is he? He's definitely here somewhere. Did he garrison him in a tower by mistake? Okay, no, there we go. It's going in now. There we go. So the outpost is up. We'll be able to get the 4th relic home. Anno is starting to get his permanent food, remember. While BC's running thin, Anno is slowly inflating the cows.
And remember, Beastie is losing eco now. He lost 8 villagers. Anatan does have quite some passive resource income even without the cattle. He does have the pit mines working for him. So when you look at the overall economies, it's actually reasonably comparable right now. And Anatan has done a really good job just running circles around Beastie and leveraging the fact that Beastie is stretched out wide.
Yeah.
These Sofas are still looking for targets.
I don't feel like this Knight Barding has really hit so far, right? Like, we're kind of getting to the count where it maybe does, but the problem is now BC has to wall up. Because Anatan's Sofas are faster. He can just anti-raid by avoiding the fight entirely. And then what? You have to mirror him? You have to waste a lot of time chasing him while he's inflating a cow count now? I'm a bit worried for Beastie.
Poison arrows are so late, though. Beastie's up to 9 knights and 8 men-at-arms, and poison arrows just now were clicked by Anatan. It takes a long time to get that tech. And I feel like Anatan, like, having delayed with poison arrows so much might have actually cost him a lot of trouble here.
I mean, I'm starting to scratch my head about the lack of Musafadi. Like, you saw knights, you saw men-at-arms. I guess the archers are, like, a key concern, right? But you know, is there a world in which Beastie ever wants to directly contest archers and Malians? I doubt it, especially without Arcan. So, yeah, poison arrow is definitely going to be, like, an upside for Anno, but it does feel like Musafadi also just have that complementary element of winning the fight, but also raiding well.
Now, speaking of raiding, this is a nice little cleanup here by Beastie, pushes away the Sofas, and he's shifting to the north. Beastie does have at least 1 wall to the left that limits options for Anatan. Anatan is wide open. These knights from Beastie are looking for targets, and it's not like Anatan can afford to lose a lot of vills. Speaking of whom, though, this is a nice find by the Sofas.
I mean, they're just circling around, right? Like, Beastie is in the most uncomfortable phase in the game for him. He's only walled the left side flank, even that right side, there's fake walls, they don't really exist, but suddenly Beastie, he manages to march across the field. These knights should be able to hit a lot harder. Initial charge in, gets deep, and Anatan gets cleaved down. So that's giving you, what, 6, 7, maybe even 8 villager losses as his army is completely out of position.
That's all the eco lead Anatan had. In a blink of an eye, it was gone. And look at the reaction from Anatan. In that instant, he drops walls across the map, but
Not
it's
just
too
that.
late now.
Look at the other reaction. He's finally going Musafadi. Right? This is the thing that was missing. He doesn't have that widespread defense. And these knights are still there. So what happens now is Anatan has to come all the way home, right? But in the retreat, Beastie can look to jump him there as well.
Oh, man. I mean, after all those villager kills from Anatan, it looked like he was going to have a shot at this game, but now it's looking grim once again. He's trying to fall back here. He does have poison arrows, but he's still facing a pretty substantial force here. And he needs to deal with those knights roaming his base. He's falling all the way back to this gold mine. Musafadi now on the way.
I mean, who deals with this,
It looks like
right?
he is going to stand and fight here, though.
Yeah, but like, who really deals with this well is what you have to ask the question of. The knights get sandwiched on the back, but they're insanely tanky. There's only a handful of Musafadi in there. And the archers are cutting a lot of those ones that are coming through anyway. Look at the health bars of those few knights. They aren't dying quick enough here.
They aren't. And Beastie doubled down on the archers on the back line, and poison arrow archers aren't particularly good against normal archers here.
No. I mean, he's getting wiped.
Second wave of knights coming as well.
That's all the so far. There's only 4 left. They have, what, 14 before? There's still 10 knights for Beastie. The archer crossbow count has barely been scratched. We're about to reach his economy, and I think we've started to reach the end of the road here for Anatan. He needs to put together a defense ASAP. Behind this, Beastie also is gathering a lot of stones, so we've now got emplacements coming in. We've got opportunities to wall. Beastie has returned to where he was when this game began, in full control.
He did. And he's just inches away from securing his ticket in the grand finals. Anatan had good moments in this game, but I feel like every single time across the series, every time he led, something went wrong. Just one raid from Beastie and it was all gone. That is exactly what happened in here. Just one push from the Knights, all the eco lead is gone. Next thing you know, Beastie is going to dive his base and now things look precarious. The Cattles are there, but now Beastie has the eco lead and Beastie's doubling down on the Knights. Anatan still has a respectable force though, but Beastie feels like there is no urgency here. He has 4 relics, he's got all the map control. He does not need to rush anymore.
And keep in mind, Beastie doesn't have that, oh, when are we adding the farms moment, right? He already added a decent amount around where he was gathering berries before. But the problem I'm seeing here for Anatan is like these Knights are unanswered. They will remain unanswered at this rate. Like, you want to go Donzos, but you still have to deal with the archers your opponent has, right? So what option does that really leave you as Anno? Maybe Mangonels and then Musafadi / Donzo? Does he even have the wood for that? Because I'm seeing a man who is struggling to find safe wood.
Yeah, he's got only 200 wood per minute. He actually shifted 42 villagers on wood. He's got this one tree line to the left side that he's trying to still work with.
He's a woodpecker looking for a new home in a deforested jungle. Like, that's the problem right now, right? Like, everyone is front-facing. If Beastie rotates west side, it's pretty much curtains.
And Beastie's doubling down on the archers. If you have the poison arrow archers from the Malians, the only thing that you don't want to fight one-on-one against is archers. It's just not a good trade. And now Beastie's getting all the blacksmith upgrades in there. His eco has been untouched for a while. He's got a lot of extra gold from the relics as well. And look at the knight count. We're talking about 17, 18.
I mean, your villagers can run, right? But,
yeah, but your cattle can't.
Exactly. If there's anything we've learned from our observers, the cows just like to sit there and not move. So these ones are going to be going down in a similar fashion. Now, the raids are going to be diving deeper. We already talked about the stack defenses to protect him. He needs to find some worker kills to feel really comfortable about this trade right now. But for the time being, taking out all of the cows has pretty much removed all of the income for Anatan.
Anatan looks like he needs to fight this. Even if he cleans this up, though, the eco damage is pretty substantial. He is finding villager kills on the back line, though. And remember, we've seen Anatan come back from precarious positions before. All it takes is one good raid. This one is pretty solid, but he needs more out of this game. He needs to clean this force up in front of his base.
Well, this could be a good fight. Beastie's a little bit distracted in the retreat. He needs to clear up the raid and then get all of his troops to the front side. That's how he'd be favored here. But right now, a little bit discombobulated, right? About 20 of his units chilling in the base. So, Anatan, he does survive. Someone who didn't survive, though, if you look at the Fulani, is Bessie. Bessie Mark II. Bessie Mark III. Bessie Mark... This is literally a full eulogy. Brandon. Marie 1, Marie... Sorry, I don't have many cow names. We just kind of repeat them.
I hope you like burgers, though. Like, let's be honest. You could drop a Texas Roadhouse right next to that one spot.
Yeah, you just need to run outside real quick and make sure you salt all the steak on the floor so it doesn't, you know, go off.
Anyway, I'm wondering if Beast is thinking about imping here. I think he's waiting for an Anatan push, but if Anatan doesn't push him, he would just go Imperial with the Burgrave Palace. Looks like Anatan is looking for something here, though. He's diving deep. He's gonna be in no man's land with this army, though, so there's gonna be no way home if he overcommits.
Anatan, I mean, there's a clear reluctance here, right? Like, what is BC up to? Could there be a tech play behind this, or is he reinvesting? If it's a tech play, I could dive him. If he's reinvesting, I'm in trouble because Anatan, he knows better than we would. He still doesn't have a solid answer to Mass Knights. It's 23, soon to be 30. Beastie is pretty much whipping out a more tanky version of a French Knight strategy here. They are that chunky. Like, you have to think of the Bard armor for what it is, Lidicor. It's basically English armor clad, only for Knights.
Anatan does have 75 archers here, and they do have the poison arrows upgrade, but it's not your direct armor-piercing power that you're looking for. Beast is looking to probe this position, Anatan getting the walls going. This is so annoying for Anatan to deal with. Having to chase 3 knights with his whole army is just so problematic. Beast is going to leverage that for an even better map position. Anatan is looking to contest this, though.
He's going to march up. Back up to 9 cows garrisoned. So, you know, there's less corners in the neighborhood for McDonald's to set up on. There's more permanence, a little bit more dairy supply. However, the person getting milked here seems to be Anatan. Beastie. This is a pristine fight to take. The Knights dive in. It's going to be a flood forward here. Start step retreat, but there's no doubt about it. How many Knights? It's not going to be dying anytime soon. The archers, however, are melting.
There is no front line here for Anatan. No Danzos, no Musafari whatsoever, and archers are so fragile. Poison arrows take time to take an effect on these knights, and it's just not coming together for Anatan. It looks like we are heading towards a rematch of a previous matchup in this tournament. Beastie looking to challenge Marine Lord in the grand finals.
It feels like at the decisive moments, those 3 knights peeling off the west side, they chased in onto the gold vein, so Anatan now getting idled out there. And now it's going to turn into a divide and conquer, a full smusher. You talked about burgers earlier. Well, here's the meat and here's the bun. Gets him from both sides. Still has the military lead. And what does he do? He peels off to look for the villager crew. Back across onto the farms because he knows he has to be eating the beef.
Oh, that's such a good game sense out there. You have to do something with those dead cows. And Beastie is just going to jump them out there. Anatan hasn't yet started cleaning up these guys out here. Villagers will flee all the way to the north. It's not just the kills, it's the idle time as well. And behind this, there is a second wave of knights on the way.
And the mango's falling up as well. I mean, Anatan's still got 38 archers. That's going to be painful. Not many things to flank with. The only thing really keeping Anatan alive is that Beastie's archers didn't put their spectacles on this morning. They didn't quite see which direction their opponent went in. But there's really a lack of places to hide at this stage, right? It's always been that west side we've been waiting for Beastie to dive onto. He tried a little bit in the last engagement, but hasn't fully committed there. It feels like he's just going the meat grinder route about this. Take down Anatan's army piece by piece, and along the way, maybe occasionally take down one of these beef gatherers.
So much idle time here for Anatan as well, and Anatan is back to 20 cattle. I think that's going to be down to 5 in just a few moments. Beastie's got 18 knights, and he's not going to shy away from just standing under the TC, taking out those cattle ranches once again. Rams are now on the way, and Anatan once again will not have a massive front line for his force. It's archers, very squishy, easy to kill, and knights will just ignore them altogether. It's the mangonels keeping them at bay.
Your own base is like a tomb, right? You just get choked together, which means mangoes are better. He even went siege engineering just a minute ago to get the Rams prepped for this, so Beastie knew what this was going to turn into. He's like, if I can't find the economy, I'll just find the thing that can't move. But first it was cows, and now it's production. Anatan's really on the ropes here, looking for some sort of uppercut jab, but as long as the knight count remains along 20 plus, it's hard to see the way.
It is hard, and Beastie now knows that this game is going to be over in the next few minutes, no matter what. He's just trickling forces across the map at this point. No intent to go up to Imperial. He just wants to finish this game right here, right now, because he's got so much momentum.
And momentum is going to be an important subject for those grand finals. Some players struggle coming through like this, revealing strategies to a player like Marine Lord. Others thrive off the fact that their fingers are warmed and the morale is high. And I imagine BC has to be feeling exactly that way with a 4-1 victory. Anasand truly on his last stand here as the fight has moved across the tree lines of the gold. There's already knights rotating on to the woodcutters. He's losing villagers as we speak. And he can't even react to it because this army is too big.
Mangonel's just keeping all these archers at bay, and there is just not enough sofas to deal with this. Sofas will fall so quick. Mangonel's just rain death on those archers, and knights, they still reign supreme. The knight count from Beastie never dropped. It's still 17, 18, 20, and he's got more in queue.
Without mine work. Without Arkham, this is mine work. Remember that. This is mine work. You don't need the buff of the farms. You've got prelates running around, blessing all the villagers who work in the fields. And Anatan will be blessed no deeper. It is a top 3 finish. It is still an all-time best performance for Anatan in S-tier tournaments, but he will not make it to the grand finals. It will be the classic, the most overdone, the most frequently occurring of finals, it feels like. Beastie versus Marine Lord, locked in.
A great show, though, from Anatan. You really gotta give him credit. The last 2 games didn't do justice for him, I feel. But he had a really strong showing in the first portion of this series. He took a game away from Beastie, and there were some other moments where it felt like, okay, this could be a very tightly contested series. But I feel like Beastie got warmed up, and really, we talked about this, KP. Anatan defeated Beastie in tournaments before. But when really all the spotlights are on you, and you are on the main stage, big event, big series, can you deliver? I think Beastie's experience in all these events before really showed in this series, and I think he also showed why he's one of the best players out there. When it matters the most, he's able to deliver clean gameplay.
Yeah, and you know the thing is that I think this is a more threatening Beast than we were seeing maybe just a few weeks ago. Getting back in the grind, getting back in the scrims, right? I mean, admittedly, there's been a line, I think, the last 2 days at least, right? Like, usually that's weird for Beast. You expect him to be there every day, but he's taking the scrim seriously. He wants to hide his strategies. And I think it is starting to pay off. I think it's hard to be a content creator and be a top-level pro. I'm sure Beast will agree with that because you kind of feel like you're revealing your strats. You also end up in a situation, I talked to Marine Lord about this before, where he doesn't want to scrim with those guys. It's not that they're not talented players. It's that he'll scrim with them, and then they'll show the strategy on stream the next day, right? So it's a hard place to be in. It's a hard way to balance, but I think Beastie is finding a way to make it work on both ends, and that's important here, especially if he wants to stand a chance against the reigning GOAT of Age of Empires 4.
Oh man, this is gonna be a big one. I just checked the series count.
Mm-hmm.
Is this actually correct? Okay, there we go.
Lay out on me.
26 combined competitive series, more than 110 combined competitive games against one another.
Oh, so they occasionally face off against each other then, is what you're saying?
Yes, you could say that.
I've been known to clash, get in the ring a little bit. So yeah, like 19 wins, 7 losses from Marine Lord though, right? Like a pretty dominant win rate there, 73%. Collectively, at the game count between these two across all series is, and that's not series count, game count, is sitting at 114 games played, which is bonkers.
It is bonkers. It's so crazy to think how far we've come. And I think you have to put these numbers into some context, KP. When you look at some other matchups, like, let's say, Louis MT versus Anatan, we're talking about 1 or 2 matchups in history between those 2 players. So to say that any 2 players played against each other 26 times in competitive series is absolutely unreal.
You know what's even more unreal is Beastie a few days ago, he got sent some stats based on the main event so far in EGC, and it was to do with like walling, right? And here's an interesting thought for you: like Beastie and Marine Lord are in the bottom 4 for walling out of like the top, I think it was 16 players, all the players in the event. right? So kind of interested to think about there, because also in this game, I feel like Beastie wasn't rushing the wall in most games, right? He was actually just trying to play aggressive. We're in a meta right now where even with the pro scouts to prevent that safety to hunker down, the focus is still on just trying to be optimal, not wall, play aggressive, play fast, control the game, control the map. And I think that's promising, really. You know, like Beastie in that type of meta, being the classic defensively oriented turtle could be a huge disadvantage. You need to be leveraging that pressure. What's interesting, though, is Marine Lord is a player who's always lived on the philosophy that he wants a small percentile advantage to scale into a big. Will this be the meta where that still reigns supreme, as it often has for the GOAT of AO4? Or will it be a negative element to gameplay in this particular finals?
This is going to be a different one from the series they played in this tournament before. They played a best of 5, Marine Lord won 3-1. This is going to be a full best of 9, but of course we do want to give a little break for Beastie, as well as, of course, the fact that the players do need to draft as well. So we will take a short break, and then when we come back, it is the El Clasico of Age of Empires 4, Beastie versus Marine Lord. Probably the longest standing rivalry in competitive Age of Empires 4, coming up after the break.
Welcome back to EGC Masters Winters Finals. That's right, Grand Finals upon us, and it's the classic Marine Lord versus Beastie, a best of 9 to decide if Marine Lord will continue to earn his salary at Gentlemates, or if it's time to kick off the year with a new champion. Lytical, you said it yourself. This is probably the most consistent appearance you will get in Age of Empires 4 history, and considering the way that we just saw Beastie perform, it should be a bloody good series.
It should be. It's been a somewhat one-sided series when we've seen them match up against one another last time, which was in the winner's bracket. It was Marine Lord who knocked Beastie down to the lower bracket, winning 3-1. But guess what? A best of 5 is so different from a best of 9 out here. And one thing I've learned, when you look at the matchup of these two players, oftentimes it's very momentum-based. You look back at Masters of Realms, for example, back in 2024, Marine Lord won 5-1. You look back at Golden League 2 in 2023, Beastie 4-0'd Marine Lord. So, as close as the two are in many cases, a lot of their series come down to momentum, and oftentimes they end up being sweeps.
Yeah, I mean, well, drafting matters a lot, right? And I think someone said earlier in chat, which is really cool to hear, and I think kind of hits it well, right? It's not that you praise these two for their micro, it's actually their strategic brain, the way they approach draft, the way they approach strategy and game, can easily lead to one getting the edge over the other, and they're so good at holding on to that advantage compared to a lot of the other players in the scene. Now, that's not to say their micro is weaker, but you know, there's a reason why when people ask me the other day, who's the micro kings? Think of Vortex and Lucifron, right? That's the biggest key emphasis you lean on. With these two, it's the understanding of the meta. Like, these two have been defined as the meta setters since almost the beginning of Age of Empires 4.
And both of them played very, very clean as of late. You look at Beastie, how he was able to take out Vortex. He had a very, very clean series against Anathant as well. And Marine Lord, he has just been a surgeon across this tournament. He rarely dropped the games. Just looking back at Marine Lord real quick in EGC Masters Winter. Frankly, in the group stage, he dropped 2 games to Baltoon, where everybody was like, what's going on? Is Baltoon the real deal? Is Marine Lord not having a good tournament? And then next thing you know, he goes into the playoffs, 3-0's Vortex, wins against Beastie 3-1. He wins against Anathant 4-1, and now he's here in the grand finals from the winner's bracket. So, ever since that opening round, Marine Lord had such a clean tournament.
He did, right? Because he managed to get the 3-1 over Beastie. And it's important to highlight that one, right? Straight away, people are going to read in that and go, oh, okay, so we'll just math it out. Like, maybe Beastie gets 2 games, Marine Lord wins. It's not that simple. Sometimes you can learn a lot more about what your opponent is doing by losing to them, if that makes sense, right? Because they've revealed the strategy that works, you can figure out the counter. The question mark is now going to be, has Marine Lord figured out the counter to the counter, right? And it turns into that kind of weird, kind of big brain game. And then the reality is, well, even if you figured out, you haven't necessarily executed against this player. So, you know, I always say that the best players are the ones that have lost the most, right? Like, because you played more iterations, you played out more situations which didn't make sense to make sense of. So there's definitely some hope. And look at this draft, I already see some hope. Chinese getting through is always nice. However, Marine Lord in response getting HRE into Byzantines on this particular map pool, nice. Malians has been looking like a solid all-rounder, a lot of applicability across the board. We've still got a few picks left here, and Beastie, what are we missing? What could he still go for? He's holding on to the Delhi, so he has got the Delhi plus the Mongols to round out his draft. Oh, wait, sorry. Pan the other way, isn't it? He's got the French to round out his draft. Sorry, I'm so used. When you watch on the AOE2CM, they confuse the other way around, and then we try to make it simpler. So, look at this draft. We are going to have to redraft after Game 4, right? So, like, there's still plenty up in the air. We're going to see a redraft before we crown a king here. Juji is probably never going to make it through Lytical, no matter what maps are left over. Roos is kind of in a similar light. Right now with the Pro Scouts meta, there's just too much safety, those two. I've been seeing a lot of these HRE Chinese openings, and I used to favor China, but HRE seem to have some very strong counter picks that they can play into that sometimes makes them feel better, even when you concede over the Chinese.
Yeah, I was looking more along the lines of the maps here, KP, because one thing I'm noticing is that Beastie went for a couple of these more unconventional maps. King of the Hill, He had a good game against Anatan just a couple of hours ago. Well, actually, like an hour and a half or so ago. Definitely one of the more off-meta maps in a way. It's not your classic Dry Arabia Himeyama whatsoever. Moving out as well, it's definitely one of the chaotic maps here. So Beastie does have some of these less conventional maps in his side of the map draft, whereas Marine Lord went for the truly classic competitive rank ladder maps, Bold and Dry Arabia. Interestingly, he was the one picking Four Lakes, which is, as I highlighted, quite classically a Beastie map. That could be an element for Beastie to look at, because as a reminder, when you lose a game, you can take either your own home map or your opponent's home map.
Yeah.
Stealing a win on your opponent's home map is always a strength. And when you look at Beastie, for instance, Four Lakes is definitely going to be one of the Marine Lord home maps that Beastie might be happy to play.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, right? Because like we only have 2 maps being banned. I think like Kalauga, I wonder which one banned that, right? Because I feel like Kalauga is a type of map that is nicer for maybe like a wild player like Anatan. I'm gonna imagine like Marine Lord probably banned out Kalauga. He does like a little bit more orderly fashion, less chaos, right? Because he can thrive there. And then with the other map being Hill and Dale, like I don't know, man. Like that feels like the type of one you expect BC historically to want instead. But French Malians as an opener is an interesting one. French have been looking a lot better recently because of the Pro Scouts meta's arrival. It's something that definitely favors them. They get it cheaper. They play into it well. The dog play in the center could also be intriguing. I'd be surprised if either player necessarily went for it. Most likely, you're expecting a French player to just play for it. There's theoretically less risk there. The question mark is whether we get one of those old school French tower rush openings, because for a while, at least on some maps like Gorge, we were seeing that against Malians.
Yeah, I don't like a direct matchup of French army versus Malian army. That is just not a matchup that French like. You are going to have a lot of extra mobility initially on a map like Himeyama, though, and that is something that Beastie apparently wants to leverage. You see his map draft: French, Jeanne d'Arc, Japanese perhaps at the Mounted Samurai, Ayubits perhaps at the Camel Lancers. He's got a lot of civilizations that rely very heavily on this heavy cavalry raid-style setups, and that's something that is apparently going to be a critical element of his tactical approach against Marine Lord here. The trick is that Marine Lord is such a good player. He plays attention to detail. He's really good with the micro. So it's always very challenging to hit Marine Lord and get away with a couple of villager kills. He's just so good when it comes to delivering these quick responses.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, so this matchup is a bit weird these days. Like, French can make Malians uncomfortable, and Himeyama in particular, because those small tree lines mean you're really exposed. I mean, if we got a ridiculous Marine Lord spawn, sure, we won't care, right? But, you know, that's kind of a coin flip. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it's coin flip Marine Lord, but sometimes we remember the ones where he gets a good spawn more than the ones where he gets a bad. For Beastie here, like, considering it's going to be Pro Scout's opener, the weird part for Marine Lord is, like, he might have to consider Donzo's beginning. Because although last time we saw Beastie play French, I think it was Jean, right? He went for immediate Pro Scouts, no Knights. The more popular build, especially with French, has been open 1 to 2 Knights and then do Pro Scouts, because you can punish your opponent's greed while they try to mirror you.
One thing I highlighted with Beastie when it comes to the Pro Scouts against Anatan is that he was able to always ferrying carcasses consistently, regardless of the opponent's efforts to deny a certain pack of deer. So even if you go for Donzos over here, one thing that Beastie has shown in the previous series was the ability to pivot into other deer packs and have a consistent influx of carcasses, even if there is a lot of pressure from the opponent. And I think that's going to be a key element here. Marine Lord has seen that series. If you're Marine Lord, you're looking for ways to disrupt Beastie's Pro Scouts builds, something that not a lot of players have been able to do so far.
Yeah, so that game you're referencing, the Byzantine one against Anatan, is like, it was almost like watching a MOBA, a classic MOBA where you got 3 lanes, right? Whereas this is like a 2-lane MOBA, right? So you're going to have the creeps, i.e. the scouts going down 2 lanes and attacking each other. It means you're more linear and predictable because Himeyama typically gives that thin of a spawn for the deer. Sometimes you get those wild ones fire on the flank, but on average, I'd say they're more tight. One cool thing you can do on the opener, though, is shove the initial deer in. You basically subtract one of the deer stacks. That makes a lot of sense, actually, for both civs here because of the timings, right? Like, if you're China or Juji, you don't have enough time to shove the deer all the way in. If you're Rus, French/Malians with 2 scout opening, which, by the way, Malians can do a pretty good 2 scout opener because the scouts produce quicker than other civs. The only negative is against French in particular, you're going to be very far behind on villager count. But if they just use that initial scout to just shove one deer stack off of the map, they're already at a big edge, right? Like, you could potentially play a delayed pro scouts that way because you've already got safe food, and then just block your opponent's play.
Yeah, I think before we head into game number 1, though, KP, we also have to highlight the dynamics of a best of 9 series, which is just so different from everything else that we've seen before. Even a best of 7. You have so many maps here, but you only have a handful of civilizations in the first edition of the draft. As you said, there is going to be a redraft once we get to the middle of the series. So there is a lot of mind games going on when it comes to picking the maps. What order are you picking these maps? You might not have a good civilization now for a given map, but you might have one after a redraft. So those are considerations to make, and that is something that the players had to come up with. What is the order of the maps? What is my preferred go-to map if I lose game number 1?
Well, depending on each side, right? So, like, for Marine Lord, if he loses map number 1, I mean, what? He's got Byzantines, Delhi. I think you're probably, like, maybe try to get creative with something like Lakeside. It feels a bit early. Maybe just go for something more established. Like, you want an anti-Pro Scouts map, I reckon, considering he's got Byzantines, Delhi's a delayed Pro Scouts. So I want to say something akin to either Four Lakes or Lakeside. It's tricky because BC has Japanese. They're almost like brilliant blocker picks traditionally there. But when we've been seeing like Lakeside, Japan versus Ottomans, like Ottomans in particular are actually quite decent against Japan. Water dilutes it a bit, but I think Lakeside's water isn't strong enough that you'd like favor the Japanese always. So it sounds wild to suggest Lakeside that early. But...
one thing to keep in mind, KP, is that you know, when you have 9 games potentially, you have some room for error. Maybe you say, okay, I really don't want to play this game. I would rather have this map out of the way early when I'm still, let's say, 1-0 or I'm down 1-0, rather than just delay, and then potentially have to play a decider game on a map that I don't like.
So you could sack a pick, is what you're saying there, right? But like, it's tricky when you're the one not ahead. Like, if you win, then yeah, you're more likely to do that sack because it throws your opponent's draft off. Like, you could force Beastie to use Chinese if you won game number 1, right? And then just punt something out there that isn't necessarily desirable because it makes your draft stronger later. If Marine Law wins game number 1, I think for Beastie, you know, something along the lines of Four Lakes makes a lot of sense here. I think that could be really strong for like maybe Japanese or Chinese. Moving out, maybe? I'm trying to think, like, Marine Lord basically has Ottomans for moving out, right? Seems the most likely.
Yeah. To me, moving out feels like a break the pace type of a map. It's something that you would bring on if things aren't going your way and you just want a complete reset. That is my perception about moving out. I can see Beastie going for Four Lakes if things don't go his way in game number 1. He's really good on that map. He's got Japanese there as well. And it's a fundamentally different map from everything else that we're going to see. I don't know if you want to take game number 2 into Dry Arabia or Gorge once you've played Himayama. But we only have 10 seconds left to go, KP. A true classic coming up, Beastie versus Marine Lord. Game number 1 will take us to Himayama with the Malians facing off against the French.
That's right. It is time to kick it off. EGC Masters Winter's Grand Finals. Marine Lord from Gentlemates up against BC. A best of 9 to decide the first champion of 2025. We kick it off here. Tiny pond, big expectations. Marine Lord on the Malians. You know the first thing we're looking for, Lidical. We want that M-Lord spawn. I feel like this is semi-M-Lord spawn. The gold is retracted, a tree line in front of it to protect it. Not bad. A lot of forward tree lines, actually. It can sometimes be dangerous against French Knights, but also layers protection. Beastie, if he was against a raiding Civ as well, this would feel like a great spawn. Right? Like, you got gold back.
Yeah.
Look at those tree lines as well. They basically created a natural bridge for him on the north side.
It's always good to have that, regardless of the civilization you're facing, especially once this game goes deep. If you get to mid-late Castle Age, Malians could easily go heavy on the Sofa department. So there are definitely benefits on either side of the map when it comes to the spawns. That gold spot being tucked away at the back is going to be big for Marine Lord, though.
I mean, you only need one safe at the start, right? Like, it's not about having 3 at the back. Both players actually very lackluster on retracted resources outside that starting gold, though. Like, sometimes you get these spawns where both players get the back berries, etc. it kind of feels like with this type of spawn, whoever starts to set the pace is going to control the game, right? Like, you don't have fallback plans here with this particular spawn.
Yeah. We're going to have to keep an eye out on the sheep count, by the way. Something that Beastie has had a really good run against Anatan with. Every single game, he had the upper hand in sheep. Now, of course, when you look at the Malians, it's not like they will rely on the sheep very heavily. In fact, they can almost neglect them. But if you're Beastie, you're going to build a food-heavy composition. So the more sheep you gather, the better your position is going to be. So for Marine Lord, it's more about denying the sheep from Beastie. He's shifting to the north, and I think Beastie already scouted that area. So I don't think Marine Lord is going to come away with a lot of sheep here.
No, it's tricky with the tree line. Sometimes it just kind of screws up the spawns a bit, shoves them a bit more inland. And sometimes it just basically finds the tiniest spot in the tree line to stick the sheep in. So it can be a nuisance. But really, the name of the game right now is not pro sheep. It's pro scouts, i.e. the deer. So that's the thing we're looking at. In terms of spawns here, linear spawn on the south side, like we talked about, a little bit more staggered and wider on the north. There isn't like a jackpot deer shove-in. These are a little bit looser, like the stone got in the way of BC's close deer spawn. But they are pushable, right? We don't have any double scout opener as expected here, but we definitely do have a pro scout showdown.
Yeah. Again, the big question will be whether, and Marine Lord once again is looking for the deer here, or well, looking for the sheep. For the time being, he's not going to find very many. He's going to try to scatter the deer a little. But yeah, the big question for Beastie is whether he's going to open a night or he's going to go pro scouts right away.
With the way he's macroing, he could easily
It's
just
gonna
end
be a knight.
Yeah, it looks like a knight. Like, he's almost perfect to queue up a knight plus pro scouts immediately. He should actually be delayed by just a... Actually, no, he's good, right? Because he's got the discounts. So yeah, this would be the knight pump plus the pro scouts immediately, as long as he just drops off the wood. Nice start. Like, I think this is the preferred way to play the French timing.
This is a very clean build for him, as you would expect in a grand finals. Pro scouts queued up immediately. I wonder what Marine Lord is going to respond to this. No Rex just yet for Donsos. In fact, no production buildings whatsoever. Sheep count heavily favoring Beastie over here. Not a lot of neutral sheep left across the map.
So nice position to find yourself in. And remember, he's building a healthy eco lead. The other worrisome part for Marine Lord is sneaking out for those forward pit mines might be a bit risky, especially now that Beastie did open with this night play. Meanwhile, for Marine Lord, a little bit slower there. I think, yeah, the wood was a tiny bit slower than necessary, but also, yeah, he went for the stables first, which makes sense against most civs to block their pro scouts. Gets a little bit weirder when there's a knight in play, though.
Yeah, that's kind of weird in many ways, but you have to be cautious if you're Beastie. You only have one knight, and warrior scouts are faster than knights, so they can actually surround this one knight and kill it. So it's not an easy matchup here. If you're Beastie, you're looking for more like a cycle charge setup, or potentially just some harassment on the eco and completely neglect all the warrior scouts.
It's a snitch. He's going to come in at the perfect time to scout the Royal Institute tech up play, and that will inform him to dive. I'm calling it now.
Warrior Scout did quite some damage on those villagers out there, by the way. This is an interesting timing by Marine Lord. He was harassing the villagers with the normal scout, which does negligible damage. But once you have the Warrior Scout, suddenly you start beating up those villagers quite a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to stack some damage in. Hard to get the kills, though, right? Against a high-level player. You need some sort of additional harassment play to really make that work. Deer already coming home. Beastie's going in archers. Makes a lot of sense, right? Marine Lord has to react with Donzos to counter the knight. And also, the Warrior Scouts don't counter the archers. So it kind of leaves you in a sticky predicament as Marine Lord. Because I think one thing that can feel a little bit weird with the Pro Scouts meta from Aliens, feels great for scaling Donzo's Javelins in the current meta, because the frame timings as well. Where it gets weird is when you have to come out and defend on the deer. You're expecting your scouts to just carry those fights. It's not always the case against French.
And Marine Lord looks like he is taking away most of the carcasses. He went to the north, he picked up a couple right there, and now he's taking these ones from the south. For now, he's going to have to get away. Beastie's Knight is going to push him away. But the race towards carcasses, and so far, Marine Lord had the better start. He's going to have an uncontested pack to the north, and he's also taking some from the south.
See, now we need to be spoiled and ask for more, right? Apparently, sheep count wasn't enough. When are we getting the deer count production? That's a trickier one to solve. In the current meta, it feels like the most important detail, though, right? It's so hard to count them because of the way they hide them underneath TCs. I mean, I think my favorite one is when we watch someone who positioned their deer under a TC in such a way that the deer in the villages were hidden in the TC.
Oh, man. Dunzo does get cleaned up, however, and the Knights are starting to take control of the map. Marine Lord has to concede most of this deer pack, and Beastie needs to get something out of these. He gave up on the deer pack to the north. If he can take this back away from Marine Lord, though, he's going to have a decent setup. Remember, Marine Lord still needs some time to build up the cattle, and he doesn't have a lot of sheep to work with.
No, I mean, the good news is you can always just switch aggressively into counter, right? But it is going to come at a cost elsewhere. And against French, it's a bit scary, right? Because if like you're side investing instead of scaling, you're playing a longer feudal. Playing a longer feudal is bad against French. Because the longer you play, the bigger that villager league gets. So, what does Marine Lord see as his win condition here? We do have Sofas getting added in. It's not a bad idea, right, to try and contest the archers. Really, you want to be just going Javelin Donzo here. The thing about Sofas that I'm quite agreeable to is like 4 to 5 of them in Feudal Age is nice because they just become raiders. They don't have to fight.
Yeah, I think when you look at the Sofas, you have to consider the fact that this is a wide open map, and Marine Lord is also looking to cut into that villager advantage that Beastie is building up over time. So, in a way, the Sofas will give Marine Lord a tool to make sure that Beastie needs to pay attention to his own eco. Even just a couple of Sofas hitting a gold mine on the French could be devastating.
Obviously, you have to get in there unseen. Also, Beastie, with the momentum being as it is, he's not going to want to side invest into things like Outburst. Rough start there, losing one of the Knights at the beginning. We have to remember those Donzo Javelin hurls, although the range damage, you do still get the bonus against Cav. So very easy to just lose injured Knights here. Beastie not really at the scale point where you'd be considering Chivalry just yet.
He is going to have to get that. His Knights are pretty badly beaten up, and looks like Marine Lord stopped making Donzos, however, and that could be a bit of a problem once the Knights start scaling. It's only 6 Donzos across the map.
Though. Yeah, he's just seeing the injured ones and the Warrior Scouts. I don't know, like, they could have got in and out probably, but sure, let's just send them with the deer. I guess that makes them a bit more meaty. Oh dear. So we'll be able to shuffle away with the core of the comp. A lot of javelins are being scaled up. I want to give a lot of praise to what Marine's been doing. He's been checking those health bars. He's been targeting any injured knight whatsoever, which is what's been stopping BC from coming in. And behind this, especially with the extra deer, we should be looking at a Farimba play here. Now, it's kind of crazy. Javelineer looked like the worst option of the 3 originally. We've been seeing the win rate spiral upwards recently. And considering the amount of javelins that Marine was building, it's not crazy to imagine a Javelineer contract here.
Yeah, what's worrisome for Beastie here is that he's going heavy into archers. He's just gotten the attack upgrade for them. No defense, no range defense whatsoever. Nice little raid. It's the first time Beastie gets a villager kill, gets out. Marine Lord quick with the reaction. But yeah, what I was going to say is that Beastie's going very heavily into archers, and Marine Lord is working towards javelins. So that's not a setup that Beastie wants to maintain for a long time.
I'm trying to think of the other option here. You definitely don't do freeborn. If Marine Lord does go for the tech up, like sometimes Mansami Safadi is just a given against French, but I think what it comes down to is if he techs first, it'll be Javelineers. If he techs second, it'll be Mansami Safadi. The only way he's going to tech second, though, is if Beastie forces him. So we are kind of scaling to that point where he'll look for the attack.
Timing could be nice here. Remember, Marine Lord does have this wood line exposed. I love the use of the Warrior Scouts here, by the way. He knows fully well when Beastie is going back to the gold mine, and he's just going to jump
in. It's just lingering there. It's like,
yep.
It's like when you know in the cartoon when you just look into the darkness and you just see the little eyeballs appear. You're like, oh no! Then you hear the grizzling of wolves. But great reaction, Beastie already has a knight in place.
This is looking to hit that gold mine. No one home. It's the wood line that's the real jackpot for Beastie. If he can hit that with the knights when Marine Lord isn't watching, he could easily get away with a bunch of worker kills. And I wonder if Beastie is now thinking about castle here. He's starting to pile up quite a lot of food.
At this stage, like we're talking about what? 9 knights? It's not a bad time to think about the tech up. Chivalry could just give him a little bit of longevity to kind of cycle raid in and out of the base, right? Marine Lord, I mean, this is the life. Just scaling Donzos and Javelins is exactly what Malians used to do to just dominate people, right?
Yeah. It's a composition that's so difficult to break into. Because Javelins will counter everything that's ranged. So all you can really do is send cavalry against them. The men-at-arms will not really catch them. So all you do is send cavalry, but the Donzos will just make minced meat out of them. It is a composition that's so difficult to deal with, but it looks like Beastie is seeking answers in Castle Age because indeed he is ready to age up.
Good timing as well, right? Marine Lord, I mean, it's getting more inevitable for a Farimba type play. If you beat him to the punchline on Castle Age, I don't think Javelins have the worth anymore, right? You have to rethink the strategy. And he is definitely getting baited, hook, line, and sinker into massing more in feudal. Now is, do we go Raw Institute or do we look for Guildhall? I think Guildhall's probably a bit too greedy, right? Like,
yeah,
you'll just get
I think you institute this, and there it is, institute coming up here for Beastie. He does have 12 knights of a really good HP, and this is a nice little raid here, Marine Lord. Remember, one disadvantage of the Donzo Javelin comp is that it is slow, and this is what Beastie needs to do: stretch the field, use the mobility of the knights, and just going back to the whole concept of the institute. One thing that could help a lot against this composition is the extra HP against on the knights.
And by the way, like, small details there that kind of matter. That was great micro on those 2 knights. He targeted individual villages to guarantee 2 kills instead of 1. Every little counts here, right? Because Marine Lord is going to have to play catch up. It's also keeping him in his base. Every time you chip raid like this, Marine Lord goes, oh no, and has to come back hurt. In Season 9, walling is really not easy, especially on open maps like Himiyama.
And Beastie's looking for gold miners here. He knows that if his opponent wants to rush Castle Age, he might need to commit a bunch of gold miners. He doesn't see any gold miners out there. Now, Marine Lord does have pretty much enough passive gold income. Oh, nice little raid here with the sofas. Marine Lord does have enough gold income to get to Castle soon, though, even from the passive income.
Okay, nice. He did recover that. It looked like the animation got cancelled on the sofa. He does at least get 1, but heavily injured now on the sofas. It's a healthy lead, right? Like, BC's up by 8. Marine Lord obviously only has 4 cows, so he's not really compensating at this stage. You also now have to be paranoid that your opponent is going to be looking for relics, which means you have to think about coming out of the base. Look at Marine Lord's comp. Does that look like a comp that wants to come out of the base?
It's not. And Marine Lord is kind of caught in between here. He can age, but it's not like he has a lot of cattle to work with. And remember, Veterancy is now coming in for Beastie. He hasn't clicked Royal Bloodlines yet. It's an expensive tech. He was pushed away from gold, so he still needs to wait for it. But you see, Beastie's thinking twice about this one. He doesn't want to fight just yet. I don't know if he wants to fight even with Veterancy here.
I mean, it's kind of interesting how you can trade into Javelins semi-decently, right, when you have the vet up like that. And it's 13 knights, but, like, you kind of have more to lose than gain by doing it, right? Like, you have map control. I think Beastie, the organic phase here is just set up the monastery next. While your opponent's pinned, go for the relics.
Yeah, that's what he has been doing against Anatan most of the time. If he doesn't have a direct incentive to dive, he's not going to. Now, as I'm saying this, he's thinking twice about this one.
He's kind of getting baited
Remember,
into it. Like, he's going to keep getting poked if he retreats here, so it looks like him here. That was not a great beginning. Marine Lord has just been on point, sniping any injuries on the knights. Like, 2 more knights going down, 3 in effect. Up to 11 cattle. Brown Fulani is now on the way. Javelins are going to stand their ground. The Donzos rush out, and the knights are going to commit into it. So Beastie doesn't even try to be a bit patient about this. The wait doesn't feel like he's able to, not with this many Javelins. Looks at the trade. Marine Lord does, of course, have production on his side. Remember, Beastie's entire 45 force is not here. However, Marine Lord's numbers are shrinking quickly. He might not have an existing army to upgrade upon tech up.
Yeah, I feel like Beastie might have sensed that Marine Lord is aging up, and he thought, okay, I gotta go. And he did just that, and this is a bad timing for Marine Lord here. He was aging, he doesn't want to fight just now, and the Donzos are mostly gone. He's down to just 9 of them. Roblox is still a distant dream for Beastie, but he's doing a really good job just absolutely annihilating everything that Marine Lord has. By the time Marine Lord gets to Veterancy, he's going to have no army to upgrade.
No, and the Donzo is the most important thing here. There's still a handful of knights, and that's all it's really going to take. He's pushing him right back against the tree line. Marine Lord knows he can't retreat anymore. He's fully garrisoned, so these villagers would get massacred. Stands his ground, and flops dead because of it. There's a handful of knights left over, no Donzos remaining, and this is where Beastie can reap the Malian souls.
Wow! quick strike in a difficult matchup. We talked about this in the pregame. Malians is not an easy matchup for the French. It is. The compositions are just so difficult to beat when you're the French. In fact, if it wasn't for this age up for Beastie, his composition wouldn't have been able to match up against Marine Lord. And it was a dicey call, I would say, from Beastie to dive this. He almost flipped the coin and said, okay, I'm gonna go. But if things didn't work out for him here, he could have easily lost the game. But he sensed this timing advantage from Marine Lord. He was aging up, and that's exactly when you want to strike. Beastie times this perfectly, and he actually fought that battle without Royal Bloodlines. Imagine what this fight would have looked like if he had Royal Bloodlines even.
It's incredible. I mean, the thing is, first, BC was a little bit hesitant, right? That's what it looked like, and that could have cost him the game, right? But the great read was he checked the count, he realized the Javelin count wasn't really going up, there must have been an investment, and then he pounced. That reluctance was so close to costing the game. The Knight count was shrinking so fast, but can't fault him, man. Great execution on the French player here. Shows you why Himiyama can be a great map for them, especially in the hands of one of the top players. And I think even early on, although it looked a bit odd, you know, it felt like Marine Lord was maybe getting a few more deal than he should have at moments like this. It ends up like kind of backfiring for him. And I think from this phase onwards, we didn't really see Marine Lord pose a threat. It was the classic, I don't have walls and he has knights. So Marine Lord's only option was to basically play release Malians where you just camp in your base until you're ready.
Here's the thing. I think one of the advantages that Beastie had in this game was mobility. He was really able to leverage this high mobility of the Knights, and even in these fights, you see, he's able to almost out-micro Marine Lord simply by pulling back the Knights, kind of taking out most of the Dunzos. But even more importantly, across the game, he was able to send in the Knights, harass Marine Lord, and dictate the tempo of the game. He was the one choosing which fights to take, and I think this played into his benefit quite a bit. And we talked about this in the pregame. Part of the reason why I think he picked French, Jeanne d'Arc as well, Ayyubids, a lot of these cavalry-heavy civilizations, is because he wants to play this way. He wants to dictate the tempo of the game by having the higher mobility across the board.
Yeah, and I think French has just been a civ that's been rising in popularity, right? Like, just kind of rediscovered, revitalized by the Pro Scouts meta, but even slightly before that. I want to say they're like top 8 at this stage. I feel that they're that good because Pro Scouts is making it that good. Malians are kind of around that same place. So from a drafting perspective, I don't think anyone threw away their insanely powerful pick here, right? We're still going to have a very competitive series from drafting, but a great start for Beastie considering some of the draft details we talked about where Marine Lords maybe looked a little bit better. Question now is where we head for game number 2. I mean, it looks like they're going to keep it orderly. We theory crafted the potential of like lakeside 4 legs moving out, but for now, we're going to be landlubbers. We've got Gorge up next, and this is a matchup that Jean used to love. And by the way, Lydical, I love the irony of against the Frenchman picking back-to-back French.
Again, you look at the civilizations of Beastie, there seems to be a very clear game plan to play heavy cavalry across the board. Same is going to be the story for Japanese. Now, if you're a Marine Lord, one saving grace you have here is that you have the Ghazi Raiders, you have the combat healing of the Scholars as well. So, on paper, this is not a terrible matchup for the Delhi. But I would dare to say that we have a very similar civilization matchup to the previous game, where Jeanne d'Arc definitely has her upside against the Delhi here. Maybe even more so than the French had against the Malians.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how this matchup potentially changed over time. Jean is a bit weird with Pro Scouts. It's not that she can't, but like there is some weaknesses on the timing because your economy is weaker than your counterparts if your cousin the French, right? Especially when you cull a villager from your herd by making it a military unit. Delhi, like you're always opening Ghazi. Like Ghazi can be the bane of your resistance if you miss macro rather. So like I haven't seen this matchup as much in the current meta. My feeling is going Pro Scouts might cost you the knight count required to do what Jean always used to do against Delhi, which is farm the Ghazi and get XP, right? Because if there's just a few too many Ghazi, Jean can get sniped.
Same goes for Knights. That's one of the things that we're going to have to look at. Ghazi Raiders do outrun Knights, and they do have some nice bonus damage. So if you detach small groups of Knights and you're trying to hit the eco, you could easily get yourself cleaned up. And when you look at the Knights, at the end of the day, the whole story behind French and Jeanne d'Arc playing knights is that you want to build that force up over time. You really cannot afford to lose those knights in feudal age. And if you're a Marine Lord, that's exactly what you're looking for. Try to isolate those knights, something that he's done very nicely in the previous game. He was able to focus fire down the low HP knights and eliminate the damaged knights, make sure that Beastie cannot build up his numbers.
It's definitely going to be an exciting one. I mean, Beastie with the early lead, it's got to be a big morale boost again in this set. A lot of expectations, I think, have M-Lord ahead. It's hard not to with his performance in the last several S-tier tournaments, but let's see if Beastie could turn this into quite the stomper, the slobber knocker, a 2-0 lead, something which seems feasible when you look at the draft. Drafts are only part of the science. Execution is what matters more. Marine Lord with the Delhi in the current meta have looked the executors. Can Jeanne d'Arc be the ones to behead them? Let's find out in Gorge.
Great opening for the series for Beastie, and remember what I said in the pre-game, or I guess I should say pre-series discussion. These two have played against each other countless times. In every single series they played in competitive sets, they were usually very momentum-based series, oftentimes ending up in complete sweeps. So Beastie having the one-up over here is definitely something that's going to give him a boost in that regard.
Absolutely. I mean, the interesting thing with these two is, you know, thinking about like historically, I want to say like Marine Lord, you know, last year was very dominant, right? But before that, it kind of felt like Beastie rising, Beastie everywhere. Then we go back to World Low. It almost feels like, I don't want to say it's an outright passing the baton year after year, but you can see the cycles between these two, right? So you have to ask the question: Are we at a Beastie cycle again? Right? It kind of fits. We just have Marine Lord looking absolutely unbeatable, right? He's delivered S-tier wins in every single 1v1 tournament for Gentlemade so far. Beastie, however, unsigned, but definitely not faltering. Has definitely looked confident today. I mean, Anatan is definitely no pushover, and that was a lot of definitely's, I know. Because we have to emphasize that this top three, I know a lot of people aren't going to think it could go either way or anyway, but I genuinely believe with the way that the Anna has been leveling up, like, the fact that Beastie was able to sweep him apart on that type of scoreline almost feels like it destines us for a full set of 9 games.
Yeah, I feel like when these two have played a best of five in a winner's bracket, Beastie and Marine Lord did, Marine Lord won 3-1. It was a dominant-ish victory for Marine Lord. But at the same time, you also have to keep in mind, maybe you're not showing everything from either side in that series, because you know that this could easily be a grand finals matchup indeed. And that's exactly what we got. A rematch of that series. So I'm not sure how representative that best of 5 is to the true matchup of these two players. They are going to come out guns blazing, both of them, in this series. That might not have been the case in the first encounter. They might have saved a couple of the sneaky strats for later rounds.
And here we go. Dome of Faith, School of Cavalry coming in. Now, compared to French, like we saw last time, it's a little bit harder to thread that needle for the timing on the night. What will make it work out for Beastie is admittedly a slightly slower tech time than what you probably see out of French, because, of course, you don't want to overinvest in the build speed, right? You want Jean to get as much XP as possible. So you'll end up with immediate level 2. The cool thing about that is going into Pro Scouts might seem greedy, but in theory, Jean should be able to hold off 1 or 2 Ghazi on the opening. Marine Lord should know to go Ghazi, by the way. Like, going Spimmin here is probably going to feel a little bit weird, because that would enable Jean further.
Yeah, I don't envision a spear opening here for Marine Lord. This is a tempo-based, tempo-style map, I guess. You want to open your Ghazi Raiders, and looking at the deer packs real quick, there is one right next to Beastie's base. I don't think he's going to start with that. I would wager that the far western deer pack is something that Beastie is going to try to play around with. Just try to steal a couple of carcasses away from Marine Lord.
Yeah, it's always the classic opening, right? It's like if you have the Pro Scouts edge, you take something for your opponent's side first. For Marine Lord, you know, it's not going to be in the world. It's annoying, but you still have your timings around sacred sites and whatnot. Usually the follow-up play is what? Spears, Ghazi. The cool thing new on this particular map that I think has always made Delhi really oppressive is the wall in the center between the 2 cliff sides. It just shrinks the mobility advantage of Jean because you have to go around this wall every time.
That's always a big advantage of Delhi on this map. The infantry being able to build some walls and just restrict the movement of your opponent is such a huge factor. And we talked about this in the previous series. if you go late game on this map, it's all going to be built around walls. You need to protect your flanks, you need to protect those pockets of resources. If you don't have walls and you go late game, you're likely going to get overrun by cavalry eventually. So, Delhi having that power to start setting those walls up early on is actually quite an advantage.
What's kind of funny is that something that didn't get talked about enough when Season 9 dropped is basically Delhi got buffed,
Nice sheep.
right? It wasn't just the Pro Scouts meta, which definitely nice sheet. The other thing was building walls, right? It's like they nerfed the speed at which villagers can build walls, but they didn't nerf the speed at which infantry can build walls. So it was technically a subtle buff for Delhi. The thing is, you just haven't seen it in its entirety because a lot of the focus at the moment has been around Ghazi still, and then Castle Age play, right? But when you do see value out of these type of quick walls, you're going to be feeling a lot better about your ability to hunker down compared to any other civ in the game.
Beastie has a huge advantage in terms of the sheep, and just like in a previous game, Delhi isn't going to care much about the sheep, but Beastie will. Beastie's going to be more than happy having all that backup food under his town center.
Yeah.
Makes him a lot less reliant on the carcasses, and it's going to delay him moving out of his base, giving him a lot more safety moving forward.
It's important to emphasize that even further, right? Because this is Delhi.
Yep.
They eat berries. He should have a lot more sheep. Right? It should be 75% for BC. You'd expect it actually to be the other way around, especially considering that BC has been eating the sheep for 6 minutes. So kind of a crazy detail. I'm wondering how Marine Lord is going to navigate that sticky situation. Maybe just using like your initial Ghazi to shove in your closest deer and then contest the second would be good. Because I don't think you want to create a situation where Beastie gets 2.5 deer stacks, right? That's way too much food for a civ like Jean.
Exactly. I think, and you're going to get at least one deer pack, the one right next to him, Beastie's base, that's going to be guaranteed to him. And he's already ferrying in the carcasses from the other one to the right. Bit of a raid to the Ghazi Raiders, looking for villagers here. Beastie might lose one, but Marine Lord pays a big price for this.
Yeah, especially as Jean, because you're not scaling more villages, right? So any loss actually really hurts you. Marine Lord now ahead by 2 because of that 1 kill, plus the fact Jean became a military unit. A little bit worrisome. We are going to get the outpost reaction. Beastie, this is the correct approach. Remember, when people go for the Pro Scouts play, they're less likely to go for Wheelbarrow, because the logic is, if my villagers are walking, they're not working. If they're working, they're not walking. Shout out to the legend Mister for that statement. When you play Pro Scouts, you don't need to walk, right? Your scouts will do the walking, but your deer stand still. So it kind of de-incentivizes you to get what's usually seen as a critical tech.
Tower is going to go up here for Beast. He's actually double towering this, so quite a hefty investment to protect that gold mine. He will have his own deer pack, though, and he is going to get the second one from in front of his base. He is going to have 2 complete deer stacks. Looks like he's not really willing or able, potentially, to contest Marine Lord's deer pack so far. And Marine Lord will just be happy with the map control he has, starts taking the sacred sites.
I love the approach as well. A lot of players we've been seeing, they get the Pro Scouts and then they queue up the Scouts. Doesn't really make sense if you want to be efficient, right? Like, your Scouts still have to get to the deer. So Marine Lord's already queuing them up now before PS completes. So first sacred site should be locked and loaded. Moving for the second now. BC only has 4 knights. There's a lot of spears, so I don't think he's at a position where he can directly stop a capture.
I think for Beastie, you're looking to snipe scholars at this point.
Yeah, but how do you do that, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I didn't say he can do it. I just said I think this is what he's looking for, because he definitely cannot fight straight into Ghazi Raiders and Spearmen.
Got it. So what we are at this point is the person in Twitch chat who just says, just win, forehead, right? It's like, even this charge, right? Like, wow, look at that health bar. He'll kill him, right?
Nope. Still, if you're Beastie, that's your best option right now. And one worrisome detail is that you only have knights. Of course, you do have JD as well in a melee mode, so you can help a lot against those spears. But at the end of the day, Spearman, Horseman, Spearman Ghazi Raider in particular will be able to beat Knight and Archer. So even if Beastie starts mixing in Archers to deal with the spears, that's generally not a good matchup for the French.
Nice. It's interesting, right? Like, in some ways, you should feel a bit invigorated seeing this type of comp from Marine Lord, because it means he's moving away from Ghazi and he doesn't have Tower Victory. But at the same time, he has got Sacred Sites still trickling in gold at a very critical and early phase of the game. He now has Pro Scouts dragging the feed back, so no real exposure point. And you may be noticing Jean has played a little bit different in this matchup, Lytical.
She's very defensive.
She's pretty much just cheering the people on the goal. Right? Like, she's the foreman, or forewoman in this situation.
I wonder if Beastie's thinking about a fast castle here again. He's mixing in some spearmen, which should be able to slow down a push of Gauss Raiders and spears. Though, once Marine Lord's archers arrive, they're going to be a little obsolete. But Beastie's going super heavy into knights. He's got a lot of villagers on gold as well. And he tried to undercut his opponent's castle age timing with the French in the previous game. I wonder if that's the plan here.
With Beastie, it really is a case of you kind of need to find these cycling raids, but I can't really fault Marine Lord's approach. He hasn't been greedy. A lot of Delhi players would try for all 3 sacred sites at once, just hemorrhage a scholar here or there. He's not, right? He's cycling one by one. And this, once again, is the difference between French and Jean. If this was French, you'd have to take more sacred sites. Against Jean, the emphasis, the onus is on Beastie to do something.
Beastie had the opportunity to jump the wood line out there. He intercepted a scout as it was ferrying the carcass back, but decided not to dive the wood line. Maybe he was afraid that there are spearmen back at home, but Marine Lord was actually mispositioned. So there is an opportunity for Beastie to potentially jump the wood line. That's something that we're going to have to keep an eye out on.
So you're saying by becoming pro scouts, that makes them technically amateur scouts, right? Because like the issue there is he didn't see deep enough because he just wanted the deer. You basically become Schmeagol, right? You know how it is. You see that shiny ring, you want all the powers. You don't think about the logic of you're falling into a lava pit. You just want it. He's the same way.
Beastie's doing a really good job just stretching the field with knights. It's all about raiding. Trying to decap the sacred sites as well, and fair enough. He's been very active across the map. Sacred sites are constantly being decapped. He's harassing the scholars. He does have chivalry, so every knight he pulls back alive will be back to full HP.
I think that was a misclass. I don't think BC wanted horsemen. We are at the stage where, you know, speaking of temptations, there is a whisper in your ear. Castle Age. Like, it starts to look really good when you have 14 knights as Jean, right? That's a nice conversion point. And
he's going castle.
Yeah, at this scale, you beat Marine Lord to it, right? Like, Marine Lord is still scaling into archers here.
Yeah, I think Marine Lord is getting baited here. We've seen this over and over again across the tournament. French players just going crazy on the knights and basically no other units. And Marine Lord is like, dude, he has to make something else other than knights, right? Right? Remember, Marine Lord is using pro scouts, so he doesn't have vision.
I mean, this is the crazy thing, right? Like, he won't sense the play. I think, I want to say, I feel like actually scouting plays is at an all-time low because the pro scouts meta. Because at the key points in the game where critical decisions are being made, you're gathering deer with them. You're not looking for the next play. And the crazy thing is
this is huge.
Wait, does he see it? We do have one okay. One spearman is not going to scare him too much. He's going to cycle through to force idle time. Remember, for Beastie, it's not commitment now. It's all about just stagnating Marine Lord's timing. And he continues to do that phenomenally well.
This is what I was referring to in the previous game. Beastie, he wants to dictate the tempo of the game. He's still up against 27 spearmen and 8 scholars on the backline to heal them. A straight-up fight would be disastrous for Beastie. But by dictating the tempo of the game with the knights, he's able to get to Castle Age first, and he's just trying to make sure that Marine Lord never dives his base by always being aggressive and just forcing some of the spearmen to fall back. And Marine Lord is falling for it.
I mean, this is the weird thing about Delhi. Like, it's elegant the way Beastie's doing this. This is usually the Civ that makes you uncomfortable. Says, come deal with my win condition. But what's happening is Marine Lord is made uncomfortable with the fact he has to defend at home and defend the middle of the map, right? He's split of 2 minds here. That's the Delhi nature. Sacred sites are your win condition. Yet time and time again, it has failed to provide him a long enough capture to get him mirrored on the timing here. Royal Institute about to complete, 16 knights in the field. If you've been struggling to hold back the feudal boys from killing villagers, what happens now?
Now, one thing to keep in mind is that Beastie has to move out for another gold mine as well, and Marine Lord might just try to pounce on this while Beastie's still getting the techs. Because Beastie only has knights, and he's still facing 31 spearmen. Sure, it's feudal age spearmen.
Did he dive?
But that's a lot of spears to deal with.
Like, maybe you just dive here if you're Marine Lord, is my thought.
Yes.
It's weird, though, because he's
I agree.
teching, right? So, like, you wouldn't think to go into the enemy base while teching. So instead, he's just going to keep defending around the center and just try to play this steady instead of risky. That's crazy, man. Like, 31 spears, 31 archers, realistically, he could have went into the base.
Yes. I agree. Some of the spears aren't with the main group, though, and that's something that you have to keep an eye out on. They are scattered across the map, and if you just die with 15, 20 spearmen, that's not enough. You're going to get cleaned up, and then you might just lose the game.
I think from Marine Lord's POV, he was like, well, you know, veterancy only takes 30 seconds, right? So if I get the timing wrong and he's got full knights, I could still lose spears.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. If he had all the spearmen together, he could have played around with the idea of diving. I just felt like he was so close to Castle Age, and he didn't feel threatened enough by the knights to justify. Now, remember, before the veterancy comes in, Beastie is going to have Royal Bloodline, so he's going to have that big buff, and Marine Lord is shifting to the right side over here. Beastie is looking to jump the base.
Yeah, next thing is going to be relics, right? There's two basically next to the sacred site, so Marine Lord can win that race. He already has one on the way home. Beastie needs to dive, he needs damage. If these War Elephants come out, he has nothing. War Elephants counts everything Beastie's doing.
Absolutely. But at the same time, he's going men-at-arms. Marine Lord's window to dive his base is actually shrinking because the men-at-arms can stall this whole push.
No, I think you just let him come to you with War Elephants. It sounds kind of wild, but like, here it is, 3 relics coming home. Beastie, this comp doesn't beat 4 elephants. If you can just get the food for that, he's solid. It's tricky right now, but the Spearman is making hesitate enough. Clash comes in, though. A little backstab here. We have got the Royal Bloodlines already. Divine Restoration is going to be used. The Elephant with the backstab comes through. The Warlord is going to force him to retreat. But the Elephant's already arriving. Things can get a little bit messy here.
JD is so low. She's inches away from level 3, but she's about to die.
That's the 9-1 the relics returning. And this is the one negative of the War Elephants, right? You can kite them. We haven't seen any walls yet from Marine Lord. He forced the army out front. He goes in the back. Beastie is on towards the farms. Just a few eco kills. Seems realistic here. Maybe more. If he sees the villagers there, he can turn it into a sandwich.
And this is not everything that Beastie has. He's got men-at-arms coming on the front as well.
That wave is going to be slow, though. He has to reset with Jean. And the Knights have done a good job of keeping Marine on his base. They did not find the big hit. He did scout the War Elephants. He has seen the crossbows coming as well. What does Beastie do next? Because surely Mass Knights only has to have an expiration date here. Oh my god.
I was just gonna say that Marine Lord so far only lost 1 villager in this game. So, despite all those raids, it was only 1 villager killed. This is the first time that Beastie is getting multiple villager kills.
Crazy the way that he's just actually mitigating the concern. And you know, the reality is we are building towards stronger points in the game for Delhi, right? Like this is Royal Institute. This is as strong as JD is going to get. Admittedly, you can get the level up, but you get my point. On the other side, we've got a lot of free technologies being researched now. That problem only compounds if we reach Age 4, right? I don't think Age 4 is necessarily an area that BC can contend. He has to end in Castle.
Now, here's the interesting detail here, KP. The elephants are just so slow, and I think this is what Beastie is trying to play around. He's playing exclusively onto knights because he's saying, okay, you come to me, and the moment you do, I will wreck your base. If Beastie continues scaling knights, he's going to get to the level where he can almost landmark snipe the opponent if the opponent isn't at home.
Big raid coming in. Nice hit there. Bull is going to slow things down. Still, it's idle time. It's still... Additional injured villagers could easily die after the fact. I mean, it is 3 relics home, but you're just seeing how uncomfortable BC's making. If you had to hide the names of these two right now, with the way they're playing and so well that both of them are playing right now, you would think Beastie was on Delhi and Marine Lord was on John.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. In fact, I wanted to say you would think Beastie is the pink player and Marine Lord is the yellow player.
It's just a reflect, like it's absolute reverse of playstyles here. It's crazy. And now Beastie, check this. I love it. He's finding his way into Arbitrary. This is your win condition. With the way things are playing out now, you can beat the enemy crossbows. You can beat the spin with gambesons. What you can't beat though is Marine Lord switching into Tower Elephant.
Beastie ran out of gold, but he does now have level 3 Jean, so that's going to be a big one. Villager count still neck and neck. Marine Lord is able to secure the majority of the relics, though. Beastie wasn't able to take those away from him.
Yeah. So, I mean, at this stage, he hasn't even bothered to go for them, even though there's one that basically can be picked up for free, it feels like. It's right next to him. We do have Gambesons on the way. He's still looking for that kind of convergence point into the base. Marine Lord only built one War Elephant. This isn't the scary quantity I was expecting. He had loads of gaps. You can still see it in his food income, actually. It's at this stage, quite frankly, abysmal. He needs a farm transition.
Yeah, that's always a point of weakness for a food-heavy civilization like the French, and a defensive castle now coming in here for Marine Lord. Beastie could play around with the idea of fighting those spearmen out there. Marine Lord, for first time in this game, looking for a raid. That's a lot of damage. Remember, Beastie only killed 4 villagers in total in this game. Marine Lord makes up that difference in an instant.
Yeah, Army is reacting to shut that down now. He even peels off one of the Ghazi to go scouting for any more shenanigans here. We'll end up wall up and down a few. Should be able to find that extra one just in time there. So 5 worker kills each. Now neck and neck on 60 economy. But the relics really is the backbreaker here. Marine Lord's in a good position. You mentioned that defensive keep drop. That's going to get him into multi-TC play now. The clock continues to tick. The window continues to close. Beastie is looking for that foul one-punch timing.
Marine Lord is playing so passive because he knows that time is on his side. Once he gets village fortresses, he can escalate his eco. He's got 4 relics. And every second that passes gives him more technologies. Eco techs as well, which boost his eco. Now, as Vodka, our observer, is highlighting to us, Marine Lord is out of food, however. And it's only 1 elephant. One war elephant, 1 tower elephant. 28 spearmen. A gazillion scholars out there. But that's actually making that army count a little deceiving. The army value is so much better for Beastie. This is no pushover.
So 1 more elephant, 1 tower elephant. So you're saying Beastie has probably about a 40% chance to win the fight.
I don't think Beastie wants a fight, frankly. I think he wanted to dive the mosque. Saw the elephant, thinks twice about it. Marine Lord does have 20 crossbows, and that's a bit of a problem. Beastie's arbaletier are now getting onto the field, though. And that's a lot of villagers caught in the crossfire.
No! What are they doing? Marine Lord's not even moving them right now. He shuffles them away finally. Jean's starting to shuffle in, though. She's got a long way to go to level 4. But there's not much here to hold, surely, for Marine Lord. He needs to pull the scholars for a heal. Divine Restoration comes out. The Knights are still looking healthy. And the arbaletier easily able to keep any armored units out of the fight. He's onto the back line. He's running past them. That's definitely a misclick there under the crossbows, just trying to get around the back. Doesn't sandwich them in time, but it doesn't matter. There's just simply too much meat on the bone here. Marine Lord is going to get broke.
40%, you say? I think Beastie gave a better odds for that fight because he is taking game number 2 here, looking as strong as ever. Played with the Knights in the first game, played with the Knights in the second game. He found the way to deal with Marine Lord because now it's 2-0 for him.
Sacre bleu. We have basically got the French with a 100% win rate and simultaneously a 100% loss rate in the same grand finals, Lidicore. Kind of a rare sight we're seeing here. The Frenchmen losing twice and the Civs winning twice. And what a way to do it, man. And to your point, 40% odds is still fair. Any of us that have played XCOM know how that works. 5% chance you hit the shot, 95% chance you miss. The Elephants, though, have been slain. And what a way to open this series now. French, Jean, Malians, Delhi. You know, a lot of people would rate the Marine Lord picks as higher priority and higher value than the ones Beastie's put out so far. Creates a scary dynamic moving forward when you consider that Beastie's still got very powerful picks, such as the Chinese, in his draft. Bloody hell, though. What a series this is turning into. I mean, and it's really showing you the elegant adaptation. Like, we've come to expect Marine Lord to be very reliable all-rounder, both defensive and offensive. For Beastie, I think, you wouldn't mind me saying, like, the weak point has been attack. It's not that he can't attack, but when you put him up against the absolute best, he looks like he's in his comfort zone defending. Yet, we are now 2 games in, and so far, defensive QE, siege QE, none of that crap has turned up. No, we have Berserker QT for 2 of the grand final games so far. And Marine Lord has yet to find the answer. And this is crazy, because if that is what I think it is, that is a Byzantine pick for Marine Lord on a map where Japanese look comfortable. This is, I think, a rarer sight. We've maybe seen a few Biz games, but so far Lakeside has been dominated by what? French, some English coming out, Japanese, ABBA/IU, more often IU comes out, some Ottomans as well. Curious to see what he has in mind with this pick. Absolutely crazy. You know what the crazier part in my mind is as well? For all you watching at home, if you're taking notes on how to play French, how to play Jean, you can get ready to take additional notes, right? Because after game 4, we're going to have a redraft, right? We'll have a redraft before the finals are over. So you might actually get another masterclass on French and JD play. Absolutely insane start for Beastie in this series.
What's crazy about this is that I wonder how much this changes Marine Lord's drafting approach going into the second half of this series, potentially. It was a Jushi Rus uniform ban for a reason. But at the same time, Beastie has been doing such a good job with this, rate-heavy cavalry composition, and I think that's not going to change here. We're heading into Lakeside. You're now going to have the Mounted Samurai. It's a slight change up compared to what we've seen from the 2 French variants, but the fundamentals are still the same. You are going to look for that timing push with your heavy cavalry. I'm curious how Marine Lord is going to deal with this with the Byzantines, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but honestly, I haven't really seen a lot of Marine Lord Byzantine games. It's just not his civ.
He can play it. I think it gets banned a lot.
Of course he does.
Right? Like a lot of people ban it as the third ban. So you usually see like Rus, Yuji, and then Biz comes out quite frequently. Or you get this dynamic where it's like Atri and Biz given over, and then Chinese something else in return. So, it's curious to see how he wants to play on Lakeside, because Lakeside is not your atypical Byzantine map, right? Like, it's a water map. Even though it's light fishing, it's still enough fishing that a meta on this map developed political. Originally, we had some diverse play between like 2TC/Fast Castle or playing Deer. Quickly just devolved into let's just fish. Even though it's only one deep water fish, it was too good to resist. And Byzantines are kind of a meme on water. If this turns into a contested fight there, that means you're going to have to build
Greek
the
fire.
ships. Yeah. Wow, it looks cool. But, just like some things in life that look cool, they usually end up being pretty bad, right? Some kids think that drinking looks cool until you have to have a liver transplant.
Anyway, I just checked our logs here, KP. Marine Lord hasn't played a single Byzantine game in this tournament so far.
Bloody hell. But yeah,
doesn't mean that he doesn't have a strategy cooked up. It just means that whatever he's planning, we have not seen that in this tournament.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to hear. Presumably, he's been practicing this with someone. There is a logic in the insanity. On Lakeside of all maps as well, man. Like, does he just ignore fishing altogether? Is this just a sippy cup build? Fast Castle against Japanese?
I don't know what you do with the Byzantines against the Japanese, though. Because we've seen this kind of a setup before. There are options. The camels could be nice and neat. Mercenaries in general is a reasonable way to play this.
Wait.
But what's up?
You FC sippy cup builds, the cataphracts, but usually people go longbow don't. You go javelin contract. Because
interesting idea.
You get the camel debuff.
I can see a fast castle.
Yeah. But
I can see a fast castle work. It's almost certainly going to be the play for Beastie.
Yeah.
But I can see that being a thing for Marine Lord as well. Just raise the castle.
I
actually wonder.
Because he's going fishing. So it's like that setup is going to delay you slightly. But the thought process here is if you go for the Silk Road contract, javelins counter Onimusha. Right? And then the camels debuff the Mounted Samurai. So your cataphracts with sippy cups especially win the fight. It's like, what does Beastie then do?
That's a fair point. I think one of the disadvantages that Beastie has with the Mounted Samurai build is that it's predictable. Everybody knows what the Japanese will do on a hybrid map like this because the Mounted Samurai are so powerful. So really, it's going to come down to whether Marine Lord has a build that's able to hard counter that. I'm curious if Beast is going to change things after the initial Mounted Samurai, though, because he must know that Marine Lord is cooking something up. So, if you're Beastie, maybe you're thinking to an earlier pivot into Onabugeisha. I agree with you. If you go Javelins, the Onamusha will just be a non-factor.
Yeah, and it's like, you don't want to Onabugeisha into Cataphracts. Like, it feels like this is the strategy in mind, right? Whether it works or not, I'm not so sure. Like I said, most of the time, you're going to get used to seeing longbow contract the Cataphracts. The logic being is they have to build spears against you. Longbows clear the spears, right? But as we know, Japanese is a bit different. The Mounted Samurai are just stupidly tanky because of the deflect. and then the Uma Bannerman peaks those stats to be good enough to compete. But you know, it would be ballsy because there is a world when you do that. Like after, if BC survives the initial onslaught of the fast castle timing, he can ferry a villager over to your side and then double dock, right? So then he has 2 deep water fish. We've seen a lot of players do that after winning water. Like maybe we've missed something here, and we're so focused on land that Marine Lord tested something with the Dromans and their OP. But like I just mentioned earlier, that you know drinking looks cool until you get liver damage. If that happens, I might cause myself liver damage to make sense of it, because I feel like I have to be drunk for a Droman build to even make sense right now.
Well, we just have a minute left to go, KP. We still have one of the more intriguing maps remaining, though. Moving Out has not been touched yet. 4 lakes still out there, and of course a bunch of land maps. King of the Hill, not even to mention that. So, in a way, we've started with 2 of the more standardized competitive maps. There is still a lot to come, and you know, if you're a Marine Lord, you're not comfortable about the fact that some of the crazier maps are still on the menu.
Yeah, I mean, this set still has some wild left to it, right? Especially like the Ottoman pick of and it's not right. Marine Lord, he'll round out the first phase before redraw of HRE. Beastie likely Chinese. Then again, like HRE Chinese, I kind of like HRE there. So maybe he tries to get creative. HRE versus IU has been kind of a 50-50 matchup in more recent times. I think Pro Scout skewed that though. And I haven't been sold often on the culture fast feudal Pro Scouts IBA build. Not yet anyway. Once again, another build. There's a list of builds I have Lytical that require me to be drunk to be okay with. That one's like semi on there. I need to be at least a bit tipsy. But we're getting ready for it, folks. Game number 3. It's time to see if the Canna build is truly broken. First experienced against a certain NA boy, Beastie may now be about to experience it against the reigning French Supreme. We hop into Lakeside to see if Beastie can triple up the lead, or if finally Marine Lord is going to be able to get on the board.
This is such a momentum-heavy series, and if Beastie gets the 3rd one in a row, I feel like there is a real risk for Marine Lord that Beastie is just going to run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the fishing, right? Now, the question mark is whether he's going to continue the fighting after the fishing, right? Like, most of the time, you're at least going to go for this opening play just to get the food. And remember, actually, for this civ, you also get olive oil, which inflates that land timing on things like javelins. But I would be shocked if this is more than just take the resources, get the arrow slits, and then ignore Beastie on water.
Yeah, we've seen players approach things that way, just saying, okay, I'm going to get a couple of fishing boats, I'll get my naval arrow slits, and then I'll call it a day. Leave me alone, I don't want to fight on water. I think this is going to be one of those games where neither of the players will invest very heavily into water, and they will just say, okay, let's get some fishing going, but the ultimate goal is a race to Castle Age, a race towards those 3 central relics, the sacred sites as well, and in general, just a race towards that power spike with the Mounted Samurai, or potentially the counter units, cataphracts, camels, whatever Marine Lord is cooking up.
That's a lot of races. Is it time for us to start playing the game with a steering wheel? I want to see that now, actually.
How do you play this game with a steering wheel?
Look, no one thought that you could play Dark Souls with a dance pad, okay? Don't question it. I've watched someone play Overwatch in high-level lobbies with bananas. Anything is possible, Lytical.
All right, I'll be looking forward to you doing this on your own stream, but I think we're just going to stick with keyboard and mouse here for the time being.
I'm telling you, I'm going to do that. That's the good content. I still remember when I played Apex Legends with my feet. The freaks that turned up to that crap was crazy. But nothing freaky on the sheep count. It's going to be a fairly even split here. Once again, with the fishing, you aren't going to be just panicking if you miss out on some sheep. It's kind of interesting we haven't seen too much Pro Scouts recently on this map, considering that all the deer is literally on one side, right? So it's a very linear, favorable play. But most people just win or lose this map by the pond.
Yeah, a lot comes down to the tempo of the initial aggression in a way. We've seen this in the Vortex versus Wham series, I do believe, back in the first round of the lower bracket. It was a decider game on Lakeside, and Vortex's Jean d'Arc just absolutely obliterated Wham's Japanese there. it was one of those games where Vortex went up and towered the front wood line, was just very active with the Knights altogether, and Wham was never able to really pick up the pace of the game. So that's kind of what I'm expecting from this game as well. If you can catch that start into Castle Age, get the first couple of units out, and just start harassing your opponent, this game can easily snowball out of control because you just have so few safe resources to work with.
Yeah, it's weird on this map because, like, we've seen most people just win by those sacred sites. Like, it's very hard to break someone, I want to say. Now, this map is oddly defensive. It's subtle in its defensive nature, but you realize it very quickly with that fat cliffside. Both of them playing cavalry will give them some die potential when they reach their timing. But, you know, Marine Lord, I'm scratching my head on whether there's a world in which this is Hippodrome. I doubt it. I think this is probably one of the worst maps for feudal aggression because of the gold. It starts way too close to the TC. There we go. So, yeah, we're just going to be chilling. Grand Winery coming in. Kura on the other side. I think that's okay. Like, the reality is Shinobi's kind of a bit overrated on this map. It's very difficult to go and sabotage this dock.
Yeah, it's... I wonder if there is more to this Kura storehouse. I keep
more could there be?
confusing the Kura store as the Koka Township because it's always...
they're both Ks.
It's not just Ks, it's 4 letters, Ks, and they finish in an A, and I also have a small brain. Anyway, Kura Storehouse, good choice, I like it.
And you know what? The best part is when you take those middle together, they make you feel good because it says you're okay. Just the best compliment I've got all month, actually. So Kura Storehouse is going to be coming in. He set it up on the tree line, but the problem is, like, in this build, you already built a lumber camp, so you don't get the 50 wood saving there. Did he set it up right next to the tree line, right? So he didn't put it next to the berries to get maybe a little bit more efficiency. Oh, there. No, that's perfect. Like, he pretty much has perfect drop-off from any angle here.
Yeah, I absolutely love this Kura Storehouse spot, by the way. Like, this is definitely a more farming-heavy setup. And that could be a big player in this game. Keep in mind, water might not be a big factor moving forward. So being able to get all the full farms for your Kura Storehouse early on is actually a big benefit once you get to this very food-heavy part of the game where you will be making a bunch of mounted samurai.
Anyone feeling thirsty, though? We do have system buff to consider here. It's kind of an interesting detail in a, like, neck-and-neck economy game, right? It's like, I think Byzantines is... When you watch a game for the first time, from an economical scaling point, the more subtle one, you sometimes forget just how impactful the system is. Like, with Arkan, you're like, oh yeah, it's a big buff, but it's limited. With Byzantines, it's very rare that their entire economy isn't going to be buffed by systems as this goes on. We do have the opening play. Look at that. He's been willing to build the one boat you want to build as the Byzantines. Okay, demos as well, maybe, but we're avoiding the flamethrower in the room.
Beastie is committing to Hawk, though. And on the other side, Marine Lord is just saying, okay, I'm going straight to Castle. Marine Lord is going to have a substantial head start going into Castle.
I mean, this is the play, right? Open with a boat, make your opponent think he needs to contest you. We do now have the archer ship arriving. That's going to be a little bit annoying for the fishing boats, but the arrows that's coming in, it means that he's going to be able to keep gathering here for the time being. BC would have to make quite the lofty commitment to now block the dock play.
Yeah, Beastie canceled the demo he made.
Yeah.
Well,
just build spring on and snipe. That's the,
He's going for a double war chunk, though.
Yeah,
he is going to be behind in Castle Age timing, but not by a massive margin. He's also getting ready to head up.
This is ambitious. I mean, he has fishing boats to heal. I don't think this works. Maybe if Marino keeps running away.
He's trying to snipe the fishing boat to the galley. That's what's happening.
Yeah, but you can
Galley's going
them
to do well against the fishing boats.
So the easy play, I think, that exists here for Beastie is if you just camp the south side, you can stop your opponent gathering fish with double springald and a fishing boat and an archer ship, right? You can snipe the boats. So like a little bit of an overextension. He did force them out of time. It's okay because he didn't lose any boats. And now you're going to see him mirror the play. Castle Age coming in. Beastie, last time I checked, his name is not B, it's not Louis, so we should be seeing a floating gate.
One key thing there is that Marine Lord had to commit his fishing boats to repair the combat ships, and that delayed his Castle Age timing by a handful of seconds. It might not seem like a big difference, but in a race to castle like this, it does. You see Golden Horde Tower being built by 8 villagers. Beastie's about to click up himself, so he's not going to be behind that much. Keep in mind, though, the floating gate is going to help with the production quite a bit initially.
What is this largely erected structure in my eyesight, Lidico? I thought we were getting sippy cups this game.
Interesting. He opened Mercenary Camp and Golden Horn Tower.
I mean, you have javelins coming. It's a little bit surprising because if the play gets scouted, then your opponent is just going to build Mounted Samurai. If the play isn't scouted, he'll assume Cataphracts and build Onimusha. But the scout just wrapped around the back. And I don't know if you noticed this, but the Golden Horn Tower is a very tall tower. It's almost impossible to not notice.
The concern I have for Marine Lord is that Beastie is going to have a huge production advantage with the floating gate initially, and indeed, it's javelins coming in right now for Marine Lord. He's still trying to hold on to this little fishing economy. Pops out the demo.
The timing. He's definitely going to lose one of the Springles. I mean, this is the weird thing, right? Like, you'd think winning water against Byzantines is easy because they're not going to build the flamethrower ship. You just have to play around that. But it's still a big investment to win water in the first place. We already have soon to be 12 javelins coming in from Marine Lord. Like, he's just flooding them. He actually hasn't committed to a second unit type yet.
Yeah, I think he's also waiting for Beastie's move, although it's quite predictable that it's going to be Mounted Samurai. But I'm a little worried for Marine Lord here with only javelin throwers. Like, sure, he took a good water fight, but at the end of the day, Beastie still has his own fishing eco, so there is no substantial difference in the economies. But the compositions will just favor Beastie so much better initially. It's only javelin throwers now. Arax is coming up for Limitani.
I wondered how long we were going to be waiting because, like, it kind of feels obvious what Beastie's going to do, but I think Marine Lord was just playing it safe, right? He has plenty of time to react as long as he scouts early. So Limitani are now queued up, has the system level to kind of inflate the count. Sucky part about this build, because there is a sucky part for what Marine Lord done to secure water. His system level, it's still only level 1, so you don't really have a nicely inflated economy.
I love the little move by Marine Lord to hit the Mounted Samurai with the Scout. He took away deflective armor with his lowest DPS unit out there. Also managed to pick off the Monk that was going for the relics.
The Monk is so much more important, right? Because, like, BC's not going to rush a temple here. That's not the way the Japanese build works. So he's missing his relic time right now. Meanwhile, guess who just cha-chinged there first? Marine Lord already garrisoned one relic, lightly in the Grand Winery, and he's going to be inflating more mercenaries. We even now have camels on the way.
Now, I presume that the idea here is that you go Spearman Javelin, which is very similar to the Dunso heavy composition that we've seen in game number 1, just trying to find an answer to cavalry-based builds. Marine Lord went Dunso Javelin in game number 1 against the Knights. Now he's going Limitani Javelin against the Mounted Samurai, and Beastie's actually making a pivot into Yumi here. So I wonder if that's something that Marine Lord expected. I would think that if you're Marine Lord, maybe you expect Onabugeisha as a response, and then you go Varangians.
I think the Yumi play is kind of intriguing. Like, against Javelins, that feels really bad, but the logic is Javelins will overkill Yumi a lot. But you have bigger problems in the meantime before they even arrive. The Mounted Samurai are in. The Mitane account is not spooky enough yet. He doesn't have the veteran see through for them, so minimizes losses. But this is still idle time. This is still map control. He has got 2 more relics on the way home. I can't believe he's still snaking this when Beastie's got him pinned in the base this way.
And Marine Lord has a relic back behind his base. So he's taking all the neutral relics across the map. This is going to be a 4-to-1 split.
This is absolutely wild. I'm so bloody impressed by Marine Lord's timing on this. I mean, this is a really big detail for Beastie. Like, the natural flow of Japanese, a lot of the plays you want to make are gold-heavy and Castle Edge.
Yes.
This is probably one of the most gold-heavy, reliable civs, probably top 3 for that regard, that exist in AoE4. The only others that kind of hit that mark as well is French and JD.
Yeah, part of the reason why this Mounted Samurai build is so oppressive is because it almost guarantees you relics. And that's not the case in this game here. And now Beast is kind of boxed in here. Marine Lord is looking to clean this up. Camel's out there to debuff as well. You don't want to lose the Bannerman nor the Mounted Samurai, but Beastie might not have another choice here. He's trying to disengage, but he's going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, that's most of his Fort Cav going down. Wololo did trigger but didn't go off, right? So, like, he did snipe that. There is a Shinto moving out, so we should be seeing 1 relic drawing back. So likely a 3-2 split. There is maybe a world if he pulls the camels in which he can snipe that priest quick enough, but it feels like Marine Lord is maybe moving a bit too slow to do that.
If you're Beastie, though, I think once again the game plan is going into the high mobility Mounted Samurai, just try to dictate the tempo of the game. It is going to be more difficult to hit Marine Lord's eco now, however, because it's just so condensed. and you have a limited amount of angles to approach from.
Now, Marine Lord, he really is looking for that Hulk and go timing, right? It's not about the quality of individual, it's about the quality of mass. He has it right now. You need to be careful that wall low. The Varangian is actually slowing down the retreat. But the problem is Beastie's count is kind of a lie. Half of his military pop is the worst possible unit we could be seeing right now.
It's a Hawk.
No, the Yumi.
I mean, no. For the land fight, it's objectively the Hawk.
Oh, that's true.
The second worst is the Yumi.
Actually, no, in fairness, if we fight near the shoreline, we're still on land, and I'd still take a Hulk, which can be kited over these Yumi. You've built Yumi into javelins, right? Like, this is the
And Varangians.
Exactly. Like, you could basically have to turn each of these units into a hedgehog before they die. We're going to see it happen here. Yumi dive in. Marine Lord hasn't got the full army here yet, though, right? Like, he's holding a little bit in reserve. Starts to pinch some of the knights. I mean, credit to him. So far, this is going quite well for Beastie.
Yeah.
I think Marine Lord, he didn't bring all the javelins. There's a second wave still guarding home. That was weird.
That's the disadvantage of this javelin plus spearman style composition. If you get caught in the middle of the map, you could easily get cleaned up. Now, Beastie's mounted samurai are badly beaten up, but he's also flanking around, and the mobility advantage that Beastie has is once again starting to show. Still, a lot of his mounted samurai are heavily damaged. He cannot take another fight like that.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, Marine Lord is split of two minds, right? Like, at this stage, you just kind of wish you'd walled at home, and then you wouldn't be dancing around like this for two groups of two knights. It lost you the main engagement in the center. It's now going to allow Beastie to move out to capture both sacred sites, which is going to inflate his economy further. Marine Lord, we've only got level 2 Sistan and a small handful of olive groves, which also just can't work right now because a crazy lady with a bow showed up. It's going to go down, but it's all adding up here, man. I don't know if I'd say that the Yumi play really works if you have all the javelins together. I still think it's a bit weird.
No.
But it doesn't matter. With the way Beastie's playing this, Marine Lord can't get the stationary fight.
I think if you're Marine Lord, you want Varangians like he is doing right now. I agree with you. I think the problem is that Beastie's Yumi are great against one thing and one thing only. It's the Limitani. If you take out the Limitani, you can use your mounted samurai. But again, a lot of his mounted samurai are beaten up. And he only has 8 of them in total. So once you have 15 Limitani arrive, a bunch of camels to debuff them, and maybe even some Varangians as a front line, I don't know if Beastie has the raw firepower, so to say, to deal with Marine Lord's forces.
I mean, Marine Lord has a big problem, and it's called technology, okay? I assume at this point he lives out on a farm in the middle of nowhere and doesn't deal with either tech, because we have, our first tech upgrade in Blacksmith coming in at 16 minutes, right? That's what's been missing. Even Yumi could actually trade well against javelins when you lack any extra armor and your opponent has got +2. So he's fixing that problem. It's definitely going to look a little better for him next fight. We even have cataphracts added in. I like this idea, just 1 or 2 for raiding. It's not about anything else. Your opponent, even if there's like 15 Yumi there, is not going to like just 1 cata turning up. This way,
Beastie couldn't sneak past. Marine Lord noticed him.
It's just these tiny gaps, man.
It's the same story over and over again. Beastie doesn't want to fight Marine Lord directly. It almost feels like dealing with Napoleon. It's fitting because you're fighting a Frenchman. You never fight him head on. You always fight on the flanks and you just rip him apart from 5 directions.
Yeah, it's kind of more accurate here, right? Because instead of the Frenchman, who's Byzantines here, relying on just his own people, he's hiring mercenaries, i.e. having allies to try and take you on as well, which are also letting you down. Just classic Napoleon situation. I mean, also kind of, I don't know if it fits from a... No, it definitely fits. Marine Lord is not the tallest person in the scene, so we're pretty much full on riding this Napoleon comparison. So what's the plan now? I mean, the other interesting thing is we talked at the start of this series about how these two are the bottom 4 for walling out of the top 16 in this tournament. They're kind of sticking to that, aren't they, so far? Like, most of these games has barely been any walls.
Yeah, it's a lot of static defenses, though. Towers are coming up, and Beastie is definitely trying to lure Marine Lord out of his base. I don't know if this is, once again, Marine Lord's full force or not. I don't think it is.
No, his full force are waiting to be paid the olive oil. That's a lot of flow. I think Marine Lord is trying to figure out what BC's doing next before he commits the resources. There's no way this is fast imp and elephants, right? Like, this has to be a bigger army. He's just not really sure where to commit the oil.
That's a lot of olive oil that's being floated, and Beastie has been on the sacred sites for a while. The countdown is down to 7 minutes. The passive resource income from the sacred sites helps offset the relic differential, and Beastie is now fortifying this middle area. I think Beastie is just going to try to make a stand here on these sacred sites, and now Marine Lord is starting to run long gold. So I don't think Marine Lord is going to imp simply because he won't have the gold here. He's gonna have to fight this out in castle.
It's crazy. You look at the quality of the armies, you feel like Marine Lord should only be able to win the fight, but 15 Mount Samurai is really no joke here. The Yumi Bannerman effect mattering a lot. Marine Lord has at least got the double undermesh now, so a bit more tanky. He's just trying to ride the wave, right? You can see what the intent is here. Get all the olive groves online, be ready to rock and roll. Now, he has the back gold to work with. It's looking like an Imperial Age macro here. So, we do have a reinvestment. Okay, so you just queued 3 additional Javelin groups. He could still...
If he's going imp, it's going to take time.
Yeah, but I think the thought here is, like, your opponent has mass Yumi, so if you imp and build the Foreign Engineering Company, you can recruit the Nest of Bees, right? And that would melt basically 2/3 of BC's army.
It's a fair point. I think if Marine Lord goes imp, he's going to have one shot at decapping this sacred sites, but 6 minutes is a long time. He doesn't have a spectacular gold income. So if he wants to go into Imperial, that's going to be the major constraint. For now, he's just going to start trapping down the towers for the time being.
Yeah,
Start to
interesting.
flank around.
So we have a full commitment. I guess he just doesn't feel like he has the time to thread here, so crossbows are coming in. I mean, these
I think he's going to castle the middle.
Yeah, and that's the hilarious irony against Japanese, right? They can't.
Yeah.
it kind of makes you feel a little bit empty, like, what? I can't get that. I have to wait until Imperial here. I'm gonna have to settle for little outposts. Well, let's see if the little conqueror can hold on here. DC starts to dive in. Camels are providing that debuff. Yumi need to be a step in the way for anything they get their hands on. Looks like more of an A-click extravaganza. He's trying to wrap around onto the trebuchet for a free kill. Difficult to find, and we do have the Mango Towers coming in. Should be enough to scare Beastie back. Mountain Samurai count is already down to 13. Marine Lord, he's still keeping all those javelins, those crossbows alive. It's just him disposing of the Limitane to get rid of the better cavalry.
Beastie had a lot of Onamusha, but they weren't present in this fight to take out the Varangians.
Beastie.
Maybe he was concerned about the javelins.
Where's the front line?
And I think he's overextending.
It doesn't exist anymore. It's just one knight left over. It's only Yumi and Onamusha to boot. So Marine Lord, one step closer to that site. Trebuchet's dealing with the emplacements. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and Beastie doesn't have the type of food income that can immediately replace those losses.
Yeah, I think Beastie needs to concede the sacred sites. He would just be losing whatever army he has left trying to hold this. He's still facing a bunch of javelin throwers. Remember, Marine Lord spent like 2,000 or so olive oil a couple of minutes ago. If he fights here, that is Beastie, he is just going to lose his army. He's trying to get some mangonels going to help out. For now, Sacred Site Countdown still keeps ticking, but Marine Lord is inching closer and closer, and Beastie doesn't have the army to fight this right now.
So many idle villages repairing as well, right? That's your whole eco lead. We're up to level 3 system as well, which means Marine Lord a healthy buff here. And he feels so confident now with that damage done.
Wow.
He pads himself with a second TC.
Wow. And now, infantry starts moving. They want to decap that Sacred Site. Beastie still has a mangonel, though.
Wow, one whole mango.
Whoop.
Look at the way he beat up that ground.
Well, the Sacred Site is still his, so at this point, if you're Beastie...
By the way...
And there's going to be a second mangonel.
Yeah, but
his nickname is CGQT for a reason, KP.
The hilarious part here, though, is like the siege on the other side is doing more damage, because when those trebuchets don't hit the tower, they're killing the workers repairing it. Yeah, smart play. He pulls the Shinto to stop the 1 hit, or rather 2 hits, right, from occurring. I still can't believe the way Beastie's trying to play this. I can't believe it's looking this close, but now, out of woods, Marine Lord starts to posture. The new wave of Mad Samurai, a much less impressive feat than the previous scale he had. Villagers are being pulled to try and deal with the counter-offensive. Mangonels walloping both ways here, but the blocker gets the villagers. They're diving in, but that's a mango tower. A death sentence to boot. They're all gone. BC now behind an economy. And that pause has kept the timer at 3 minutes. Will continue to do so. Surely this is it. How do you hold this as BC for 3 minutes?
I don't know. I don't think he has an option, though. I think he now needs to hold it because longevity is not on his side. We've seen crazier things from Beastie, though, and for the time being, he still has the sacred sites. 3 minutes feels like an eternity, especially for a civilization that cannot build castles.
It's kind of crazy. We've been praising Beastie for always being the offensive party. Technically, going for a 6-site victory turned him into the defensive party, right? And all of a sudden, it allowed Marine Lord to reach this timing he'd been looking for. We do have a lot of farms, but that goes both ways. The olive oil matters a lot here. Additional camels are coming in. BC is leading more and more into Onimusha spam, but we also have horsemen supporting. Interesting combo, considering Marine Lord could just flood more Libertane, but BC seems to be content with the fact that 29 Yumi should guard him here. We are 2.5 minutes away from BC being able to dominate this series and get pretty damn close to just sweeping it all together, right? Remember, best of 9, so first to 5.
I gotta tell you, if Marine Lord loses this game after the fights that he's been taking, it's gonna be a gutting loss. He needs a win here, and after the fights he took, the composition he has, he's not supposed to lose this game. Beastie is all-in the sacred side victory condition because that's the only thing he has.
The keep drop's coming. That's going to force his hand. BC has to commit. It's triple mango now. If he catches the enemy mangoes, he can easily snipe them. Wallop comes up a little bit short, though. The Varangian are starting to reach in. However, the Onimusha should be the perfect counter. That Samurai frontline has failed, though. The mangoes, they're still not counterplaying here. Marine Lord's keep is going to be erected successfully. And that should just be the staging point. We're going to dive on this side. Beastie has to back up.
What is Marine Lord going to dive with? His army is getting thinned out, and Mangonels are still camping on the sacred side.
I mean, the Onimusha could not be frontlining like this. They melt.
Oh, man. Marine Lord only has 25 army out there. He needs to roll up the siege to decap the sacred side.
I mean, if it works, right? It keeps the remaining Onimusha at bay. Only one horseman going in, pretty much trying to write his own tail. As a Pegasus rider here, it's not going to be good enough, though. The siege is still keeping Marine Lord at bay. It's 4 mangoes. You memed about it, but CGQ actually may be here to stay.
The new horsemen are trickling in just to keep the sacred site alive for 1 more second. They're sacrificing themselves for that timer.
The timer, 1 by 1.
Oh.
The Mad Samurai now arriving. Surely not. The villager repair crew hasn't been targeted quick enough. The mangoes are failing him. Beastie, with only 4 left over, no front line. The Libertani are going to clear it. Surely this is the decap he's been looking for.
Is it though? Is it the decap? He still has
he needs
the
one
side.
Libertani. The villagers. Beastie, he sends them in. Mangoes,
the countdown.
The mangoes are going to kill them. Beastie, there's no way. There's surely no way. He gets one flurry. He goes to the second with the repair crew, comes in clutch, and surely that's the end of the road. Decap comes through. Beastie, a valiant effort, but in the end, Marine Lord is finally able to get on the board.
I have no words. This last 2 minutes has been non-stop microing between those two as Beastie is trying to hold on to the sacred side, and really 15 army against 17 at the 26-minute mark. It's just both players absolutely obliterated each other, but Beastie has just nothing behind this to remass. Marine Lord is sitting on 4 relics, 100 eco against 69.
At this point, I mean, Beastie, you know how he is. He likes to play, like, you know, statistically, if there's a small chance, I'll play it. For him, he doesn't know about the second TC, right?
Yeah.
So he might be looking for, like, a recovery arc. We paint the picture we see for what it really is, right? Like, Marine Lord could match the scaling now and technically go Imperial as well. Unbelievable.
If it wasn't for the bunch of villagers Beastie lost, and if it wasn't for the relic gap, you could say, okay, maybe there's a chance. We've seen Beastie come back from crazy positions before. The problem is that too much was sacrificed to keep that sacred side victory condition rolling. Beastie basically need to make a call whether he thinks he can come back into this
Look
game.
at this. Here's the thing. The first mango shot, look at it from the castle. Look at that damage. It's ridiculous. And then the second mango shot, at that point,
Bam!
he knew it was not ever going to work. Vicious, vile ability that the Byzantines have. Looks like we do have the fishing getting cleared up. So Beastie's also lost a bit of extra food permanently there. He's gone for a second TC. He's refusing to give this up. I mean, if Marine Lord does just chill a bit too much, in theory, there's a way.
Yeah, and listen, if you're Beastie, you feel like there is blood in the water. You're leading 2-0, and it seemed like you're going to have a shot at this game despite being down in relics. Marine Lord took some less than optimal fights there as well. He also lost most of his army. But there is no way that Beastie should be coming back into this game. This should be Marine Lord's game no matter what.
No. And it's a great read by Marine Lord as well, right? Like, if he's staying in this game, he must be playing Deer to, like, inflate his eco in an artificial way, right? So he's going to shuffle down here. That's also where the gold's going to be. Japan's just so gold heavy, you know they're going to have to come out here. Oh my god. Is he really doing this? It did get seen by the dock, but we have got a Japanese Normandy. What was the Japanese Normandy? Anyone? I assume it was some sort of invasion in World War II. Give me a battle. Just make it up, Lidical.
I think you're thinking Saipan.
Saipan. Let's go with Saipan. But it's not going to be a sayonara moment. He is able to mirror out of camels. We'll chase him away.
Oh, man. And now he sees the second TC. Marine Lord is also aging to Imperial. Beastie's doing the right things, but it's not going to be enough unless he can keep doing this over and over again. I think Marine Lord, for the first time in this series, needs to just right-click inside the enemy base. Because that's not something that he's been doing across this series. He was always chasing Beastie, and that bought Beastie time at times where he didn't have the defenses back at home.
The crazy part is he got distracted. Yeah, so he just got in and snatched some siege. Are you kidding me right now? Beastie, he forced an overreaction there. Marine Lord was so distracted by that raid. He pulled additional troops back. Beastie has bought himself some time, and look at what he's looking to buy. That is imp macro right now.
Unreal. Listen, if I would have to give a number on Beastie's probability to win right now, I'll probably give less than 5%. Not because I'm not a believer, it's because I'm looking at the numbers. His army count is half of that of Marine Lord's. He's 120 population against 190, and Marine Lord is an imp. Yet, I think it speaks a lot about Beastie as a player that we are still saying, okay, maybe less than 5%, but that's a lot for Beastie.
They said the same thing about Iwo Jima. Wait, actually, Japanese lost that one. All right, we may have a problem here, but he's going to try to solve it. It's not even Castle the Crow. He's actually going for the gunsmith.
Now, this is a worrisome spot. Hello?
Wait, no. Marine Lord, come on. This is bordering BM. I'm going to win the game with a Droman.
What's the bigger problem? The bigger problem for Beastie is that his landmark is being built right next to this army.
But don't worry. We can always spawn a Reboldequin. That's all I've got right now, Lidical. He's going to have
Frankly,
to
the Reboldequin would do pretty well against this mass infantry.
Yeah, but we'd instantly die to the javelins. Petit problem with the plan. Grabs our seat into the TC. We do have outposts coming up, so no sneaky boo around the side from the Stealth Forest. We'll see all. It's tech up complete. Both of them now in Imperial Age here, but Sacred Site time is now starting to tick for Marine Lord. I love the fact he's just not idling. He's looking to aggress. We do have another mini little Iwo Jima moment. It's going to get shut down. The Mangoes.
Spearmen are missing, though.
Where's the front? Oh my god, what are they doing?
Ooh, they overextended. Their javelins are being jumped by the mounted samurai.
Yeah, you have to run away. You have at least got outpost emplacements that should be able to protect you here. We do have gunners coming in as well from Marine Lord. Not an often seen sight for the Byzantines. The damage on the back definitely is adding up. But we do have the Baldy Boys. The Zutsu have been deployed against the Sun.
Beastie lost way too many villagers. I was just going to say that he was up to 95, so he was closing the villager gap, but now it's gone. A lot of villager kills here by the Limitani and the Camels. And Beastie's reset. He's he's back to the drawing board with the eco.
Yeah, and Azetsu isn't really your saving grace against Limitane with the foreign engineering company, right? Because that means he gets the +2 armor. That means you basically reduce the damage via shield wall, and then you remove an extra 5 damage that Azetsu would do. So Baldy Boys don't really do anything against Limitane or javelins. But
Now,
they do look cool.
hear me out, KP. The Varangians can build transports.
Oh my god.
So Marine Lord could just transport stuff inside Beastie's base. If he wants to one-up that Dromon play, that's the way to go.
What you do is you drop the Grenadiers. That's the play. It's almost like when you play Red Alert 2 and you transport a bunch of crazy Ivans. You'll get that reference if you play the game. It's a great one. So we have got the mangoes getting cleared up. No C's to play with. A keep dropper's coming in. Beastie's like, if only I had these in age 3, the game would already be over. Welcome to Japan. Dive around the back though. The horsemen are gonna do nothing.
Yeah, it's Castle Age horses against a bunch of Limitani, Imperial Javelin throwers, and finally, Beastie gives up. Marine Lord is on the board here for the first time in this series, and KP, we talked about this so many times. Their series are often momentum-based, but based on the first 3 games, I get the feeling that we could be in here for a long time, because this could easily go all the way to 9 games.
We have to remember that Marine Lord is the truest degree of a degen, a European that would actually rather practice into the midnight and beyond. We are getting deeper into the evening. Technically, Lidicor, we are passing Beastie's prime hours and entering Marine Lords, and he just proved it. He turned up, he woke up for game number 3, and finally we have what starts to feel like a series on our hands. The crazy part, though, is even cinching that 1 point, it's ridiculous how close Beastie made it look to a win.
And remember, we talked about this, KP. A lot of the maps that we still have available for Beastie and Marine Lord to play are not necessarily Marine Lord style. This was, in a way, a really good map for Marine Lord because so far, Beastie has been a tempo setter in this series. We are going to head to King of the Hill, so Beastie is going to like a bit of a shake-up here to the current meta. But what I was going to say is, on this map, it was so difficult for Beastie to leverage that mobility in the raid. That's not going to be the case for most of the remaining maps. So if you're Marine Lord, nice, it's a win. But part of the reason why this win ended up happening is because Beastie wasn't able to run circles around you because of the map. Every time Beastie went in with the raid, we've seen Marine Lord once again reacting with a lot of his infantry blob chasing him. So if you're Beastie, I think on maps like Baldland, Dry Arabia, you kind of just continue with that recipe. But first, you want to shake things up, it seems, and King of the Hill could be a good way to do that. Remember, he almost pulled off a Sacred Site victory here on Lakeside. I think I know what the plan is going to be here for King of the Hill.
Oh yeah? You wanna just full mansplain it to me? Just give us the full depth of it?
It's always going to be Pro Scouts KP, but
there we go.
I would be shocked if we didn't see a Barbican in the middle of the map. That's all I'm going to say.
So you can go the Barbican, you never go at first, Imperial Academy first. The thing, though, I think what we're doing here is we're, like, trying to exploit the fact that you know H3 is going to be coming out, right? Like, redraft afterwards makes sense. So from his POV, the reason he does this is on this particular map, if you want to get the most wood, you put your Archon out of TC range, right? We see it time and time again. It's actually the weak point for HR in this map is your economy can be very exposed. The Pro Scouts meta, there might even be a timing where you just kind of skimp on wheelbarrows in that as well. So I like the thought process from Beastie. I mean, where else would you have gone here? I feel like if you play something like Cliffside, you play Boardland, HRE is going to look pretty good, Dry Arabia as well. So definitely an intriguing perspective. I'm not fully sold still. I feel like H3 has looked really good against China, but if there was any map where it can make sense, this should be the one.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about the remaining maps though, KP, because again, 4 Lakes is still there. We're going to have those after the redraft, probably. Moving Out, still there. And, you know, if you're a Marine Lord, you're back in this series. It's 2-1, but those are maps that you need to have solutions for. I think Marine Lord is going to have an answer to Dry Arabia. He's going to have a game plan going into Baldland, probably even Cliffside. But the big variables to me will be 4 Lakes and Moving Out for him. And I'm pretty sure that Beastie is conserving some of those maps for some of the key games coming up. But first, we gotta settle things here on King of the Hill. Beastie with the 2-1 lead against Marine Lord. Beastie with the color yellow, facing off against Marine Lord's pink.
HRE up against Chinese. A matchup that if you would have given me it on Dry Arabia, I'd lean Marine Lord. After that last game, I'm tempted to still go Marine Lord, but Beastie chose this knowing it would be Chinese up against HRE. Curious to see what the game plan is here. Your early game economy definitely competes. Your pro scout timing more aggressive, but on a thinned map like this, yeah, look at what he does. Beastie went for the double scout opener. We saw it earlier today against Anatan. It demolished the sheep count. It does the same here, but Marine Lord is trying to get ahead of the problem. Look at what happened there. Beastie tried to cut him off, but Beastie's already on the east side. This is still looking pretty abysmal for Marine Lord, though. That is, what, 5 sheep? And Beastie can just go for the rest.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Yep. Beastie is going to have the majority, and that has been the pattern across this series. The same thing that Beastie did against Anatan, he's able to do against Marine Lord. Consistently secure the majority of the sheep, and again, the impact of that differs from game to game, but when you have a bunch of extra food compared to your opponent every single game, that puts you in a very advantageous position.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about sheep all this time. It looks more like BC's about to carve him up like a turkey, right? Like, the sheep count really will matter here. It's going to limit the moves, and it's going to force pro scouts. Now, obviously, Beastie knows it's going to be pro scouts regardless. It has to be. But he can leverage this long term, right? Usually we see this map ends before a farm transition is complete. And if you have an overwhelming edge, say 75% of sheep, you know that Marine Lord's going to be the one who has to blink first. So, Archon on the way as expected, and there's the weak point we talked about. Marine Lord has to build on that tree line, right? If you look at spawn, there isn't a good alternative. He couldn't go for a small tree line in gold, because the gold was full force spawning. So he's kind of damned if he does, damned if he don't. If you look at the back of Marine Lord's base, what you'll see is it's so far away that in the mid game, when knights come through, they're going to reap.
It's an academy opening here for Beastie, so he's not going to drop the Barbican straight away. But I would be shocked if the Barbican wasn't soon placed on that central sacred site. And just to talk about that sacred site, in comparison to the one that we've seen in the Anatan versus Beastie series, this hill spawn is a lot more locked in, and you only have some very narrow funnel points between those cliffs. So whoever takes control over that sacred site in the middle, it's going to be extremely difficult for the opponent to aggress that position.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing on this one is, like, I'm looking at the deer, it's about as even as you can get. Like, that's at least fair. I'd actually say this is, outside of the starting golds, this is probably the fairest spawn I've seen of King of the Hill in a long time, right? Because another thing that sometimes can screw you over is King of the Hill's merciless on the spawn. Sometimes you get the front ramp, like this one we're seeing here, doesn't exist, right? So it takes longer for you to get to the top side of the hill. This is fairly balanced. The only weak point will be that forward gold for Emerald. Like, all of his gold is full. Beastie has a side gold, but the insanity of playing Chinese is you kind of get away with not even needing gold past, like, 5 minutes, right? You can just tax instead.
Yep. Pro Scouts coming in for Marine Lord, no surprise on that front. Both players had their deer packs spawn adjacent to one another, so it's not like you're going to have a lot of opportunities to just sneak carcasses in, because most of the deer actually spawn very close to one another. Beastie taking out the deer.
Yeah, this should be
I don't
good
think
for
he clicked
HRE,
Pro
by the
Scouts.
No, he's just
Yeah, I
shiny
don't
gold.
think-
You can see by his, like, gold.
But he's
he-
going to supervise the tech, so he's going to have the same timing as Marine Lord, basically.
Exactly, and his timing of stable should be quite nice. Meanwhile, for Marine Lord, yeah, stable's only now coming in, so you didn't have them early to shove in because you can't delay the trigger of Pro Scouts, so you just lose the race. And now, wow, look at that. Marine Lord's bar is just so much fuller. Hold on a second. I believe we're going to see BC or Pro Scouts first.
Nope, Marine Lord is going to have like a 1 second advantage.
You sure about that?
No.
Okay,
there you go.
Of mine. never assume a Chinese Yuji player won't get there first. Insane. So he's already got it. And remember, because he's on the double scout opener, he's got extra to pull back early. Marine Lord is just trying to lame the deer so he can't drag them closer, and he is going to be snatching from Beastie's side first.
There's stable coming up for Beastie. Spearman on the way for Marine Lord, though.
Yep.
It's going to be very challenging to contest any of the carcasses on Beastie's side of the map. By the time he arrives, most of the carcasses will be gone.
That's true, but A3 is probably the best anti-pro scout civ. Like, most people think it's Malians because of the Malian pro scouts, right? Like the war scouts that's so fast. March and drill spears. They get anywhere near, they charge in, they get close, they can easily just shut you down chasing you. And obviously your early game economy is so strong, you can flood them. It is awkward on this map, though, right? Like, BC realistically should get 1.5 DS stacks at least, if not more. I love this from Marine Lord, though. He's following up archers, realizing this is about to turn to a spearathon.
Interesting idea. It's not something that you would see on a normal classic map, but keep in mind, whoever takes that position in the middle, especially if you're the Chinese and you can drop a Barbican up in the middle, it's going to be a difficult position to aggress. So I like Marine Lord's almost all-in feudal style opening here. Horsemen, spearmen, archers, just trying to box Beastie into his own base and not let him secure the middle.
It's 1-1-1, right? Like, he's going the full length here. I do like it. It's a little bit dangerous against Chinese if they manage to find their way into Zhuge, but that's going to slow them down. So at this stage, like, your eco's strong, right? Like, you're playing archers as part of your comp on an Arcan tree line that you'd be challenged to find a more heavily dense Arcan tree line in the game, right? Like, this is the king for a reason. Rename it King of Wood, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Beastie is looking to take away some of the carcasses from Marine Lord's side, though, and it looks like he is going to get away with some spearmen trying to block him. He's definitely having the upper hand in terms of collecting food, and remember, he had the advantage going into the deer collection as well. Picks off a couple of spears towards the middle.
Marine Lord hasn't revealed the archers yet. He's baiting Beastie here.
It's probably a bait, yeah.
Hold them back. Okay, first one gets revealed. I don't know if that was intentional, though. He's got more on the eastern flank, right? So, yeah, it's now known. Beastie's going to keep searching for the time being, but very difficult. The marching drills just allows Marine Lord to kite much better with HRE. So he has to back away. The best thing Beastie can hope for is just snatch a few deer before he's pinned down in his base.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. I don't think the scout wanted to go this way. He probably wanted to go to the right.
Fine, sir.
He's going to pay with his life for that mistake. But Beastie is ready to drop the Barbican.
Oh, yes.
And he's not going to gamble on the middle. He saw the archers, he saw the horsemen, and said, okay, I cannot roll that dice.
Yeah, it's like a death sentence to try for that play, right? Like, the reality check is your enemy is bloating feudal army. Do you really want to walk out into the middle of the map to build that? No. So, hunkers down as expected here. Marine Lord is just tricking him, though. Check what's happening. I tell you, he's waking up in this series now. The longer it goes, the cleaner these games are looking for M-Lord.
This reminds me of those classic Chinese versus HRE matchups that we had in these slower paced maps back in the days. Hill and Dale was a classic Chinese versus HRE fiesta, and Beastie knows what's coming next as well. I think he's suspecting that Marine Lord wants to go to Castle. He himself is thinking about Castle Age here. It's going to be a little delayed. So now the question becomes, if you're Marine Lord, are you going Regnitz and play for longevity?
Yeah.
Or are you maybe thinking Burgrave? I'm not so sure. I think it's Regnitz.
It has to be
But yeah.
relics. Yeah. Like, this will be defined by relics. Also, if it turns into a Sacred Site win condition, you then fortify with the relics, right? It's a very powerful play. The other important detail here is, like, there's some civs that Burgrave can feel a bit weird against, and Chinese is one of them. Because they have a mini Burgrave effect of their own, right? They can supervise. So what they can do is just supervise crossbows as a counter. All of a sudden, your play starts to fall apart. Just definitely a lot safer this way. Beastie is going to be the clock tower. We have recently seen a lot more Imperial Palaces, but on this map, Nesta B's a king.
Okay. That gold mine is going to be a bit of a problem for Marine Lord moving forward. It's very, very exposed and open. Yeah. It looks like it's just going to be a big ball of Jugenu for the time being for Beastie, probably mixed in alongside a couple of crossbows. Castle Age timings will pretty much match at the end of the day. Beastie with the Chinese faster building.
We're not falling for the bait of Chinese progression bars anymore, eh? It is ridiculous just how quickly 6 villagers get that thing up.
What was that wall? That wall looked a little awkward. It kind of snapped to the actual cliff. Yeah.
There is a gap there, so yeah.
Yeah, I think
sense.
I was thinking about the same thing. At the end of the day, it was like, okay, are you going to gamble on there being a gap? You rather just build a wall, whatever.
I've seen some games on my time. That's not, like recently on King of the Hill. I've just seen it happen all the time. So I think players just rather invest the wood, not risk it. Marine Lord, we're now getting that switch over into farms. Meanwhile, for Beastie, it's going to be pro scouts to the bitter end. Maybe he even tries to play for the boar, because you know, granary transitions are a lot more expensive. The return on investment is a lot weaker and slower, I'd say, than HR rebarking.
First relic on the way for Marine Lord. He does have a decent amount of map control, so this should be a relic lead for him no matter what. Beastie himself is trying to get some relics. He already has 2 monks out there. Remember, he can supervise the production on the monastery as well to get the monks out. Realistically, if Beastie can secure 2 here, that's something that you would consider a win.
Yeah, it feels like Marine Lord should end up with 3 though, right? He's still got that safe one on the west side. In fact, that relic is so impactful to the outcome of the game, it literally ate into the tree line. Relics are powerful, man. They take priority on the spawn.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, nope, I don't want to grow there.
Yeah, I still remember like the old King of the Hill. That used to have it to the extreme where like deer packs would spawn in the tree line and despawn the center of a tree line. Damn, those were the days. 2021 King of the Hill. What a time.
I need to rewatch some of those games from back in the past.
Oh,
we should have like a retro broadcast where we just highlight or show tournament games from 4 years ago.
I still remember the B Mister set to qualify for M4C. It was literally decided by the map spawn. Right? Because you had B unable to really get a good goal. Man, blast from the past for sure. But looks like relic grabbing, it is going to end up being that 3-2 split. Maybe, though. Hold on a second. Yep.
Marine Lord was waiting for this.
There. Whoop. Goes down. I mean, BC can't fight this, right? His army is on the way, but it's kind of discombobulated. We do have a small raid coming in. And it looks like Marine Lord has not noticed it.
Yeah, he's slowly cleaning this up here, but it's going to take some time, and he's going to lose a couple of villagers in return. 4 villagers having been lost.
But like he reacted, but he's attacking the scout first. That's 4 worker kills. That's actually quite a bit for Beastie. Remember, he also has Song Dynasty. Palace Guard switch is now coming in, so Marine Lord, he needs to think about quality too. Like, he has all this gold, but so far, he's just been funneling trash units.
Yeah, and archers with the HRE is just not a good unit you want to go for. He doesn't even have a lot of blacksmith upgrades, and Chinese can always escalate their army count very quick because of the supervision. So you could see a lot of palace guards appear very quickly. And I think now Beastie's moving towards the middle. He might just be looking to hit this gold mine. But remember, the moment you capture that sacred site, the timer starts for the opposing player.
Remember, although Beastie's food income looks great right now, he needs to fix the long-term issue, right? Marine Lord has started to do that. Something to be conscious of as the time goes on. Beastie, you know, if he had the sacred site, different type of game, right? He's got the capture, but he's not going to be able to hold it. If he's able to hold it, and we have to time it down to 8 minutes, you can kind of thread this needle on limited food. We're kind of passing that point.
I think if you're Beastie, part of this equation is going to be mass nest of bees. And we've seen some tournament games. We've seen some tournament games here in EGC Masters Winter where it all came down to just a big ball of nest of bees. It wasn't on King of the Hill, though. So, in a way, time helps Beastie build up that absolute death ball of China.
You know, this is a very good map for Springolds.
Fair.
I'm just putting it out there. I don't recommend it, right? It's kind of funny, actually. If you can funnel walls, like, it is actually quite good. And against, like, the Civ like HRE, you'd think it would be worth it. But with the way Marino's playing this comp, yeah, you knobs up, right? Knobs and spears. What an innovative strategy. I've never seen Chinese players do this before. It definitely hasn't made pros rage quit games before.
Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's a tournament game after all. Love the walls from Beastie on both flanks, by the way. He's going to have a very slow-moving composition. and he is going to have to deal. If he has to deal with these nitrates from Marine Lord, he's never going to be able to move towards the middle. At the same time, though, Marine Lord is thinking Imperial. He's getting stone for emplacements initially. Later on, he's going to have a keep.
He might just spam poor
nice timing, though.
Yeah, so the logic behind this, right, is with the discounts is kind of more efficient than just building castles. Definitely on build speed anyway. But, I mean, is there a way? There's no way you go else back here, right? You need Palace of Swabia. You're falling behind.
I was going to bring up that idea. I don't think you do that with 600 gold in the bank and 600 per minute. I agree. If you had a way to get an Elsbach in the middle, you would love that. But I just don't see that being realistic.
Well, if we were like 100 eco, you'd be like, okay, Elsbach could be shit. But you're at 48 and you're against Song, so you're falling behind, right? Oh, Pumba.
Oh! There we go.
Marine Lord has mastered the art of the ball.
What I was going to say with Marine Lord is that if you try to go Elsbach, you're spending a lot more resources on imping, and Beast is going to punish that. So here, if you want to imp, you have to spend as little resources as you can on it. So you want Swabia. And that's exactly what Marine Lord is going to do. Now, the timing of this is going to be bad for him because he's going to get pushed, and a lot of his production buildings are exposed here.
Uh-oh. He's made the choice. He will not be convinced otherwise. House of Swabia is on the way. Now, usually, like, you know how someone had that octopus that would predict the outcomes of the Olympics and crap? We tried that with the boar.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm not sure like it gave us a clear answer there, considering that both the scouts died. So it's presumably neither player will win this fight.
Imperial Age is in for Marine Lord, but he doesn't have a spectacular army right now. He's actually going to upgrade archers into elite archers, which I guess is great. The longevity is not there for Beastie. You mentioned that. But remember, his nickname is CGQT. I would not be shocked if he started thinking about all-inning the sacred site in the middle. There's no way he's going to go Imperial here at this point.
No,
it's going to be difficult holding this position for 10 minutes against cannons, though.
Yeah, this strategy works very well in Castle Age, not so much against Imperial when they have bombards, right? The mass castle strat. It's 9 minutes. It's quite the ballsy maneuver by Beastie.
Yeah, I think Marine Lord got up to Imperial, and now Beastie might be like, oh shoot, I should have attacked a little sooner maybe. He was trying to pivot to the right side, but he's got a slow-moving composition.
I guess he's trying to gold starve him, but like it's 4 relic regnants, right?
Fair.
That's very hard to do.
Yeah. And Marine Lord has way more gold in the bank. Like, he's... And the thing is, if you pivot to the right, if you're Beastie and deny that gold, Marine Lord can just drop a keep in the middle area and get the large gold vein. I don't think you have the mobility to deny all the gold spots here for Marine Lord.
Now, Palace of Swabia, he can take risks, the other thing. So it looks like Beastie is going to shuffle around the back, make his way into the base here. The Nested Bees do complicate things, but Marine Lord does have coverage on the way. Congrats, it's only going to take like 5 hits to kill the Nested Bees. I think it's full. They're very tanky. Stupidly tanky. There's the repairs.
Cannon slits will help a lot for the towers, though, and that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to push into an HRE fast in. Once you have the cannons on the towers, it's a different story.
I just love the idea of calling them cannon slits. Like, we set up this tiny little slit to shoot out of, and then it just broke the thing open. It's like, okay, I guess there's a cannon hole. Well, cannon hole is going to move in. E-repairs had to be used there instead. It's going to reset Beastie. Doesn't want to unnecessarily lose troops, especially now with the Culverins coming through here. The elite upgrade is into the archers. I don't think Beastie's going to be able to break him here, but he is saving up, and dare I say, Great Wall Gatehouse on the sacred site.
Now, that would be sick. And we've seen this before from Beastie, offense being the best defense. He is aggressing the enemy base to make sure Marine Lord cannot punish him in these weak transitional states. I think he should maybe posture right next to that Ragnitz for a little more. Because if he pulls back now, Marine Lord might just strike the middle as the gatehouse is going up.
Well, it depends. If Beastie does the optimal gatehouse build, it's not the optimal one. Okay, so there's a little trick here where if you build a wall out, but you only tap the centerpiece, you can then drop the Great Wall Gatehouse and 40 villages can surround. If you do it this way, you basically get like 8 villages each side. And you have to move them to the other side.
Marine Lord doesn't see it. Marine Lord doesn't see it. And this is huge. Once the towers are complete, Marine Lord is playing very methodical here. Yeah. He's playing methodical. He's creeping up. I don't think he thinks that Beastie is going up.
No. Wait, do we have suboptimal villages? Because I think he pulled more to the north side. The bar isn't moving as quickly as
He's
you'd
gonna
like.
be fine.
Culverin's
Marine
coming
Lord
in.
isn't going to see this in time.
No, he's wasting time on the outburst. Okay, so Imp 8 has been reached. Marine Lord. Gonna be a facepalmer moment here because that right there is the true toxic landmark.
And remember, in the previous game, Beastie held onto the sacred sites almost until victory without a single keep or the Great Wall Gatehouse. This is a different story
that's
here.
sick.
Stonewall's.
It's the angle's
I
wrong
love that.
though. I think he's trying to get it up to block the shots onto the keep, but the angle's slightly off. He could go for Stonewall Towers here. They do have very good range.
Oh, he's doing it!
The wall creep.
The cannons cannot shoot over the walls. They need to destroy the walls first to hit the keep. And the Nest of Beasts can fire over walls. This is a trick that we've been seeing across the board from players. Get the walls up and have your units shoot over it.
so much
The
stronger.
cannon cannot do that.
He's not even killing it quick enough. This is just wasting his time. He's going to dive now with the archers. You need to be careful of that nest of bees. They can come out very quickly here. But weirdly enough, BC actually just sacrificed the villagers. A very heavy loss there. And yes, this landmark is not balanced. Like, nest of bees got nerfed, right? Nest of bees at this stage in the game are kind of weak in Imperial. But the Great Wall Gatehouse, if you click on its damage, you'll see exactly what I'm getting ready to rant about. That thing hits like an 18-wheeler truck.
Beastie has absolutely no food income here. This is the full-on CGQT play, all in on King of the Hill. He said, you denied me of my Sacred Site win in the previous game. You're not going to be denying me here.
He's gonna
It's
get
already
raided
down to the
home.
4-minute mark, and Beastie hasn't even fired. He
Nice
didn't even
surrender.
commit his army yet.
Yep, so this is just going to slow him down on scaling more siege, which is what Beastie really needs. We've got bombards coming in, some nest of beasts as well. The Culverins are moving in range. That really didn't look that impressive. Neither did that. We're
It's
going
a
to be
small
here
cannon,
a while.
okay?
So you're saying
Oh, man.
size does matter. It feels like the bombard's usually a little bit slower attacking, right? But bigger wallop. So repair crews
Marine
gonna be
Lord
pulled.
does have a bunch of trebuchets, though. He's got 3 out, and he's got 3 more in queue. It's not going to be enough on its own, but he still has 4 minutes left to go. And we've seen that, 4 minutes can be a long, long time. Marine Lord does have a lot of firepower coming up.
Especially when you consider he's got food, which means he can walk units onto the site, let them die to pause the timer, and then build more units. Meanwhile, Beastie,
Yeah,
I've got nothing.
And-
Like 400 food income is not going to do that.
23 horsemen as well for Marine Lord. He's got a quick moving force that can just jump the side and stall it.
More walls. Time to lose another 10 villages. Krebs
3.5
immediately
minutes
delete
left
them.
to go.
The keep drops coming in. The horsemen are going to have to headbutt through 29 spearmen. Admittedly not elite variety. STBs, though, they are going to force the idle time. So he has to back away. The castle is incomplete here. And he's not shuffling to that
Oh
backside.
my.
He gets A-clicked onto the spears. Cannon's now moving
Oh
in.
my!
Castle looks like it's going to be going down, surely.
Oh, Beastie
you
is
kidding me?
holding! Marine Lord lost the keep. Marine Lord
He
lost
lost a
the
lot
keep.
more than that. 20 horsemen basically just ran into spears. They didn't even try to shuffle on the backside. He gets the room now to rebuild the walls.
2.5 minutes left to go. Beastie has 6 Nest of Bees. Make it 9 Nest of Bees plus a bunch of Spearmen. But Marine Lord is now on a timer. It's all or nothing for Beastie.
You can't dive with that Great Wall Gatehouse up. If you do, you will die. Right, that's the problem. That he's wasting so much time on these walls. He hasn't addressed the actual defensive landmark that will win the game for Beastie yet. And we are 2 minutes away from what now starts to feel a bit like an inevitable win here. Nest of Bees are gonna just reap it. The horsemen wave again. They will be able to snipe several of the villagers out. But it feels like a trickle of death here.
It is. It's spike and shot versus cavalry, and the cavalry isn't working. Marine Lord is 180 population against 120, but a lot of that population is villagers and archers. None of those are good enough to push against us.
14 spearmen left. Count is half what it was when we saw what felt like the kerfuffle over the keep. Green Lord does have infinite food, yes. He does not have infinite time. 1 minute and 30 on the clock. The Nest of Bees are clearing out the archers, which means each spearman should last just a little bit longer here. And these teensy tiny choke points are the bane of mass horseman's existence.
Beastie's down to 10 spearmen, though. He's getting crossbows rolling. He doesn't have a lot of villagers either. I don't know. Marine Lord is trying to remass the cavalry, but he doesn't have the production.
He's in on the culverins. If they go down, you might not be able to see through quick enough here. The backline of archers is also dead. This is happening. Forlorn hope is failing for Marine Lord.
The keep is gone, but still stands the Great Wall Gatehouse. 1 minute on the timer.
Forlorn hope, usually a term we give to the people right into that breach. Usually expected not to come back alive. The next wave are the ones who are meant to be the victors, who carry the flag over, who take the castle. But this mini poor man's castle, it seems to have a few gaps in the walls. Still seems to be good enough. Marine Lord down to just 10 horsemen. 20 seconds on the clock. This is surely done. He just doesn't have enough left. And despite the odds, despite the eco count, despite so many details here, Beastie is able to make it work. Chinese, once again, kings of this hill.
Marine Lord is pulling the villagers, but that should not be enough. Beastie is going to do the same thing to him that Marine Lord did in the previous game. Villagers being pulled, getting massacred, and that is it. Beastie moves up 3-1. He wasn't able to secure the sacred site, but in the previous game, this time around, he will be able to. Right? Right?
It's still a Great Wall Gatehouse. Never doubt it. Never fray. Beastie is here to stay. 3-1 lead. We head to a redraft, but Marine Lord is gonna need to heat up the kitchen quick unless he wants to get outcooked.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And now things get interesting for Marine Lord. Because remember, we still have Moving out there. We still have 4 lakes out there. This is exactly what Beastie benefited from when he won the first 2 games on classic maps. Some of the less conventional maps were still available for him. And now, Marine Lord is on a different kind of a timer. Now, you cannot afford to lose games anymore. You lose one more, Beastie moves on to match point. And so far, the pattern has been the same across most of the games. Beastie being the aggressor and dictating the tempo of the game. That is something that Marine Lord is going to have to deal with if he wants to turn things around in this Grand Finals.
Definitely a Grand Finals that is delivering between these two. They'll be getting ready for a redraft shortly, but just a recap of this series. Beastie just opening with pure aggression, game 1, game 2. Takes the defensive line in the third. That third game, of course, eventually backfiring for him, using one of the civs that's probably lackluster most when it comes to defensive play, the Japanese. But then recovery arc with one of the true defenders on King of the Hill, showing that Beastie is capable of both delivering an aggressive style of gameplay and a defensive to beat the current reigning GOAT of Age of Empires 4. And what a way it would be to begin this year. We have to remember that last year was definitely Marine Lord's to claim. No one is going to doubt that. But a statement it would be to slay the reigning champion in the first event of the year. Insane start to this series, folks. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to get ready for just a very short moment for a break here. Just a moment for the players to basically stretch their legs and then get into the redraft. So, will be a slight delay before we get to the next game, but not too long, probably like 4 or 5 minutes maximum. And totally worth it. We'll be catching that draft live as well. A draft that is going to tell a tale, because this one, when we looked at it at the start, Marine Lord, he looked phenomenal, right? Like, oh no, drafting POV. I think phenomenal, maybe the overextension, but 65% favorability, I felt like he had the better picks. But after what I've seen Beastie do with the likes of Sean and French in these opening games in the first part of this finals, make no doubt about it. This man, if he makes a pick, there's a plan in motion here. And that is a scary thought for M-Lord. By the way, considering that we have still had a very tight series, potentially a minimum 2 more games, not more, I know some of you have been worrying about ads. Remember to use those subscriptions. The perfect dodger ads. of EGC Masters Winters upon us. Welcome back to the Grand Finals, one and all. The Grand Finals that so far has most definitely delivered between these two. Final moments there from game number 4, putting BC now up and ahead by 2 games, 3-1. Only 2 more wins required to seal him victory here in the EGC Master Winters, the first major tournament of 2025. And what a statement it would be, Lidicor. A reminder, a statement that he's back, right? I think going into this year, a lot of people thought Marine Lord dominant or Puppy Paw to contend. Beastie has given everyone a jolt and a wake-up call here.
Exactly. When you look at the historical series count, it's still 19-7 when it comes to Marine Lord versus Beastie. 70 versus 44 is the overall win count in terms of games. And it has been quite some time since Beastie won a series against Marine Lord. There was only one smaller tournament back in February last year where Beastie won 4-1. If you go back in major events, the last time Beastie won against Marine Lord was April 1st, 2023 in Golden League 2. So really, as you said, for Beastie, this would be a statement. It would be a statement after being second place within his own group, losing out to Louis MT. It would be a statement after losing to Marine Lord in the upper bracket semifinals, 3-1. And it would be a statement just coming in and saying, wait a minute, Marine Lord has been destroying player after player across multiple tournaments. Wait a minute, he's not the champion though. I will be. So, in a way, a lot is on the line over here. But if you look at Marine Lord, I think one of the key things he's going to have to answer to is playstyles. Beastie's style, the tactics, not even necessarily the execution or the actual in-game strategies, it's the tactics. This kind of tempo-heavy gameplay, what Beastie has been playing, is not something that worked out well for Marine Lord. It's going to be interesting to see how he changes up his playstyle to match this.
Now, there's a lot of waiting minutes there, but here's the reality. We only have to wait a few minutes for the next game because redraft is complete. And wait a minute, Lidicor. I've seen that pick before, and I've seen an accompanying pick. We mentioned that Beastie could basically make this a how-to guide on playing French civs. He could potentially make this 4 out of the 5 games played, playing only as the French.
He could. And he should. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It would actually be fitting playing 4 French civilizations, or, well, 2 French, 2 Jeanne d'Arc, against the Frenchman, your arch nemesis in tournaments. And we're starting with Cliffside. This is a Marine Lord map pick. He opted to go with one of Beastie's home maps. Now, if you are a Marine Lord, I think one of the things that you need to worry about is the fact that from here on out, we're getting to the stage where moving out is still on the menu. And the more you delay it, the more significant the game that you're going to play that in will be.
And that's something tricky to keep in mind with like the draft as well, right? Like because you've now got 4 lakes moving out, you're going to see a different priority of drafting here. That's why Marine Lord, for example, his second pick was Japanese. Usually that's like a 3rd or 4th pick. Other side of it, you know, French coming through. Rus actually got through the draft. We kind of have to talk about that because this has been one of the most consistently banned civs. Apparently, Beastie got his hands on it this time.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Marine Lord took away both HRE and OOTD, something that Beastie did as well. So both players regard these 2 civilizations very highly for the remaining maps. But instead of taking away the Rus, actually, I'm looking at... Oh yeah, he was the Delhi. So Marine Lord opted to take away Beastie's Delhi instead of taking away the Rus. Makes me wonder what map he was concerned about the Delhi.
So Boldland, they're fairly good. Dry Arabia can work reliably well for them as well. Even Cliffside, like 3 of the 5 maps remaining, Delhi can make a lot of sense for. So I can kind of see the logic of it. We do seem to have a question mark on Beastie's final civ that I'd love to know for sure. Looking at the bans, is there any giveaway here? No, both banned Order Dragon HRE, so it's not like
Abbasids.
Yeah, okay, closest flag, right? The Abbasids would have the question mark over because it would be like, why do we actually want this civ? There's other ones to pick.
well, Abbasids or English, yeah. You're right. Just based.
English can make sense for moving out as like a variant pick. I don't know if you really want to prioritize it. I mean, you've got Malians, right? Malians is going to feel really solid. Roos, I don't think we're going to be seeing Roos moving out unless there's some sort of Kremlin cheese on the tree line. I guess in theory that could work. It just feels weird for the boat side, right? But I think that's the interesting thing about moving out. Moving out is not your atypical water map, right? It's not just, oh, this is a great civ at spamming ships. No, it's usually defined more by that tree line.
Well, we have 3 minutes left to go until game number 5, and this is a big one for Marine Lord. I think we talked about this before the series. Oftentimes, the series between these two players are sweeps. If Beastie takes a 4-1 lead here, this could easily end up being a 5-1 series. I think Marine Lord really needs a win here to keep this tightly contested and maybe start leveraging the fact that this is not the first series Beastie plays today. The benefit of Marine Lord coming from the winner's bracket is that he witnessed as Beastie had to play a series against Anathan to start the day with.
Yeah, it's something interesting about that, right? Because I mentioned there is the reveal and strategies, but there's also the being warmed up. Like, not to say Beastie didn't earn those first 2 wins, but some people would have a fair point saying, was Marine Lord warmed up, right? Was he prepped for this like level in the first 2 games? Now was more of an opportunity for him to prove that with him going against French again. Now, it's admittedly not going to be the Mali and French matchup, but it has so far in this series been the case that when Beastie has got French Knights in his hands, he's looked unstoppable, right? So this would be kind of the true testament, the moment to really make that statement play. Delhi versus French is an interesting matchup. I always feel like this has been kind of a tight one when we had the Tower of Victory builds. Dome of Faith, I'm not sure how that's really muddied things up, because I feel like we see the civs on different maps quite a bit at the moment. But, you know, when I think of French Delhi at the moment, all I feel is a flashback to the Red Bull Wall finals, right? Where Marine Lord versus Poppy Pool, that was probably the tightest game between the two when they played on regions. It shows you that both sides can be threatening as they scale here. On a map like Cliffside, with that shorter distance to aggro and the walling potential, it's maybe an argument that Delhi have an easier time securing sacred sites and controlling the map.
Yeah, we've seen a similar matchup like this before. Gorge was Delhi versus Jeanne d'Arc after all, and their Beastie was able to win off the back of the Knights. Now, one thing that's a little different here is that you're not going to have that melee Jeanne to get rid of initial spearmen or to provide that massive healing buff in combat. And that's going to be one thing to look out for here. Beastie has been leveraging Knights again and again and try to time this Castle Age timing such that he can get raw bloodlines before he takes a fight. And kind of to bridge that gap between feudal and castle, he was using the mobility of the Knights. Marine Lord fell victim to that not once, but about 3 times so far. And I think this is going to be the big question going into this game. Will Marine Lord adapt his playstyle to match this kind of a rushed French Castle Age that that Beastie has been doing in the previous games?
It's a different approach though, right? Like, so on the one side, French will scale economy quicker than Jean because they get more villages. But the trade-off is you don't have that scary Jean that you're worried about feeding XP to. So Marine Lord should feel more unshackled, more unburdened, maybe more aggressive. It's time to find out, though. We head into Cliffside after a redraft. Beastie, with a healthy lead, looks to make it every game won by the French so far. He won with the French. He won with Jean. He could do it again after the redraft. Let's see if Marine Lord has an answer with the Delhi.
Cliffside, it's one of those maps. We talked about this in the Beastie versus Anathan series. It looks like a slower paced map because of the cliff spawns in the middle. You would think that it's easy to get yourself walled off whatsoever. But in the end, the beginning of the game is actually very fast-paced, and you're going to see a lot of flanking and aggression from the cavalry. If you're Marine Lord, it's all going to come down to how you can contain Beastie's cavalry aggression, and whether you let him dictate the tempo of the game. The only game that Marine Lord won was on Lakeside, where Beastie wasn't able to just stretch the field and hit the eco from multiple angles.
That's the thing, right? It relied on Marine Lord basically being able to hunker down, play defensive, play that late phase. Bit of a different matchup here. You're expected to at least be present to get the sacred sites. To a certain degree, yes, you're going to feel pressured to hunker down by French, but you also have to be present, especially on a map like Cliffside, where Pro Scouts is very, very powerful, especially with the wide spawns that we're already seeing on the flanks. Sheep haul is going to be fairly even. A lot better than the last Delhi game for Marine Lord, if you remember. That was a pretty insane haul advantage that BC had over a civ that doesn't have to come home with the scout.
Yeah, so far in this series, Beastie had the sheep advantage. across all games. This time around, it's going to be a lot more balanced out, and that's a good start for Marine Lord. Remember, if you're playing French, you do want to have as much food as possible because you're just going to be so food heavy. Especially if Beastie once again tries to go for this Knights into semi-fast castle build, you are going to commit a lot of food to Knights, and then you still need to pile up the food to get to Castle Age early so you can get your timing or Royal Bloodlines.
And I was just thinking about the sheep bar we have right now. It's gonna be a nuisance to say next time we need to update it to be a sheepometer, you know, like a circular one with like it's basically kind of like the thermostat readers going left or right. If the sheep ball gets too heavy on one side, it just explodes.
Yeah, I gotta say I love the name sheepometer. Like that's a good one.
that actually sounds like what you're gonna use to find the sheep, doesn't it? All right. Yeah, there's definitely some
that
over
might
to the
be the
west here.
sheepomatic.
No, that sounds like someone's going to spawn sheep from. That's a pasture. Pastures are now sheepomatics. Thank you for that. So,
Though of Faith, no surprise on that front. I love the placement of this landmark, just as a little side note. It kind of creates a funnel point for Knights from the north. And this is something to pay attention to. Once you get to like a saturated gold mine, you have 6, 7, 8 villagers out there mid-game. 3-4 Knights jumping on it almost guarantees 3-4 enemy kills. When you have funnel points like that, it's a lot more difficult to do a lot of damage quickly with the Knights.
yeah, and you know, the cool thing here is like on this map, that short ramp is key, right? If you actually manage to wall that up, infantry comp becomes less punishable to have to play into because French just have to rotate so wide. Admittedly, they kind of want to be right so they can get the deer. But overall, like something that kind of people clocked on too quickly is like, while Cliffside may at first seem like a defensive map, it's hard-earned defense. The opening offense is usually what dictates the game more than anything. And I think that's important to emphasize. Like we've seen Marine Lord, how playing too defensive can backfire for him, right? Like I'm expected to see a revitalized Marine Lord after that first set of drafts in which he tries to set the pace here.
Yeah, having a little break in the middle of the series definitely helps Marine Lord just rethink the tactical approach here. Because I'm not even saying that he was overly defensive like you do. I think it's more along the lines of he jumped the gun so many times. Beastie shows him a couple of Knights and he was chasing over and over again. And there were windows where if he just starts marching into the enemy base with most of his army, he could have won the game right there. So I feel like in a way, it's more about the fact that he should not let himself get fooled around and not respond disproportionately to aggression.
Well, name of the game is Pro Scouts, so first point of aggression is going to be who can aggressively take more deer. Likely, Beast is going to be shifting to the east side to take deer away from his opponent. In fact, no, he's going to play more defensive, so he takes the safe deer first. The Knight is already rotating, though. Marine Lord, he's going to get that cheap little wall up. I like that. Just kind of gives you that extra layer of protection, and all of a sudden you've got a full 4 tree line that is blocking any raids.
I would love to see another wall between that little patch of trees and the large forest he has. You're not going to get fully walled on this map. It's just going to be way too expensive. But if you can limit the angles from which the Knights can approach, or if you can limit their rotations, it slows down the enemy aggression with the Knights so much more.
Yeah, and we might see that once he goes to Ghazi. Walking a villager out is a bit too expensive and risky. First scout is going to look to intercept what BC's doing on the other side. Wondering who's going to blink first here, right? Like, usually you expect Marine Lord to start adding in spears first before BC has to switch into archers. We do, however, I think we just saw an archer range drop, so BC is going to blink first.
Yeah, now Ghazi Raiders do have the mobility to catch these Knights, and so far, remember, Beastie doesn't have a gigantic sheep lead this time around, so he is going to have to consistently ferrying carcasses. And it looks like Marine Lord is doing a really good job just containing him so far. Both of those deer packs are pretty close to one another, so it's difficult for Beastie to sneak out and get some carcasses in unnoticed.
Plus coming up as well, so understandable. You want to try to posture aggressively, not worry about home here. You know your opponent's going to keep scaling Ghazi. It's literally their best unit. But the way this matchup went last time, I believe we saw Delhi just go for the 1-1-1 type strat. In that particular game, Beastie was pretty much just raw sending Knights with a small archers behind, right? This time it's a little bit more archer dense, but that makes sense. Compared to Gorge, Cliffside is a little bit more funneled, so range units tend to feel a bit better than just mass meleeing.
Freight decks for Delhi will start coming online very soon, and this is where things get a little dicier for the French. Once these freight decks come in, you suddenly have an eco boost, and you also have a combat boost once the blacksmith upgrades come in. No blacksmith opening from Marine Lord, by the way, so he prioritized production. Blacksmith upgrades haven't yet been started.
And one interesting thing to think about that is, like, while you get the techs for free as Delhi, French get more villages over time, right?
True.
Plus, they get cheaper eco techs, so the discrepancy isn't as big as you'd think. Like, it's definitely an edge for Delhi, but it's a windowed advantage, right? It doesn't last as long as you'd think, right? You get, like, what, 12, 13, 14 minutes in the game, you're like, well, I've got all these techs, but there's nothing else to do now. So unless I go Castle Age, I just kind of feel that these scholars become dead weight. That's why we usually see that infamous 10 to 12 scholars coming to the fight to provide healing, because it's the only thing left for them to do.
I love Marine Lord using the Spearman to wall off that middle area.
Yep.
It's actually going to wall in one of the sacred sites, making his life a little easier, protecting some of them. Remember in the Gorge game, where he played Delhi as the Knight falls from Beastie. In the Gorge game, Beastie did a really good job decapping the sacred sites. Marine Lord wasn't able to maintain a lot of sacred sites with the Delhi, and that's something that he needs to fix. One good way to do that is to wall in that middle sacred site. Not a big commitment in terms of wood, but it's going to help you quite a bit.
It lets you not get punished by the opening of archers as well, right?
Yes.
Like, there's a window where BC could just try to aggro down the center. It just doesn't exist now. But Marine Lord, a bit out of time there. Got workers and just not gathering.
Quite some
food.
idle time.
And that Scholar's the dead one, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Great timing by Beastie. Now, Marine Lord can stand here, and that's just going to pause the timing. So she'd be able to eventually just get a new Scholar out, as long as he stays on the site. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Beastie's going heavily into archers here.
I think it's a fake out. So he looks like he's going heavily into archers, and then he's just switching back into knights, right? Because what he really wants is that gradual castle timing into Royal Institute play. It's just kind of the bread and butter of French right now after Pro Scouts.
For now, Marine Lord is the one running circles around Beastie's base, and that's definitely a change-up compared to what we've seen before. And this allows Marine Lord to capture most of the sacred sites here. He is going to have the one to the north, he's capping the one to the south. Knight is looking for villagers to kill, though Beastie hasn't found any just yet. 0 to 0 is the villager kill count.
Which is, good for Beastie, right? Like, he's still building a lead. I mean, it's quite good for Marine Lord. The reality is, like, you're expected to lose a villager here or there against Knights, not the other way around. And I don't think he went textiles. No, at this point in the game, it should be no textiles. Or we're about to find out is if you see an extra villager lead. It's quite ballsy, actually. So, wait, yeah, for Delhi, I think he didn't go textiles, which is, once again, very ballsy.
Okay, he did.
Knights. Okay, he did. There we
He
go,
did.
yeah. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, maths, because he just picked up an extra villager. So there you go. Because
That's another dead Knight from Beastie.
It is, but once again, Eco League kind of offsets some of it. The problem is here, because Marine Lord has double Sacred Site, he's ahead. If you do the maths on it, it's like 3 villages worth of gathering. So you have to add an extra 6 eco to his count. So Beastie needs to find a way of starting to decap these soon.
It's going to take a lot of time to torch through those walls with only 3 knights, and this is actually limiting Beastie's abilities here a little. Marine Lord is saying, listen, you're going heavy into archers. I'm just going to build walls, and you will have to take your time getting through these. Concern for Marine Lord is that he doesn't have anything against knights and archers. Most of his army is spears. He's got a couple of Ghazi raiders, but most of his spears are actually to the north, and this could be an opportunity for Beastie to maybe hit the wood line even.
It is a wide wrap to get past that tree line. And
yeah, he could get line of sight with the scout and fire from the back of the wood line, though.
Possibly. Marine Lord is pivoting, though. Good read. Although also a vulnerable spot if you stay there gathering a little bit too long. But Ghazi are on the way home. It's finding the necessary time. Beastie is on a collision course here. Feels the quality of his army is better. Yeah. Stilled arrow is coming through from Marine Lord. He's going into archers himself now. Beastie will have a mirrored timing into Undermesh, though.
Beastie is venturing into an area where he cannot retreat from. If he ends up fighting here and losing in it, he's not going to be able to save his archers.
It's true. He'll have to bail on them. There's a point where, like, if you have enough knights, you can shrug and then go Royal Institute, but On a map like Cliffside, the distance is so short. Like, you will get punished for it. So very dangerous what BC's doing right now. Maybe he was worried about a tech play, like just checking the backside on the gold there. I think he really wants
Melee upgrades
though.
aren't there for Marine Lord, though. He's actually going Siege Engineering prior to getting the melee upgrades.
Interesting choice. I mean, they should be queued up immediately afterwards. We do have... Is that Scout shuffling the back? Yes, just keep it on the berries. This would be a pristine time to just peel 1 or 2 knights to raid the back line berries. I know Marine Lord's got...
There's a second batch
there.
of knights coming in. This group has about 8 or 9 knights, and Beastie has 14 in total. He has a flank coming in from the left side.
See if you can time this right. Marine Lord risking overextension here. The boar is involved in the party as well. Knights are going to go for the initial club, but they haven't got the recharge. They haven't got that buff damage. Spearmen are getting body blocked out by the Ghazi. Beastie just trying to micro out and take out as many spears before committing to the full engagement. But here it is. Knights have to stand their ground. The Ghazi got a little bit too close. Spear count isn't looking that great right now. The archer count is still healthy. The Ghazi are gone. And Marine Lord has overextended.
Yeah, the same goes for Marine Lord that went for Beastie. He has a slow-moving army. He can detach the cavalry and run, but he cannot save the archers or the spearmen if he ends up losing a battle. And that's exactly what happened.
Well. Like, he literally has no Ghazi left. That was the whole battalion there. 2 just produced. This is a dominant moment, right? Now Beastie, he can look to decap sacred sites. He has good control on the map. He still has 12 knights left alive, Lidical. Options are on the table, either a feudal all-in or a greedy castle push.
Oh, and that's an overchop. I think the knights might be able to pass.
It might just be one tree blocking them, one fell tree. I know it's unrealistic, blah, 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 but we had to do it. People were doing cheap tricks to get around walls a long time ago.
Oh man, this is looking grim now for Marine Lord. A lot of these knights are badly beaten up, though. Beastie would love to spend some time healing these back up with Chivalry, and that's a lot of pokey sticks waiting for him. Beastie needs to be careful here.
For the recharge.
This might be a bit of an overextension.
Oof. I mean, I think you just commit for the initial clash of damage there, but like I said, the health bars are low. Marine Lord on point. We saw this in the previous running between the two, where with the Donzos, he was just so good at targeting down each injured knight. Same here, but still, a healthy count remaining alive. Yes, the archers got mopped up. There's now 16 knights, and Beastie is starting to stockpile food.
Yeah, it's not like Beastie lost all his archers. He lost the group, and it was suboptimal. But most importantly, he cannot afford to lose the knights.
These ones are
and
fresh.
At the same time, he thinned out the spearman count.
Goes in from both sides here. Archers just march down the center and go for the trade out. Spearman count down to just about 5 involved in the fight. It's a lot of knights being sacrificed here, but might be worth it if you can clean up the battalion of archers. Instead, though, the spearmen are still alive, and Beastie, an overextension in return.
Oh, man. Marine Lord did a really good job just focusing the archers, and Beastie couldn't kill the spearmen in time. He still has 10 knights, and he's been pressuring the lumberjacks. He's probably thinking Castle Age as well. But I feel like his position would have been so much better had he not committed to that one fight.
Yeah. Like
his knight count looked impressive. Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, the thing is, this is the stage in the game where rejuvenation makes the most sense, right? Like, the healing is most effective via chivalry on feudal knights. When you tech them up and you give them royal bloodlines, etc., it takes so much longer to restock to 100% health. Like, this is the time to maybe calm himself a bit, but Beastie seemed to sense an opportunity to win the game there. Marine Lord, just the outplay, sniping his archers so quickly, keeps him alive here. And we do have now an extension out of the berries. That did just get scouted. However, the scout has been snooped on as well, so Marine Lord will be aware of the vulnerability.
A lot of villagers on the wood line, though, and this is something that Beastie has been playing around with. So far, he wasn't able to hit the lumberjacks. Now he can. He's taking out the scouts as well, depriving vision, potentially. And Marine Lord only has 10 spearmen.
Yep.
Beastie remassed his knights. Marine Lord didn't remass his spearmen.
A little bit questionable. Marine Lord, I'll question where the resources are going. It's starting to look like he wants to go Castle Age. Dangerous.
It's going archers. Marine Lord is so heavy on archers.
It's not just that. He was holding a lot of food. It's like we have got it being recommitted. Beastie is just fully soul, body, mind committed to this age. I mean, we do at least have the one sacred site from Marine Lord this whole time. But we talked about it before. The French TC works quicker. A longer feudal should not feel good for Delhi because we've already reached the peak point where they've got all their techs for free. There's nothing of value left for this scholar play anymore.
And keep in mind, a lot of the villagers from Marine Lord were idled. Those lumberjacks had to keep running back and forth just to save themselves. Looks like Marine Lord might be thinking castle here, but Beastie is going to engage before that. Spearman's slow to arrive, and it's not a lot of them either.
He needs to target them down, though, because they've done a lot of damage in the tail end of the fight last time. Archers have been most of it. Archer blob at the back is still big, but the Spearmen, not many to remain competitive here. So Beastie, with 18 knights in total on the field and about 12 of them in this fight, will scare Marine Lord away, but doesn't feel confident about going deeper here.
Yeah, he knows that if he loses the knights to the Spearmen, he could throw the game. As long as the knights are alive and he can heal them back up, it's a good setup for him.
I think it's time.
He thinned out the Spearman count as well. It's going to take time for Marine Lord to build that back up.
It looks like it might be time. I think Beastie's probably content with the amount of damage he done there to force a reinvestment. Okay, scrap that. No, he keeps flirting with the idea of castle and then reinvesting. Nice attempt at rotation. I like that he's at least trying to get active, these small groups. Ooh. Small knight count losses can add up quickly, though. Good
he's pulling the archers because he wants to hit the wood line with the other group. He is distracting the whole group of archers, and he had the knights from the south. Looks like he's going to think twice about that.
I think this is the hardest point in the game to do eco damage, though. Like, look at what Marine Lord's done with his economy. Everything is on that one spot at the back of the base. He's got berries, he's got the trees. Like, if you want to make this play, you have to basically idle the feudal age play for like another 2 minutes. I prefer this, though. We've got castle now being macroed for, and Pumba being claimed.
I love the castle play here. You got 20 knights. If you get royal bloodlines, Marine Lord has no options. Remember, Beastie had all the map control in the world, and that's something he's leveraging. He's going to have the boar. He picked up all the resources from across the map. Marine Lord doesn't have a good second layer of food sources behind this. He's just on berries, and that's it. And now the Royal Institute is coming in. Marine Lord is not in a position to punish this. In fact, okay, I don't want to talk about that.
Like, who wants to build a scout Lidicor? Ain't nobody got time. Okay, he's actually building a scout. We're gonna eat this. We left one alive. They're like, why did you leave one alive? So they reproduce so we can eat more of them. You do know how when a mummy deer and a daddy deer... Don't question it. So we are going to eat the food now. Royal Institute's coming in. It's going to be 20 knights. Royal Bloodlines has already been macroed for, right? He's got the gold in reserve. Yeah. So should be the priority because veterancy comes in a lot quicker.
And Marine Lord spots this. He cannot really do much about it. Marine Lord is so heavy on archers. And this is not a Tower of Victory archers. These are just ordinary feudal age archers. And only 10 spearmen supporting them against 20+ knights.
You've got a minute and 10 seconds to fix that problem. I don't think that's going to be long enough, though. He could maybe get out 20 spears in that time? But then your opponent's Royal Bloodlines, you kind of wish you were castle. This is grim.
It is. It certainly feels that way. And once veterancy comes in for these archers for Beastie, once the blacksmith upgrades start coming in, the numerical advantage of Marine Lord's archers will simply not matter.
On the upside, it's like choke point fights, right? But you keep seeing Marine Lords defending in an open field where the knights can surround. Veterancies are coming through. Royal Bloodlines just 35 seconds out. It's optimizing to have the vets and the Royal Bloodlines in within about 15 seconds each other. The timing for this attack would be perfect.
Yeah. This is so clean of a timing. Veterancy coming in, Royal Bloodlines, range defense as well. And Beastie knows fully well that Marine Lord is back at home. He's looking for the lumberjacks on the far right. The original tree line has been denied by archers. He knows that Marine Lord has a lot of stuff on the right side, including farms.
Ranged Armor 2's coming in as well. That's another big problem here. Marine Lord being this many archers is going to feel like a regrettable moment at this pacing. He's starting to stockpile for the castle play. It's just so difficult, right? Like, pretty much he's moving his entire economy to a corner at this stage. And that can either be a safety net or a kill zone.
Yeah. And he's on farms. He's on farms with the deli, never optimal. If he cannot hold his ground here, his farming eco is going to be completely wrecked. And now Beastie's ready to roll. Full upgrades coming in. I just don't think 20 spearmen are enough.
Here we go. Knights march in. The spearmen have to come to defend, but it's vet. Not an easy fight to take. Marine Lord considers Royal Bloodlines as well. That's simply not going to be enough spears. Going to swipe over him here. The last stand of M-Lord in game number 5, and it means that Beastie is on the verge of winning here. One more game, and the crown will be his.
Wow. And if Beastie wins this, it's going to be the story of the French, and it's going to be the story of the Knights. He has been dominating Marine Lord with French Knights the entire day. Except for the one King of the Hill game, every single win Beastie had was either with the French or Jeanne d'Arc, and it's always the same recipe. Build up the Knights, be active with them, dictate the tempo of the game, and when Marine Lord is on the back foot, you age up, you get royal bloodlines, and it's just so difficult for Marine Lord to deal with.
It's ridiculous what we're seeing here, right? Like, the man who kind of made a name for himself, I think off of his French micro, most people would agree it was the signature from Marine Lord, has now been used against him twice for a win. The variant Civ used against him once. And by the way, folks, the variant Civ can still be used again. Remember, Beastie still has a Jean pick drafted. He could make this 4 out of 5 wins in this grand finals, basically playing the same Civ. Insanity as well, Lidical, considering that most people don't really have French as an S-tier Civ or anywhere close, right? Maybe B/A tier for a few people, but if you ask people to list the OP Civs, they're thinking Chinese, Juji, HRE, and Rus. Wow. In there as well, maybe.
Just wow.
No, it's just AoE, mate. And it is flourishing today.
It certainly is. It's been a spectacular day of Age of Empires, and, you know, frankly, if Beastie ends up winning this whole tournament, it's going to be one of his biggest accomplishments. Things really looked grim for him in this tournament when you looked at the group stage, and he was swept in the upper bracket semifinals by Marine Lord, and now he's coming in, totally changed up his playstyle, and we talked about this in some of the previous games. It almost feels like the colors are flipped. It almost feels like Beastie's playing Marine Lord style and Marine Lord is playing Beastie's style.
It's crazy. And it's paying off, right? It's interesting because they say at the highest level, like, defending is more advantageous, right? So is that true, or are we being lied to by some of the top pros? Is there an argument to be made that because the meta is young in the Pro Scouts days, still a lot of things being discovered by even the top players? We interviewed Marine Lord and he said he thought everyone was making a lot of mistakes in the tournament. Himself, definitely not an exception there. Is attacking just the favorable way because there's so many underexplored elements about the current meta? It's starting to feel like it.
And we are heading to Boldland. This time around, we're not going to have a French variant. I know it's like, wait a minute. If it's not French, then what is it? And I think it's Beastie going in with the Malians, right?
I believe so. This is interesting, actually, because Byzantines ain't actually a bad pick against Okay, yeah, so he's... Wait, is that...
Oh, wow.
Have we got... Okay,
no,
yeah, sorry.
I think...
Sorry, yeah, we are good. That's because I was looking for the fix. So BC, the random pick before was English, but this matchup, Lidical, Byzantines is actually not too bad, because Flamethrower is kind of OP against Mud Huts.
Fair point. I just want to say one thing. We have 40 seconds left to go. Back when Malians came out, Beastie became the Malian Chad. He was truly the Malian whisperer. It's one of his best civilizations. He's up 4-1 against Marine Lord. And remember, these series were so frequently momentum-based between these two. He's got all that he needs to finish it right here and crown himself champion of EGC Masters Winter. If he fails to do it on Boldland, he still has 4 lakes moving out in Dry Arabia. Marine Lord, the window is closing so quick. He needs to make something happen here on Boldland.
Yeah, with 2 of those 3 maps sometimes getting memeful, he's going to have to rename himself Meme Lord if he wants to try and make a recovery. Let's see if he can even get that deep. We head into Boldland for game number 6. A win here for Beastie would allow him to thrust that trophy, the first S-tier tournament of 2025. Marine Lord would be ousted. He would not be the unstoppable chimp that we saw in 24. Let's see if his last stand will be successful. Byzantines in the hands of Marine Lord. The Beastie. We've seen Malians many times on Boldland. It almost feels like an iconic Civ for this map.
Let me just tell you this. I think if we get to mid-Castle Age and Beastie has a lot of cattle to work with, it's going to be an awfully difficult matchup for Marine Lord. across this series so far, Beastie has been leveraging mobility to his advantage. And once you get to mid-castle age with the Malians, if you have a lot of cattle, it's going to be a sofa play, a wide open map. I cannot envision Beastie not going for mass sofas and just raiding the hell out of Marine Lord space.
I mean, well, the interesting thing is whether we even get that deep in the games. Like, something to keep in mind is, like, Byzantines have a pretty nice timing to kind of, like, just aggro you off of Kyrosiphon play when you have a Ford Gold, which, hey, jazz hands. Beastie has got a Ford Gold here. There's a lot of value on there. And yeah, the reason why it's so effective is one Kyrosiphon is always going to feel better than one Ram, maybe even two Rams because of how easy it is to target onto targets. Where it gets very interesting, though, is if you have a look at the Malians' pit mine setup, there's so much clumped buildings there that if you find the right spot, you can basically burn 2, 3. I think once I've seen 4 buildings all at once, and those huts aren't tanky. So we'll see if Emerald wants to try and take that route. The alternative is we do nothing or we do pro scouts. And Byzantines usually choose nothing out of those 2 options.
It's actually crazy to think about this, but when it comes to the Malians, one of the problems that you face when you go up against them is that if you don't do much, they're just going to be happy sitting back, building cattle, going for the pit mines. And then you look at this whole series, and you realize that across the 5 games that we've witnessed, in almost every single instance, Beastie was the aggressor. So, in a way, Beastie's Malian pick is also like a kind of, okay, you come at me. If you don't, I'll just sit back and boom. Because really, Marine Lord hasn't been super aggressive across this series. At least, maybe he tried, but it was always Beastie being the aggressor, he felt.
Yeah, and this time around, we're expecting him to be the defender. We have got Manticore coming in. Marine Lord, you might be wondering, why did not go for this Limitane rush? Dark Age opening, look at the 4-1 in gold. It's just too pricey for Byzantines, right? They pay 90 resources per. And also, at this stage in the game, food is the limited resource. You have like 4k gold next to your base. You have trees everywhere. Limitane burns through food too fast. So, on top of that, getting mercs feels too good. Getting them sooner is always a lot more impactful, considering that I think one of the most crazy things about Byzantines is those mercenary contracts provide them with premium units, some of the best range units you can have in the game in feudal age.
Grand Winery on the way here. I'm just trying to think what Marine Lord could change up for this map in particular, because I kind of said this after the redraft. You got to change something up if you want to beat Beastie here. And now Beastie's on match point, so now you have 0 margin of error, really, if you're Marine Lord. How are you even going to approach this game?
Both these players, historically, I think, handled the pressure quite well, right? As long as you don't get in your own head, you don't let the tilt get to you. So I'd be surprised if it was the full psychological game. I mean, there is potentially a world in which you're a little bit frustrated, a little bit flustered by this. I think we saw the effect of that maybe early in the tournament. I feel like that happened a little bit in the Anno Happy Poor series, where you kind of have this idea of how the meta is meant to be, and then you're wrong, right? Or your ideas just don't quite work in the individual games. It can kind of compound. So, like, the biggest challenge when you're at this level is not being arrogant, but having a unrivaled level of confidence that your way is correct. Or if it's not, you have the solution. Question mark is what the solution is going to be here. You usually don't go javelins. Typically, when you're playing against the Civ that builds the primary unit, it feels really bad to build that unit as Byzantines, right? Because you get outscaled. So, we have... Wait, is this 2TC? He's taking 2TC. Okay, I kind of like this. Like, it's the classic against Malians.
Oh, wow.
It's different in the Pro Scouts meta, though, because the timing isn't Fulani counter. The timing is Farimba counter. And I'm not so sure that 2TC is the golden solution to that.
All right, I got a really good trivia here for you as we're waiting for, blood to spill and whatnot. The last time that these 2 players played and the series actually went to a final decider game was Golden League 2. Mm-hmm. How many times did Beastie play Malians in that set?
Wasn't it? That was a best of 7, right?
Yes, it was a best of 7.
6 out of 7 times, right?
It was 7 out of 7.
7 wasn't it? Yeah.
It was a 4-3 win for Beastie back then, and it was a 7 out of 7 Malian series. Just a little extra here to the Malian pick.
The one I was getting mixed up with was Viper in the Golden League, right? Where he played English every single game. It was in the non-meta pick round, I think it was. There's English in every game bar one to win the round. So yeah, we've had some of those type of cases before with these a little bit more wacky or less conventional drafting styles. Definitely get some intriguing results, but I mean, different year, right? Is the Malian King back? I mean, we're definitely getting the Warrior Scout openings we're familiar with there, but not for the same reason. It used to be you done them because you could just out-micro everyone. On this map, it's about the fact that there's 30, 40 up for grabs.
And Marine Lord isn't contesting any of them. I like the 2TC build from him. It's going to secure that gold mine, but at the same time, it looks like he's just conceding all the food to Beastie, and I wonder if Beastie is just going to rush Castle here. Maybe even go for a Farimba play.
Oh yeah, like Farimba is pretty sick. You could even think about Freeborn if the armies are small. It's actually not the worst of ideas per se. Not sure if you want to do it in this matchup versus just going for what Javelin is if your opponent tries to defend with Javelins. We do have the archer range being added in. It's weird with Freeborn because like they're not good killers, but I've seen how they work on this map, and it is just idle galore, right? Like Freeborn are ridiculously tanky, 175 HP for a Castle Age unit, with a lot of ranged armor. It's like, while they don't kill the units because they have 9 health, they don't die either. So it's definitely an option. It's always an option when you've got the Pro Scouts play.
And when you look at the Byzantines, it's not those classic fast build-up civilizations. Byzantines take their time building their army. So if you're looking at timing pushes like this, that could be a great way to do a lot of early damage to the Byzantines. But once Beastie is done ferrying in the carcasses, he can just use those warrior scouts to do some harassment. And it looks like Marine Lord, for now, is just going for the classic longbow plus, I guess, Limitani build. That's going to be a little troublesome when you look at, per se, javelin throwers on the other side.
You have to do this. Like, you can't go javelins into javelins. You'll just lose the count, right?
Oh, yeah. I didn't say that you should. I'm just thinking about this composition for Marine Lord, and it's like, okay, Beastie can respond to this with a single unit.
Interesting. So, we do have the javelin switch coming in. This is appropriate, right? After you've seen the longbow. I mean, Marine Lord, like, I'm not seeing the forest through the tree right now, right? Like, he is building an eco lead, but these initial fights should become very difficult to win at the opening, right? Because if you're too reliant on longbows, you can't scale them quickly. This is an awkward beginning to the fight as well, just basically walking into a sofa. We do have the Limitani responding in time, so sofa is going to go down. I'd say that was actually a decent trade from Marine Lord, but he's losing the valuable unit. Longbows is the thing that he cannot full scale.
Javelin is coming in for Beastie for the time being. Looks like Marine Lord will try to pressure this large gold vein here. So, quite a decent source of gold for Beastie. Remember, it's not just the fact that it's a large gold vein, it's the fact that you can fit more houses around it.
Must generate a nice, pretty penny from those pit mines. So, Beastie is just going to chill pill for a moment. He wants to get a few more javelins in before he contests. Marine Lord has to be paranoid right now, right? He doesn't have that much vision. Yes, the scout is here, but looming on the edge, we know the range of javelins means they can easily just reach in and snipe you. And also, he doesn't have undermesh, right? So, Jav's not as hard counted by Limitane yet.
Yeah. I think the concern here for Marine Lord is that when you go back to the early days of Malians, when Malians were released, the 2TC play was the meta with basically all civilizations. And the Malians just shrugged it off because the return of investment in the cattle, in the pit mines, is more immediate than the second TC play. And I'm feeling a repeat of this right now. Marine Lord is going to be 2TCs, he's going to have the worker advantage, but Malians don't care about that. Really, Malians don't care about anything as long as you don't harass them early on.
I think Marine Lord's did the right thing here. Like, Beastie is basically prepping for an eventual Javelineer play, most likely. And the counter to that, like, it's actually kind of dead. The most simple counter to mass Javelins is mass Spears. And it's even better because it's Limitane, right? So you're also reducing the damage more heavily. It sounds silly, but it's just super effective because they hate melee units. They don't contest that well. And if you're using your archer ranges to scale Javelins, you're not building the counter, which would be archers. So it's a good solid plan by Marine Lord. He was, of course, going to get longbows alongside that. And the reason that's important is he can outrange those Javelins. So, well, yes, you'd say Lombo's boosted Javs. That's when Javelins can run at you. If you run at him, you're going to be running into a full line of spears. It's going to start to skirmish forward. I mean, you do need to start stripping some worker kills. The 2TC approach is starting to pay off. And there's no doubt in my mind right now, like, if Beastie does transition, this is Javelin is. You can see by the lack of cows. Hold up. Yeah. Maybe not.
Marine Lord does have a really good economy now, however, and that's something that we need to keep an eye out on. Golden Horn Tower on the way. Looks... that's one Rax, and that's basically it. And Beastie is going to spot the landmark. He does have a Warrior Scout right here. He gets a pick as well with the Sofa. But crucially, he gets the information about the H-up, and it might be the first time in this series that Marine Lord has a faster H-up than Beastie does.
It definitely is. I mean, Beastie in kind of a precarious situation here because he's going Fulani. That requires extra time. Like, it's basically playing into the hand of this 2TC play. Javelins are going to be moving in. We have got Siege Engineering being prepped, so Beastie's going to look to do some immediate damage here by ramming through. I just don't think it's going to be quick enough. I mean, you already see the first of the Varangian being queued up by Marine Lord.
Yeah, I don't think you can actually fight off Varangians with this. For Beastie, it might just be once again this distraction-style game where he's trying to buy time for that H-up by just running circles around the enemy. And, well, one advantage that he has is that he still has a lot of Javelin throwers, gets a couple of villager picks. He's just trying to trade as much as possible, buy time to H-up. And I think he's actually doing a really good job with that.
It's tricky as well because the Lombos are vetted, right? So they actually trade okay into these feudal Javelins. BC still has to reinvest though, and that's kind of slowing him down. Like, you see the potential for a tech up. I see a guy who's basically stuck in feudal. He has one cow, right? And he's adding in Musafadi. It's a bit of a rough position. We even have Canifrax now from Marine Lords, so raid potential in the coming minutes.
I wonder... Now, this is a good find here. Marine Lord reacts quickly, but he does lose one villager and has a second one damaged heavily here. I think now Beastie's going Castle, though, just piling up the resources. And Marine Lord is still not moving out of his base. That has been the biggest problem, I feel. Across this series, when there was a window, he didn't necessarily leverage that immediately, and Beastie was allowed to recover from these weaker positions.
It's so scary with like Lombo play, though, right? You never know if you're solid. And by the way, this is a switch. I think Beastie was originally planning Fulani. It's going to be Farimba.
Yeah.
This is going to be Javelineers. That's crazy.
The crazy thing is that he's behind by so many minutes in Castle Age timing, yet he's not getting punished for it, right? He once again got away with a very delayed H-up compared to his opponent.
But also, this comp from Marine Lord doesn't punish Javelineers. Like, this is the problem.
Fair.
Marine Lord, if he's scaling mass cataphracts, yes, but if he keeps sticking Varangian and longbows, Javelineers don't just get poison damage. They get movement speed as well, right? They get as fast as H3 archers, which is crazy. It allows you to raid, kill villagers more easily. Allows you to kite Varangian infinitely. So kind of a tricky position here. And remember, because BC's the one going pro scouts, there's plenty of food to keep vomiting out additional troops here. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, he's running out of resources in that corner. Like, this is the negative of playing 2TC. To your point of him not coming out on the map, it also means he has nowhere easy to send his villages.
Beast has a lot of scouts in that army, by the way, so he kept track of Marine Lord's army for a while, and the moment he saw them moving up, he pulled his own back. I think Marine Lord might be sensing that an age-up is imminent. Lovely use of that one sofa that Beastie has, just to run around and try to snipe monks as they are looking for the relics.
He even gets the kill before flopping dead. The ram play is definitely the questionable element. Beast's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just leave these. I'll be back soon. Javelin is coming.
I think he's buying time. I genuinely think he's conceding the rams, so Marine Lord is taking his time destroying them, and Beastie gets time to get the upgrades he needs.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting Katas. It doesn't feel like it, right? Like, he's scaling Musafadi, scaling Javelins to deal with Varangian. So maybe caught him off guard a little bit. Didn't want to hang around to even risk it for the biscuit. But we do have all those upgrades coming in. Beastie could think about playing for relics as well. He noticed that Marine Lord was going for it. And would at least offset some of this.
Oh, speaking of which, villagers getting picked here. Remember, Marine Lord's army is fairly slow. if he takes a bad fight here, there is just no escape, and Beastie knows that.
Marine Lord is 22 longbows. We've got Landsknechter getting added in. The Teardrop Shields is on the way. But not many Limitane to leverage that gap close. And I don't think it's that like valuable actually for the Rangian. Due to this movement speed now. Like, you won't be able to get on top of him here. Beastie.
It's a lot of armor.
Round, though. Cataphracts, they get the dive to the backside. That's going to body block the retreat. The Rangian are in. Marine Lord, probably the best fight you could ever ask for here. And Beastie starting to melt a bit. The Javelin count down to 20. A lack of a front line here. And still a solid one for Marine Lord as the push continues.
Yeah, that's a lot of armored troops out there if you're Marine Lord. Rangians, Cataphracts, still longbows are picking apart this force. Beastie needs to be careful not to overextend. His army doesn't look very, very healthy. He holds for a time being, but I don't think he can leave his base.
I don't know if he can even stay in his base at this rate. I mean, luckily for him, the longbows are slow to pursue here, right? So you get a bit of tickle damage back in return, but this is getting ugly. It's a 30 village elite now. We've got horsemen getting upgraded. There's a switch coming. Marine Lord does have a food issue though, right? I don't think the growth count is crazy high yet. He's still gathering on the berries, so might be difficult to scale horsemen to the quantity he's looking for. Needs to be careful in these retreats as well. You're seeing where the Javelineers thrive when you don't fight.
Though I think Marine Lord was just waiting to bait this out here. He's got the Landsknechter closing in, longbows focusing down as well, and a lot of armor to the front. Is taking decent trades here as he's pulling back, however, and remember, these are expensive units for Marine Lord to lose as well. Still, though, Beastie is down by 30 eco, and remember, he doesn't have the cattle working for him.
No, he's only got one. Well, yeah, in fairness, that's kind of unfair, Lytical, all right? He's still got Bessie. Reliable Bessie. But she doesn't really make up for the eco deficit here. Sofa rates are nice, though. Like, we have a full commitment on the front, right? So Marine Lord just hasn't really left anyone at home to defend. You'd think that a Mango Tower would be great. It's going to cost you, though.
And these are losses that, I mean, Marine Lord cannot really sustain these forever. Sure, a couple of villagers going down is not the end of the world for him, but he's also losing the monks as he's collecting relics. And remember, Beastie is slowly building up this death ball of the Javelineers. The army count is now neck and neck. And we've seen Beastie crawl out of deeper holes. That's the crazy thing. And he can afford to play risky even because he's up 4-1.
You're seeing the issue for Marine Lord as well. He's, I think, intentionally maybe going to start scheming Landsknechter because the longbows aren't paying off anymore. They're countered, right? So you pretty much just have to build Limitane and Landsknechter. Against normal javelins, I see the plan. Against Javelineers? Look at this. It's like when you try to play normal archers versus HRE, or just, no, men-at-arms against HRE archers in feudal, and you just can't touch them. Same thing here, just an age further ahead.
And every time I look at the top of the screen, Beastie has more Javelineers than he had before.
This is, I think, the most underexplored of the three arcs. A lot of Mansa fighting in the early days. Freeborn looked broken as well. The Javelineers are just tricky, right? It requires a lot of extra micro compared to the others, but it's harder to lose them, right? They don't immediately pay off. We saw how it almost backfired for him, but over time, the numbers just claw up. It's kind of like playing Byzantines, where that backline just never dies. And now we're at the dive point. Javelins with all those armors, they don't care about the TC either. Just continues to bait him into the fight, continues to raid at the back of the sofa. The eco lead is closing.
It is closing indeed, and a lot of idle time as well for Marine Lord. He's got 28 villagers idle. Beastie keeps picking off these slow-moving troops out there. He's not leveraging the cavalry. He isn't even leveraging the mobility component in a classical sense, but he's doing the same thing that he did across this series. Just kiting and not letting Marine Lord take an eco fight.
He's taking better fights consistently than Marine Lord, right? Like, that's the kind of crazy thing. For a moment, you were baiting thinking, oh god, Emlor's in this one. But since that one fight, pushing into BC's base, has there been a fight where he's looked in control? I'd argue no. It's been him floundering to defend, and we still don't have a full wall in. We still have Sofa sneaking in. The worker kill count is now up to 18. The military count still shows a lead for Marine Lord. Somehow, out of nowhere, we're back up to 27 longbows. If all you're left with is longbow versus javelin, I don't think anyone's going to bet on you to win that fight.
Javelin throwers slowly getting thinned out, though Beastie still needs to be careful. But now he's building up his cattle ranches. I think he's getting to the point where he's weathered the storm, and I think now he's going to start unlocking the true potential of the Malians. Marine Lord, on the other hand, though, he will have the relic advantage. And remember, Marine Lord needs to make something happen. I feel like he's starting to feel the urgency as well.
Yeah, and we talked about the Horseman play before. Like, he has more Groves in now. The food income might be at the stage where you can afford it. But Beastie's now matched the food income, right? So now you're going to have, what, Sofa versus Horseman. A little bit scary. I'm being, though. Let's keep playing these fights. You see, Beastie, he has to get so close, and it allows the Lombos to trade out a bit. That's kind of what you're trying to avoid here. You want to keep that distance perfect so the Limitane just slowly die.
Sofa switch coming in here for Beastie, though. He didn't really have the food for it so far. Now he's going to be able to. And remember, Marine Lord's army is slow moving. If Beastie gets a decent haul of Sofas out there, suddenly he has the ability to pressure Marine Lord's eco.
Marine Lord's eco is kind of getting to a stage where it has to get his ass out of Mama's basement and get a job, right? Like, you can't just keep hiding in the corner with it. The gold's ran out. So you have to start taking risks, right? Otherwise, you're going to be gold depleted. In fact, you can kind of see it on his gold income right now. Somehow with 5 relics, right? Like, that's the only thing that he has is drop them in the monastery, and that's the only way you're getting any pennies here. Sofa raids are still hitting into the farms. The eco lead continues to shrink here.
Oh, man. In fact, you're saying the eco lead continues to shrink, but then you look at the resource income, Beastie is basically ahead at this point.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the raw count, though, of it, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, the thing that's now muddied it up is we've reached critical mass of cows. How can you tell? The fact that the text goes red. That is too many cows. We are now a battery farm.
Way too many cows here for Beastie. He is lacking some upgrades, especially blacksmith upgrades. Eco upgrades aren't necessarily shiny anyways. But he's going to pressure that large gold vein. That is the primary target for him, and Marine Lord needs this gold vein no matter what.
The outpost is a big deal, though. Mango towers could just ruin it for you. But be careful about how you approach this. Ram is going to start moving in. He's not really cutting away. He basically just brute forced into the longbows, or rather, Marine Lord brute forced into him. This is still a battle of quality versus quantity. But the Horseman now in, you have to start asking the question, where is Beastie's front line in all of this?
It's still trickling in, KP. Only 4 Sofas on the field. Beastie's actually struggling for gold access. Only has 400 per minute.
What is that stone? He gathered 1,200 stones, so he's looking for a key drop. I think the goal was to get the key drop on the north side tree line against the gold to block Marine Lord. But with that fight, the plan just kind of backfired here.
You're saying that, but the horsemen from Marine Lord are gone. Is Beastie still thinking about dropping that keep right there?
Your army
I think
so
he
small.
is. He's pulling a lot of little yellow dots across the map. I think those are villagers.
This is wild.
Yep.
I don't
Here
think
they come.
Surely not. In the middle of this fight?
I think he's going to go south. What?
He's going
That might be a
north as well.
misclick.
I think that was. They've got villagers to the north side, so the Lombo's going to pick them apart. And the horsemen are coming in as a distraction for the javelins. Big mistake made by Beastie. Lombo's now targeting up there. There's no way. Surely not.
There
this
is no
castle
way.
is going to be an absolute fail. Marine Lord gets on the board for the second time.
Oh, man. I was ready with my trivia here, KP. Because
really?
these two have only played 2 grand finals of S-tier events back in the past. And both of them were won 5-1 by Marine Lord. I was gonna say, and now Beastie turns the tables 5-1, but Marine Lord says, hold on, I'm not done yet. And KP, the pattern continues. Except for the King of the Hill game, Beastie has only won with the French and its variants. He still has Jeanne d'Arc available, though. And he still has 4 lakes. He still has moving out. Marine Lord did what he needed to stay alive, but still, it's a long way back into a 9-game series.
It's a wild way to come back at the end of that game as well. I don't know, like, if it's some sort of Serbian spirit animal, but there just seems to be something about certain Age of Empires players and doubtful keeps that don't look like they're going to be going up. But it works out to get us a longer series. I'll never complain about that. Keep in mind that Beastie still has the forbidden, or rather, should I say, the most threatening. If you could still see Jean to decide this, especially seeing as it isn't going to be in the next game. We're actually looking at Dry Arabia, Chinese versus Rus, but talking a bit more about this series, Marine Lord, this game looks so uncomfortable. You see the challenge with Javelineers, though. Like, so often they look like they're just annihilating your opponent. But it's finding the win, right? Because essentially, at some point, you're going to have to dive into the army to get the killing blow. And I think Beastie done a better job than most Malian players have at finding that food issue solution, right? Of getting the farms online. Most players who attempt this build, Lidicore, die in the initial Javelin phase without farms and without cow.
Yeah, I think this game was different in a way that Marine Lord hunkered down a lot more than he did in some of the previous games. I think, was this the first game he went 2 TCs? I think it was.
Yeah. In this tournament, we don't see.
No. I'm looking at this series in particular. I think this was his first double TC game.
Yes, because like most, well, we got
Himayama
2 TC
Gorge,
later.
Lakeside, King of the Hill were all 1
Byzantines
TCs.
2 TC. He done 2 TC Byzantines, but not straight away. He done it later. And I think that might have been the.
Oh yeah, but that was like a delayed. There was like a very delayed 2 TC.
It wasn't 2 TC opener. This is the first 2 TC opener, which is kind of crazy because like it's taboo in the current meta. 2 TC gets annihilated by pro scouts. That's pretty much a bread and butter across the board agreement right now. Is if you're in a matchup and go 2 TC against pro scouts, you're gonna have a hard time. So bloody impressive that Marine Lord was able to pull that off.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to be the recipe for success here for him. Because you look at the other matchup, or the one that's coming up. Rus, classically banned civilization. Marine Lord let it slip through, and he probably did for a reason. And when you look at his Chinese for Dry Arabia, it's not your classic Dry Arabia civ. Makes me wonder if he feels like the recipe to answer Beastie's play style is to actually go for this very hunkered down double TC style build, something that you can do really well with the Chinese.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you mentioned that Rus get banned a lot. Chinese is actually like there as well. They're one of the most consistently bannable civs alongside Rus. They are actually in this tournament before today, actually before this weekend, I believe they were mirrored in terms of bans. The only civ banned more would have been Juji. So kind of crazy. It shows you just how potent these picks are. Dry Arabia, the purest of maps, right? Like it's kind of fitting for Beastie if he can win here. Because people usually say Dry Arabia is really where you define who the better player is, for example. Like, this is the most balanced map. Any Civ can play it, right? So, if this is the one that puts the cherry on top, it's got to be a really big statement for him. Not these crazy maps that change things like moving out, coming out. But, if it fails here, we've still got Jean potentially somewhere.
We talked about this at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, just, I actually said, do you go early for a crazy map like moving out and say, okay, let's get it out of the way? Or you push it back more and more, but then you might get to a point where you just have to play it as your decider game. Turns out, if Marine Lord wins Dry Arabia, we might have to play a moving out or 4 Lakes decider game in game number 9.
Yeah.
Whichever way, the roster of classic maps is shrinking rapidly. Marine Lord, if he can win here, he's going to have to pull one win on what could be either Chaos Land or Beastie Land.
It'll be moving out. And here's the logic, right? Because if you go moving out, like Marine Lord fins the herd. He either goes like Ottomans or Japanese. He's probably going Japanese. So that then leaves Ottomans or Ayabids for the deciding game. And you still have Jean, right? And we've seen Ottomans versus JD once already, Lidicore, between these two, actually, in the upper bracket, where that was the only game that Marine Lord lost in that series that he won 3-1. So, interesting opportunity to repeat history. The alternative would be Ayabids, where I think JD can do okay there as well, especially with fishing involved in the plan because of the recent buff to their docks now being houses as well, i.e. giving you population. But, my friend, it is time. We head into the Zen-like stake of perfect balance. Although then again, we say Marine Lord spawn for a reason. If anyone could pull out a miracle spawn on the purest of balanced Dry Arabia, it would have to be him, right?
It's gotta have to be him. If it doesn't pull off a win here, it's gonna be Beastie all over. Game number 7 in this best of 9. Beastie up 4-2 at match point against Marine Lord, but maybe Marine Lord found the answer to Beastie's playstyle in this series. Could we see him hunker down again with 2 TCs? It's going to be done against a civilization that we don't usually see in this tournament. Rus coming out for Beastie.
I'm wondering, is it going to be the 2 scout or the 3 scout? Because there has been a bit of a split. Some people still go only 2 scout roosts and just gather up the sheep ever since the game got changed, right? Where you don't have the deer roulette anymore. But a few players, especially the free clan members, I'm noticing do this a lot. They go 3 scouts. It's pretty crazy, actually, because what you do is you scout the enemy scout first, and then you cut him off of the other 2. So you pretty much lock in 75% of the sheep for that type of play. What Marino done there, though, it looks like he maybe pivoted back a little bit just to be safe. I don't think he got seen by Beastie Scout. Surely he must have. It's going to be the 3 scouter. Okay, like if he goes for the northwest corner as well, like this is going to divide the map, right? So Marine Lord will probably end up with, I want to say, 30% of the sheep here. Okay, maybe that's generous.
Yeah. That has been a pattern across this series. And those are the small things that you build victories upon. Being able to consistently take away the sheep from your opponent is such a huge advantage. And that is something that worked out really well for Beastie for most of the games.
Now, here's the crazy next step, right? So, like, you're going to complete your full scout rotation sooner than most civs would because 3 scouts. Then you just come back and shove those deer in front of your basin, right? So, very important that Marine Lord scouts that and denies it. The problem is right now, he hasn't completed his sheep rotation. So, he has to go back home first. It's a big window here, and...
Ooh.
What?
Wow.
So, he
That's
found
actually
a lot
sick.
of sheep at the beginning. That's... Wait, no, we got the colors the wrong way around, right? Surely...
Yeah, I think production is baiting us. That's what's happening.
I was about to say, if Marine Lord somehow has 15 sheep, okay, like, enough of Marine Lord spawns, it's just, he's a god. No, so 15, advantage for Beastie, rather. We have got...
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so we have
There we go.
There's 4 sheep left over, so Marine Lord will definitely not get ahead. And now, Beastie should be bringing the sheep home and then shoving his initial deer pack in.
One thing I'm looking at, KP, is that the map, the front of the base for Marine Lord is extremely open. Beastie has a very open left and right flanks, and from that aspect, his gold mines are going to be somewhat problematic, although with the roost, that's not that significant.
Yeah, you
but
need gold.
The main point of emphasis is Marine Lord's base being fairly open to the front, so if he really wants to play hunkered down, that's going to be somewhat challenging to do.
Yeah, we basically have the 2 civs in Age of Empires 4 that can go the longest without touching gold if they want to, right? Like, it's a bit different with Chinese because you're always open on the gold to get the tech up and then get the initial Imperial Official out. But after that, both of these civs could just, like, shrug and leave the gold alone. Especially with the double hunt and cabin opening, plus the bounty gathered from the sheep. Bounty, by the way, is already past 80, so Beastie just flexing his muscles there. And I imagine, are we just going to be looking at a good old-fashioned fast castle rush for the roost? I mean... There's not really much to stop them, and we already do have that deer shoving I talked about, so less for Marine Lord to contest. I'm wondering. I was saying like things that he mostly, like the Free Clan were doing the most recently. I don't know if he copied it from there, but if I see Beastie building Springles in this game,
wow. That would be sick.
After the amount of flaming he gave for Springles on his stream, right? What a day it would be, Lidical. We had a Minework HRE game from Beastie in the previous series, and then we'd get what, maybe mass Springling? You couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, we had a Sacred Site win on King of the Hill. We had a near Sacred Site win on Lakeside. We had so many good games here, KP. You know, it's crazy to look back that we've been in this Grand Final series for quite some time. And, you know, maybe attrition is catching up to Beastie here a little. Remember, he's been playing the whole day. But, well, that's the advantage that Marine Lord has been getting coming in from the winner's bracket. He didn't have to play a series before getting into Grand Finals.
You can argue not warmed up, but the longer the series goes, if it's a long enough series, could be an advantage. So Pro Scout's definitely coming in quick from Marine Lord. That's to be expected, but that's the whole point in what you do here with the Roost with deer shoving. It offsets some of the Pro Scout advantage because you get the deer closer to home. So that's always the trade-off, and this is sick from Beastie. You see what he's doing? He's just heading across. He's like, okay, that deer is way too far away from Marine Lord to contest. The extra scouts will pick that up. What I'm going to do is guarantee that I get more than 2 deer stacks in this Pro Scouts race. Marine Lord, he has got the spears coming. Unfortunately, they're going to be a little bit too late to really deny it here.
Yeah, this is... He's going to have that one deer pack for himself, but that's basically it. And because you have so many scouts to start with, it's not like you're going to take away 1 or 2 deer. Really, you're going to take away the majority of the carcasses.
Yep, and the spearmen are now arriving, right? But, like, stopping 4 scouts? Might be a bit tricky.
You're just going to drop the carcass, run away, and then you loop back with your other scouts. Beastie has 7 scouts on the field. See,
kind of griefing himself as well, because that scout was getting in the way of like the chase, right? And Spearmen do more damage. Okay, what was that stab? Can we?
Whoop.
That's some new melee tech I must have missed. We are now Sipahi on foot. Freaking Lubu over here. We have the scouts going around wide, so they're still going to try to snatch more. I mean, this is so close to home. Like, how do you ever take this away? Oh, that formation, you dirty boy. Formation shuffling is still just so wild in AoE 4.
I just want to highlight that Beastie pushed in a whole deer pack for himself.
Yeah.
So, when you look at everything across the map, he's taking away the majority of the deers from Marine Lord's secondary pack. He has his own already pushed in, and there is one to the far right of his base that he should be able to realistically control. Now, archers are also coming in, so these spearmen will not really be able to forever limit the movement of these scouts.
I mean, that's what we were talking about before, right? Like, it is such a powerful play for the Rus because they go free scouts. They have to do this. Otherwise, you lose the race against Chinese. I mean, Beastie, he's actually reacting with archers here. A little bit interesting, but not terrible, right? Like, you're going to build out of the archer ranges anyway when you go fast castle. So building a few now to stop mass spear flood is definitely worth it.
Speaking of fast castle, both players are thinking about castle age here. Beastie basically ready to go, just pulled out the gold. And Marine Lord knows that this is going to be a fast castle because he's trying to race up himself. The question is the unit choice for him. I would presume he wants to play Lancers, because early Lancers might do reasonably well against Horse Archers until you start spamming the Horse Archers out.
Yeah. Now, the thing about the Horse Archer player is, like, its weakness can be pro scout advantage because your opponent doesn't come out the base, right? And diving's a bit hard. That is a very interesting high trade house placement. I'd say get your numbers in, but
I'm not gonna bet on that.
I mean, people always like, oh yeah, that's going to be like 30 gold. It won't. It'll be like 80 gold. Probably 79.
Imperial Palace coming in by Marine Lord, so no Clock Tower Nest of Bees, but he is going to have a lot of vision. And I actually love that for an open map like this. He needs to dictate the tempo of the game with Lancers. If he allows Beastie to start massing Horse Archers, I think he's not going to have a shot at this game. Beastie's just going to run circles around him like he did across the series. So if you're a Marine Lord, you're looking for ways to do damage, and knowing where the opponent's villagers are at with the active ability of the Imperial Palace is actually a good way of accomplishing this.
Exactly. Like, it lets you see the Horse Archer raids super early so you can knee-jerk react. I prefer, like, Clock Tower, unless you want to rush Nest of Bees. Do you really want to rush Nest of Bees on an open map like this? Sounds like a death sentence. Scout harassment should allow him to just yoink this deer back momentarily before getting massacred, because there is a lot more troopers coming from Marine Lord. First Horse Archers are on the way, right? And something we didn't really hit on when Marine Lord spawn. This isn't really a Marine Lord spawn. Like, you highlight a bit with like the gold and whatnot, but look at the tree lines. They're not a natural defense, right? All of his base is kind of front facing.
I guess one advantage that Marine Lord has is that he's not going to have harassment to the front of his base on his lumberjacks. The gold is going to be open, but yeah, I agree with you. The ability, or, well, the inability to wall this kind of a map is a problem for Marine Lord, because the best way to deal with Horse Archers in early game is get some walls up. They cannot get through those walls.
It's like an underrated element of the changes, right? Feels like I'm a broken record saying Season 9 made walling hard. No, it really did. It doubled the time it takes to build those walls. It's insane, the difference it made. That's part of why Horse Archers came back in the picture. Not the full picture, right? You have to consider Fast Castle, Pro Scouts, it all added up. But it makes sense why it's pretty much been the bread and butter of Rus, like 90% plus of high-level games, is this. Crossbow's interesting for Marine Lord.
Ooh, he's going crossbows, which I really dislike here. So here's the thing with the crossbows. In a standard fight matchup, they're actually decent against Horse Archers because they simply trade reasonably cost efficient, I would say. The problem is that Marine Lord is once again getting into a position where he is going to be the slower of the two players in terms of the ability to rotate. If he's going to be heavy on crossbows, it's going to be problematic to keep track of these small groups of horse archers that will start harassing him.
It's true. If he can get stationary fight, it's good. And he does have the horsemen to answer the horse archers. So what Marine Lord's doing is just prepping the best comp for later in the game. But now the horsemen are able to scare Beastie away. We have got a relic race on the way. Very difficult for Beastie to win because of the supervision that Chinese can do to get the guys out quicker. However, he does already have 2 monks in play. Third one on the way. What's our high trade house number, by the way? Depressingly bad? I mean, we waited so long, it's now
75.
Okay, so it's got up to 114. It's probably like, what, about 82, 83 before that?
Yeah,
but you see what I mean? Like, that should be a terrible high trade house. And yet still, it provides that, but it also provides a deer every minute, which is 350 food. And then you get 35 extra gold a minute by gathering that. It's... no, we're not doing this. I'll save it for a podcast. We've got a raid in the center. We've got a little bit of a challenge here. It looks like the relic is going to be picked up by Marine Lord. The crossbow's overextended here. The horseman reluctant to commit.
Yeah, remember, crossbows will be okay in a stand and fight situation against horse archers, especially because Boyar's Fortitude is missing from Beastie. Marine Lord will be able to take away the relic, and that's a big one because, remember, Beastie has the warrior monks. He's got that extra mobility to pick up relics with, and he's bringing back 2 as we speak. The last relic that's available is to the right of Marine Lord's base. Beastie wants to yoink that.
Hey.
He's looking for the monk, I think.
Not going to find him because he's literally already at the monastery. So Beastie would have fished that kill he's looking for. We do have a wide play for additional relics. So Marine Lord should have the one close to his base. 3-2 split indeed in favor of Marine Lord. What happens next is the big question mark here. Marine Lord is kind of hunkering down with the Barbican play. Do we see potentially 2 TC? It's not the craziest of ideas here against Roos, especially considering that horse archers should struggle to dive onto a static point.
Yeah, I think if you're Marine Lord, you have to hunker down a little. If you have static defenses, the horse archers will have trouble diving. At the same time, your base is still wide open, and I think if you're a Marine Lord, you cannot just say, okay, how do I prevent myself from losing? You have to find a way to get a win here. After all, it's match point for Beastie. So I think, for now, Barbican, he's going to be in Song Dynasty. He's going to get that production boost. But he really needs to start thinking about what's next. What could be really good is a Horseman raid. Like, if he could hit Beastie's eco, that would be jackpot.
Someone's a bit worrying as Beastie just going for the Knights front line. Kind of wonder if Horseman would have been a little bit better here. Like, your opponent's showing ponies, he's showing crossbows, right? Like, you're kind of just building into a unit that's countered. Independently, these Knights are going to be good for raiding. And we really have to come back to that fact that this is not a very wallable setup for Marine Lord right now. It's very difficult to lean out of your base towards that back corner to wall in. Raid in. Find 1 or 2 workers. A few too many actually in the berries, so we'll turn it into 4 kills. Nicely done. Keeps them neck and neck.
And nice little snipes here by Beastie. This is what he needs to continue doing. That is what he's been doing across this series. Put up the pressure on Marine Lord, and I love the walls from Beastie. I think he's realizing that if he wants to be effective with the horse archers, they usually need to travel in larger groups. So you don't want to keep any of them home to defend against these potential horseman raids. He's getting those walls going just to prevent Marine Lord from breaking in. This is just a diversion here.
We have
the big push is coming through the middle, I think.
Yeah, and look at the timing on Boys Fortitude. Veteran receive Horseman as well. Smart read, like the Jugenu reveal, right? Maybe a little bit too early, so it can get counted out here. Beastie just needs to make sure he's vomiting out the additional ponies. It's worrisome as well. Like, he understands what's happening in this game. That Marine Lord has to be running out of deer. The fact that he's out on those berries in the first place screams, I'm dry. Meanwhile, in the land of Beastie,
yep.
Wow, what about that? An infinite supply of deer.
And now he's making a pivot into Horseman, as you highlighted. One problem that Beastie was facing is that Knights will not work against crossbows. Beastie also pulled a lot of stone from the Golden Gate. I presume we're going to have a second PC, perhaps?
With that amount of wood? Undoubtedly so. It feels like that's where we're going. Definitely doesn't feel like a keep drop on the way.
It would make a lot of sense. Beastie's also kind of getting entrenched here, getting the walls going. Second DC up as well. This is not a good fight for him. Like, that's a lot of Jugenu as well. Half of that group is crossbows, half of them are Jugenu, and Jugenu will shred the horse archers. Beastie cannot fight that.
Needs to slow things down. Beastie unnecessarily just trading into that. It doesn't make much sense. Like, horse archers have slightly more range, but the attack animation, right? It's enough time for Jugenu to get a bolt, return, fire into you. It's just not a cost-efficient trade at all at that stage. We have got these mini raids that are proving to be a nuisance for Marine Lord. We don't have his farming solution. We have Beastie's Greed, though. Second TC is now being set up between the double stone. You could easily wall that west side with some fortified walls. At which stage Marine Lord is going to struggle to break it?
I still wonder what the game plan is for Marine Lord. He's getting some more crossbows rolling, but it doesn't look like he wants to actually push into Beastie's base here. Instead, now he's moving on to stone, so it looks like he himself is thinking second TC.
Isn't the classic, what do we do next as Chinese? Just survive long enough, right? When I survive long enough, it'll get better. It's a bit different in this matchup. Like, old SCBs, I can kind of see that. You have got better hand cannoneers on range, but Strelts here are more cost efficient. Always Fortitude makes Roost more tanky. And I think the most important detail is China doesn't feel as great in the hyper late games they once did. Because if it ever gets to siege, right? Like, Mangonels beat Nesta Bees when fully maxed out.
Yeah, the population efficiency of Chinese is not spectacular in late game. China is a good late game civilization, but I would probably put Rus ahead of them in many ways. But I think the biggest problem for Marine Lord is that he's got a slow-moving army, well, absent of the horsemen, but most of his army, the Jugenu and the crossbows, are slow. And the map is still wide open. Beastie is going to have a lot of safety back at home behind those walls, not so much for Marine Lord.
I mean, where are we getting those farms? Like, they have to be coming soon. He's playing ball for the time being. It's just very weird spawn, right? Like, your safety net is stone and gold basically as Marine Lord. Meanwhile, Beastie is gold and berries, it feels like. And he is fully, like, insulated now, right? So you can get more aggressive like this. Let's get going for the clash. Well, his Fortune's already in, right? So his horsemen a bit more tanky, and the Jugenu a little bit underwhelmed. We need to target fire that back line. All suches are going to be able to step away. Marine Lord, it's only a handful of spears in there. Not many horsemen left over. He's basically frontlining with the crossbows and the Jug. The horsemen should be getting favorable trades there, but defender's advantage. His Marine Lord will have more firepower in the fight. Will not be pushed off the board just yet.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Beastie took that fight here. He's still flirting with the idea, but now he's just going to disengage. But if nothing else, one thing he accomplished was absolutely obliterating all the horsemen Marine Lord had. All that Marine Lord has on the field right now are slow-moving troops. All the horsemen are gone.
I mean, he's still got, like, what, 23 horsemen here to raid with, so Beastie, there's a lot of entry points. Like, Marine Lord is allergic to walls at this stage. He just doesn't want to commit to them. We mentioned how horrible the spawn feels for it, but he's going to want to think about it once those farms go up, right? That's when it makes sense to wall the west side of your tree line and wall towards your TC. Just create that natural barrier at that stage.
Yeah, if you're a Marine Lord, you must drop a wall. He has a second DC, and Marine Lord is still collecting stone. I wonder if that's for a keep at this point. He doesn't have the wood for a third DC, and I'm not even sure if he wants a third DC. He's still on
like
stone.
A natural defense, right? Like for your farm area. That's why later on we always see the Great Wall Gatehouse dropped on the farms. It's like the ultimate defense strat, your farmlands. So it is an option. Or just wants to focus on getting more farms, though, realistically.
Yeah. Listen, if Marine Lord gets walls up, he's gonna be able to stall this push. Beastie doesn't have a lot of torching power. He's getting the walls up on the right side, but yeah, I agree with you. The biggest problem for Marine Lord is that it's just challenging to wall this much, really.
Years ago, we knew how to build a great wall. Since then, we have lost the blueprints. So wise Sensei Master back at the Chinese stronghold. Speaking of that Chinese stronghold, you're going to dive towards the primary TC here. Saint's Blessing does activate, but that's a lot of spears. Beastie, very difficult fight to try and brute force, but continues to commit into it anyway.
I think he's just trying to bleed Marine Lord out of food or resources whatsoever. He's got a very safe economy at home, and he's just trying to trade units at this point.
This is like the French game, right? Like, remember when he done that against the Delhi, where it just looked like maybe unfavorable trades, but as you mentioned, just trying to bleed him, trying to grind him down. Now, admittedly, the farms of the Chinese better than the farms of the Delhi. For the time being, mathematically, it still makes sense for Beastie here. His food income is soaring, now up to almost 2,000 food income. Some of that is temporary, though, right? Things like berries, things like ball. He hasn't got that many farms just yet.
Beastie has 3 sacred sites, by the way, and, you know, 9 minutes, it's a lot of time. But think back to the Lakeside game. We said 10 minutes will be a long time. He almost made it happen. The King of the Hill game, he actually made it happen. So, for now, And you see he's dropping towers in the middle. He's definitely thinking about forcing Marine Lord out of his base and just saying, okay, if you're not coming out, you can wall all you want, because now Marine Lord apparently found the blueprints for a Great Wall. It's not gonna matter if you cannot decap the sacred sites.
Is it the Great Wall or the Minor Wall, though? I mean, he's gathering a lot of stone, right? There's options here. He's gonna have to make his move soon, though, because wooden fortresses are up on every single one of these sacred sites. Didn't opt for the keep drops, kind of makes sense, right? But long term, he could. He's got the fat gold vein. He's got two 1200, stone veins. He's got two 1200 stone veins next to his second TC. So, like, there is a world in which, you know, if the timer approaches 5 minutes, Beastie might recalibrate and just drop keeps everywhere.
This is my favorite wall.
Wait, which one?
The one to the far north by those berries.
The one where you're like, oh, the previous wall may have been overly ambitious, so we're just going to build a backup wall. And the berry gatherer's like, why do we need a backup wall? Are we safe here? Totally safe. Just keep gathering. It's fine. Ignore the galloping. It's just, it's like fire drills, but for cavalry. You're safe.
Funnily enough, if you're the villagers on the berries and you get pushed, you can actually run through the gates and buy yourself some time. So there is some value in there. But speaking of value, I'm starting to wonder if Beast is thinking Imperial here. He's at 1,400 food, and he is actually queuing up a lot of knights now. He still floats a lot of food out there. Now Marine Lord is looking for a keep in the middle. Beast is shifting his army to the north, so the keep should go up.
Yeah, so blocker against the sacred site win condition. But there's a new win condition kind of coming in the picture here. You know, it doesn't get talked about enough.
I think Marine Lord got baited. He got baited.
It's Chinese.
He's chasing the army to the north. It should go up, right?
Just keep building. Just keep building.
Right?
Ignore the people next to you dying. We will build a keep. This is... Oh, that's much better. The night dive on the back's okay, but this dive through is a little bit ambitious. Chinese keeps are no joke. So Beastie is going to back away.
Where have I seen this before? I'm starting to get a deja vu of that Lakeside game, actually. Mounted Samurai, Onamusha in that game, Knights, Crossbows here.
I'm getting more of a flashback to the French games, right? Because, like, what BC's setting up for here with Imperial, like, it doesn't get done that much anymore. I kind of feel like it's sometimes slept on, is pole axes for the Knights. It gives +4 damage. It's kind of like a Cantled Saddles effect, because that's only for 3 attacks, so you get +30 for the French Knights. The pole axes are returned. So it's not a bad idea to keep scaling Knights if you can find the goal for it in Imperial.
And Beastie's going Imperial here. He has the Sacred Site countdown still on his name, 6 minutes left to go, but I think he's playing the big picture here. He's not going to really contest the Sacred Site if he doesn't feel like it. It's more along the lines of forcing Marine Lord out of his base. Marine Lord does come out, and indeed, Beastie, he might actually challenge this.
Ambitious, especially while teching. Some people call maybe greedy. Spears aren't revealing themselves, but we do have archers to contest that directly, right? So Marine Lord once again getting grinded down like he has time and time again in these almost 50-50 clashes that you wouldn't expect the cavalry player to take. STBs are now coming out, but probably at the worst possible time, considering Age 4 is now in.
Listen, yeah, I think Beastie thinks twice about this. He knows that if he loses the army as he's aging up, it might be a disaster. So he's just going to concede the Sacred Site. But he challenged it as much as possible. Now he's up to Imperial. Marine Lord does have the Granary transition complete, though, and if you take away the Sacred Site, you at least buy yourself some time. And I think if you're Marine Lord, that's your goal. You need to buy yourself time. And now he's getting the stone walls going, at least on the right flank. He knows that Beast is going to be looking for a fight once he has his imp upgrades.
It's tricky as well, because Marine Lord can't match those upgrades. The upside, though, is this, Nesta Beast, right? Look at what Beastie's army is primarily made up of. And by primarily, I mean, oh my god, can you guys get some diversity here? It's all ranged units. Nesta Bees were crippled with the nerfs against general units, but they still have that bonus damage against ranged. They're actually very good at clearing archer horse archers.
And Beastie doesn't have a huge front line. It's only a handful of horsemen and knights. And horse archers are fairly tanky for a ranged unit, but they're still not a good frontline unit. This composition in general is not something that you really want to dive under static defenses with.
You have the bombards arriving, so Castle's not going to last long. Can maybe bait him into a subpar fight, considering the army moves a lot quicker than the siege. basically a fishing expedition. You
He's
see that
hiding the
position.
army behind the forest.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is glimpsed, though. It's just too big to hide. You can dive in. Knights, okay, they did exist, but they've gone the way of the dinosaurs.
Well, and this is why Beastie didn't want to fight this, but this buys a lot of time for Marine Lord because the Great Wall Gatehouse is on the way. He is going to build it in the farming eco. And now, Marine Lord has unlocked late-game Chinese. In fact, he's actually the player at 200 population, not Beastie.
We do have a switch advantage for Beastie, though. He's moving into the Streltsy. He's adding in more bombards, so this is his counter to the Nest of Beasts, right? A little bit surprised we aren't getting mangonels, like 4 or 5 mangonels here with adjustable crossbars on the way. Whew, ay caramba, it's just a winning play. But clearly he's a little bit paranoid about whether he's going to have enough gold. Now that he's moving out to the 8Ks, I think that paranoia should start to sunset a bit.
Lee Chugenu coming in. Dex will come in real quick with the supervised production buildings. And I wonder if Beastie is going to pivot away from the horse archers here. Because now that the map has been sectioned off, and now that you have these stone walls complete on all sides, that mobility component actually becomes less significant.
We have got the precision training coming in, right? Getting the extra range for the horse archers, the gallop. Damn effective here. The amount of training. So, extra range to kind of...
Range is awesome for these horse archers. It's just, if you're standing and fighting against mass Jukenu, palace guards, whatsoever, nest of bees, I don't know if you want to play horse archers. Maybe you do.
You can just stay out of range, right? Like, your opponent has built a lot of spears. It's not going to be the cleanest of trades in that you won't immediately counter fast. But it's panning, right? There's enough horse archers to justify the investment. His real goal here is to get Streltsy online before Marine Lord can get hand cannons.
200 population for both, so now they are starting to pile up resources, and that's one of the things that Beastie is really, really good at. Every time there is a down moment in combat, that has been historically his pattern, he just goes out on the map, takes all the resources he can, and he's just waiting for the moment where he can use that huge resource bank. And right now, Marine Lord doesn't have access to any of the large gold ones. Right
now, Marine Lord has oval stone wall for one side. I say oval, he's walled for one side, he hasn't the other, right? Like, mass horsemen will break through quickly, so someone that he needs to be conscious of here. We are starting to see those bombards to counter out the nest of bees. Army is going to be able to just gallop away successfully. This is tricky, man. I mean, Marine Lord, like, with 2.2k food income a minute, you'd think horsemen. No. No,
he's going spears.
Okay, that surprises me. The fine-tuned guns tech hasn't been taken by Beastie. It looked like that was the goal here, basically to use the bombards to snipe out troops.
The population efficiency is so much better on Beastie's army right now. A lot of Streltsy, horse archers, archers as well. You look at Marine Lord's army, a lot of that is just spearmen, and that's not going to last long in these engagements.
God, the judgment in your voice when you said spearmen. The most cost-efficient unit in the late game, Lytical, and you doubt it. We just need to see him queue up.
Cost-efficient? Cost-efficient? Maybe. Population efficient? Heck no. And that's a concern. That's a consideration for the players now. You have 200 out of 200 population. How do you really use that 200 pop space?
Just gotta get your Zerg on. And the flood begins. Just a small group of horsemen to start off with. Swarming the waters. You know how Beastie is like. Dips his toes like, what's your reaction to ponies? If it isn't appropriate, I will add a lot more.
He's trying to stretch the field to the left side as well. He sent in some troops on the right side. I think he's checking the gold mine as well. And this is why he's doing all of that. Oh my, that's such a smart move. We talk about the walls being able to stop the horse archers, not when you accompany them with bombards.
Nice move and response by Marine Lord, though. He's going to chase the bombards back, and look at the timing as well. Yuan Dynasty plus Elite Army Tactics is coming in. So these bombards should be forfeit, surely. Maybe. Oh, come on, no.
Oh, no,
the siege
archers
works.
will arrive on time.
He will be able to protect it. So Streltsy barely able to keep those bombards up.
Oh,
and are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Not a single one. And we make matters worse here. The horse archers, they got all the way around the back. Great Wall Gatehouse will block some of the raid potential. There's still idle time. There's still progress in the center. Beastie, remember, he took out that keep. He can go for a recap on the sacred sites.
I think he will. For now, he's busy microing these horse archers, spearmen chasing him. But I feel like we're getting back to the same pattern that we had across this series. I know, I think I said this about 1,000,000 times today, but that has been the recipe for Beastie's success. Leveraging the mobility to stretch Marine Lord's attention out, and every single game, Marine Lord was forced to chase these small groups of cavalry. This game is no different.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking at the lay of the land here, right? Like, Beastie just has so much more gold in his purview. I think Marine Lord, like, this is one of the most gold-heavy civs in the late game if you want to compete. You mentioned that he's been producing trash. At this point, it's kind of reaching the phase where it's required because he doesn't have the gold for the good. And that is sick. I love this. Adjustable crossbars. You talked about pop efficiency. The other thing coming in, pole axes. This is gonna be a mass night switch by Beastie. He's just waiting for Marine Lord to shift off of the spears.
There's something even more significant here for Beastie, something that I think characterizes his playstyle. Both of the large gold veins, he sent like 40 villagers on them. He wants to take that gold before Marine Lord has a chance to.
We've got March forward. The Nesta Bees are actually getting pushed by the troops by the looks of that. So we'll allow him to reach the Streltsy. He's frontlining with the archers. I mean, makes sense, right? Get rid of the trash, replace with more quality. It's all about food gold units to try and end this game.
And Beastie has a lot of food and gold. Remember, it's one thing he was pushing. He was 200 out of 200 population. He was building up that resource bank. Marine Lord has a good bank of food and wood, but no more gold. And again, he doesn't have any of the large gold veins. He only has 2 small gold deposits to work with. This one is challenged by Beastie. It's half depleted, and look at these large gold veins. Beastie is going to take all of that before Marine Lord has a chance to touch them.
And remember, he still has veins in his base, right? He still has fallback plans here, while also having all the passive gold from Hunting Cabins, High Trade House, etc., etc. Like, he's not going to run out of gold first in this space. Marine Lord has to find a move to make. Now, we do have Pyrotechnics, we do have the play into hand cannoneers. My worry is Beastie with Knights and Mangoes should be unbeatable here.
I have to agree with you here. I think the biggest problem for Marine Lord is, as you said, once all the large gold mines are gone in the middle of the map, Beastie probably hasn't even touched the small gold mines inside his base. He's saving them for darker times.
Streltsy raid over here. Let's just try and reclaim the stone. We are going to get a fight towards the keep location. We do have the Serpentine Powder on the way. That's good for kind of gap closing here. And he does have Yuan. Like, this is not easy what Beastie's doing, right? Like, he kind of has to keep an aggressive stance because if you ever fall back, Mass Palace Guard are going to be able to break in here. Remember, this wasn't the Kremlin build, meaning that Rus do not have stone walls.
Marine Lord is going for Fire Lancers, KP. Fire Lance. I don't remember when the last time was I saw those guys.
I don't remember the last time I saw them win. It's not exactly the celebrity MVP these days, right? Like, actually, I feel like more often than not, Fire Lancers loses players the game because they kind of overreact. In theory, they could be good for sniping Siege, though.
He's not really able to get them on the field, though, because he's 200 out of 200. He needs to lose units to field more.
Good guy Beastie's here to help with that. Let's get you some population freed up, shall we? Time for the one-child policy to kick in. Let's just clean this up a bit. And it's not many hand cannoneers from Marine Lord either. Only 15 compared to 45 Streltsy.
And Beastie's all over the map. He's got all the sacred sites under his control. There was a stone mine to the left side that Marine Lord was taking. The moment Marine Lord got pushed off, Beastie's taking it. And look at him, like a hyena, just jumping on the gold mines. He's taking everything away from Marine Lord. So even if he loses map control, there's just nothing left for Marine Lord out there.
I'm just not sure what he's meant to do here. I mean, Beastie at this rate might even consider a wonder. It's just ridiculous.
I think maybe he will, although the stone is going to be a little precarious. He does have the golden gate to work with.
We've got Fire Lancers breaking out now.
Is it a landmark snipe from Marine Lord?
No.
I think that might be his only shot.
There's way too much vision on the map, right? You can't sneak this play. Bombards are now sniping out the Nesta Bees. He has finned the herd of Streltsy. It was up to 45 before, down to 20 now. You've got Knights queued up, so BC has got the replacement unit that should be just as effective, but this feels like an overextension. Beastie losing practically the entire army.
And now the Fire Lancers are moving in on the right side. Marine Lord's got 30 of them. Beastie only has 29 forces on the field.
Here's for the keep. More stables being built. Beastie is going full food and gold switch. Now, This could win in the game in one big foul fight, or it could drain everything. Remember, although he has passive infinite gold, it's not the level where you can vomit out Streltsy and Knights non-stop.
Looks like this keep is going to stay alive. Beastie doesn't have a lot of production. He's got thousands of resources in the bank, but he's lacking the production to get them on the field immediately. Means that Marine Lord was able to have some real estate here.
Wait,
he might actually decap one of the sacred sites.
So we have even more fire. So this is his answer to castles. His answer to castles is fire lancing.
It didn't work on that initial keep. That's my concern.
But like, how is this more effective than like just 2 traps over time, right? Like, it's very expensive what Marine Lord is doing. Those cost gold as well.
And Marine Lord has no way of getting more gold. He's at 500 per minute. He doesn't have access to the large gold veins. He doesn't have access to the neutral market. Maybe he could trade to the far right, but it feels like a distant dream. At least he's going to get some villager kills. That's a silver lining. Some,
Nice.
perhaps.
That's finally, we got a few. A few.
And now he's torching the mining camp. Oh no. Those fire lancers are just not working.
He's like, finally, a building I can kill. Huzzah. Oh, God. Yeah, these just ain't it. It's crazy to think that once upon a time, these plagued many people's games on the ladder for a long time, actually, right? You remember that meta? It was toxic.
I
And when
loved
they
it.
got fire lances, you lost. But now? Oh, honey. Let's never do it again. I mean, Marine Lord has fatigued himself, right? No more fire lancers.
Beastie's bank is out of gold. He still has some mineable gold left, and he has the 3 sacred sites. Plus, he's got a bunch of gold-heavy units on the field, Streltsy and Knights. But as you said, it's not like he can sustain slamming Knights into Spearmen indefinitely. He needs to be smart with his gold.
No, the interesting thing here is, like, he's already prepped for that inevitable phase, right? And severe errors is coming in, so we'll have that quick switch into archers if this wave lets him down. And like that, it's actually very smart. Bombards are going to start sieging in. Basically, the war has moved to the trees, right? It's now a rush to see who can make the Ents more angry.
I think at this point, the Sacred Side victory condition is becoming relevant for Beastie. 4 minutes left on the clock, and he's got a lot of fortifications across the map. Marine Lord needs to find a way to decap one of these Sacred Sites ASAP.
Tick-tock goes the clock. I'm getting flashbacks. Marine Lord might be getting PTSD after this one, after the previous King of the Hill game. I mean, in theory, just brute force on the west side should be easy, but if he does that, Beastie will just dive into the base.
That's what he's thinking. The castle might be gone to the left of this position, and Marine Lord might just be able to decap that with 1 or 2 troops. Indeed, the castle is going to be gone, and now he can pivot back to this side. The army value is so much better for Beastie, though. A true premium late-game composition with Knights and Streltsy.
The way this series opened up, for the way it's gone, the different play styles we've seen out of Beastie, the all-in aggression, the reluctant defender. But now, to claim the crown, the late-game king, the resource grinder, the relentless force as the minutes tick on. What a way to complete the set this could be. Nestabees again hitting the Streltsy line, though. Mangonels in response, just as strong. The adjustable crossbar's just not answered here. The Marine Lord's front line is broken. Nestabees are going to go down. The Streltsy is still fine. And Marine Lord is funneling trash into a premium meat grinder.
Is this it, KP? Is this it?
Surely it must be the next wave. The horsemen are in, and that's it. He's done it. Beastie will be crowned victor, the first king of 2025 in Age of Empires 4.
The first ever time Beastie beats Marine Lord in a grand finals of a major event. It was Marine Lord 5-1 back in Golden League. It was Marine Lord 5-1 in Masters of Realms just about a year ago. And now, at EGC Masters Winter, Beastie comes in strong, and really, he played his heart out. It wasn't an easy journey for him. He was knocked down to the lower bracket by Marine Lord. It was almost a sweep in that series. Marine Lord dominated in the winner's bracket match they played. Beastie climbs back up from the lower bracket and says, I was the only player, or you were the only player, I should say, Marine Lord, that I haven't defeated in this tournament. I will take revenge now. And Beastie secures the series 5-2. And truly an all-time classic, I feel, that we've just witnessed.
A series that truly delivered. It may not have made it all the way to 9 games, but what a feat here as well. I mean, Marine Lord beckoned as the champ, the unbeatable king, Beastie, really beginning the year with a statement. After, you know, by his own admittance, being a little bit behind, not being ready on the meta right now, still playing catch up. And also on top of that, he even was honest about it recently that he wanted to focus a bit more on pro play, right? Maybe shrinking the amount of content he done slightly, putting more time into scrims. And wow, what a statement this is already so early on in the year. It's already paying off.
And this was a shaky start for him, as you mentioned. You look back at the beginning of the tournament, he wins 3-1 against Mio Maika, then loses Louis MT in the group stage 3-2. He defeats Dimu in the decider of the group stage, but he was a second place within his own respective group. Then goes into the winner's bracket, loses to Marine Lord, has to fight his way through Louis MT. This is how it all started in the lower bracket for Beastie. He lost to Louis MT 3-2 in a group stage, and then in the playoffs, Beastie 3-0s Louis MT. Comes in very strong against Vortex, 4-1 victory, and then today shows off a spectacle against Anatan 4-1, and then grinds down Marine Lord 5-2. Truly, we've seen a very different Beastie in the group stage from what we've witnessed in the playoffs. This playoff was peak Beastie, I feel.
I feel like the term I want to go to is like humbled evolution, right? Like, you know, Beastie is a guy who's been seen at the top of the game for a long time, but has a lot of accolades historically. But when you look at S-tier tournaments, we kind of hit on 2024. It really felt like it was Marine Lord's year. It really felt like he was the dragon to slay. Whether he could continue that, there were a lot of question marks. There was arguments that not that Beastie had fell, but more that others had risen, especially when you look at, you know, what the Warlord Grand Finals turned into, it being Canadian, the third place being Wham, right, just missing out. And then you get into this tournament, you know, Puppy Paw slayed by Anatan, the rising star there, getting to the top 3. Beastie Cutie getting back on top to overcome the king of 2024. I mean, it just shows you how quickly the tides can turn and how promising 2025 is for Age of Empires 4.
It's been an absolutely spectacular event, KP. We really had everything. The changing of the guard in a way, a lot of the up-and-coming players delivering some impressive sets. Baltoon narrowly lost to Marine Lord 3-2 in the opening round of the group stage. You had Anatan going all the way to the top 3. Louis MT had a great run as well. At the same time, the Canadians, Wham and Puppy Paw, they didn't have the best of their best ever tournament they had. There was just so much excitement because I feel like we are getting to a stage in competitive AoE 4 where you can no longer sit down and say, okay, this matchup is going to be belonging to this guy. Now you're looking at a lot of these matchups and say, I don't know, man, this could go either way, and that is just so good to think of.
It's a beautiful time to be part of the scene. I mean, just a promising year, like we said, with upcomers, return of former players to form, 2 DLCs announced for this year. There's just a lot to be excited for in AoE4. I mean, we're already getting rumors of lands as well. Like, all kinds of things are just creeping in. It's fantastic. And I think this event was a perfect way to start the year. You know, even the craziness of some of the maps, just sprinkling a little bit of flavor. Really big shout out to the players and their creativity in a current meta where I think a lot of people were already starting to roll their eyes around Pro Scouts. It's crazy to think that these games, although some of them may have seemed defined by Pro Scouts, the way they played out, you didn't just feel like it was cheesy or cheap. You felt like this was true, pure Age of Empires.
It was. From the very beginning, I mean, when you look at this whole series, it came down to minor details so many times. You know, do you remember that crazy fight on Lakeside between these two where... or what was it? It was actually against Anatan on 4 Lakes. It was such a long day, I actually forgot. But those little details when you have a 1 HP ship and you commit your Shinobi to try and take it out, it doesn't work out. Those little details, the peak micro. But at the same time, the larger tactical approach, looking at these best of 9s with all the civilizations and the maps, and how Beastie was able to find an approach that was just uncomfortable for Marine Lord. This playstyle that Beastie brought in for Grand Finals was just so different from what we've seen before from Beastie, and it worked out really well against Marine Lord.
And, you know, I think Marine Lord hit on it, right? That no one's playing perfect AoE in this tournament. I kind of like that. Like, mistakes like this that they did to a game on the board, right? It's like, it's crazy fumble at the end, but I like that. I like that we're having to get creative, crazy, unexplored territory, finding new things. I think it's kind of boring when you get to a stage where someone's playing perfect. It's great to witness the first time, boring the fourth, fifth, sixth. And I think, you know, the big changes we saw around walling had bigger changes than anyone anticipated. The Pro Scouts meta new to be discovered, probably more metas on the way, new DLC to muddy things and complicate things. I mean, I hope we keep the accessibility there before where we can see rising stars like Anatan coming in and competing, for sure. But I also love that there's this consistent freshness already appearing time and time again in AoE4.
And we already have a lot more coming up this year. Just at EGC TV, we have 2 more major events announced for AoE4, including the fan favorite Elite Classic, which, to be fair, is one of the most entertaining tournament formats that we ever had at EGC TV. It's a fan favorite, and it's going to be an absolute spectacle to watch with how competitive AoE4 is right now.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's going to be a phenomenal year to be part of the scene. Hopefully, we're going to see fantastic growth. And we're already seeing growth from the player side. But, you know, we got to talk to the old man. Definitely not washed up. Definitely looking back on top after a resounding performance. We've got Beastie Cutie joining us on the line for the winner's interview. Well, look at that. You know, I don't blame you, mate, because that keyboard must be melting. There must be lava flowing there. You must be sweating on an unbelievable level. First of all, congratulations on an absolutely insane performance here in EGC Masters Winters. I've got to get your thought on it, man. Like, expectations, outcome, like, talk me through what's going through your head right now.
I'm very dead. Like I'm exhausted. The best of 7 into best of 9 is like I haven't even done that in practice, so yeah, just really tired. Expectations. I mean, I was pretty confident I could beat Marine Lord if, you know, we were both rested and all that. So I actually thought I'm gonna lose just because of the Anatan series beforehand, but you know, the game started pretty well. The energy started piling up, and just kind of went with the flow.
Do you think the Anatan series kind of gave momentum, right? Because there's that morale lift, you get into it, you're warmed up. It felt like Marine Lord was maybe needing a bit more time in those first 2 games. You gave him no room to breathe.
Yeah, I just wanted, like, honestly, I just wanted to end games quickly, because I knew if we play, like, not even 9 games, but if we just play long games, I'm probably going to lose in the long run, just because I've played like 3-4 hours beforehand. So whenever I had the opportunity, I just went to, you know, to end the game and to get my advantage further, and just kind of stuck with that. And I feel like, in a way, I don't know if you didn't expect me to like play like that aggressive, but yeah, I decided to go with that. It worked out great. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening with civs that I really like. There's a lot of civs that are like really good that people don't know about, and some of the civs that people value very highly are very bad, in my opinion. So I think I got the good draft going and both of them, so I was pretty happy with that.
Did you find it kind of surprising that you almost switched playstyles, right? Because like I think it'd be fair to say historically you were known as being a defensive player. Marine Lord maybe a bit more aggressive. It felt like if we covered the names and polled people to say who is this player, they would have got you both the other way around.
I mean, I think Marine Lord for like past, like initially he was aggressive, but for the past 2 years he basically just plays very safe, and he just takes the fight he knows that can get him further into the lead. But I wouldn't put him as aggressive. Like I would actually put him as probably one of the least aggressive players. Like he chooses fights very well, and he just kind of extends the leads. And most of the time, if he's defending and you overextend, you lose the arm and then you just lose the game right after. So for me, you know, like I said, last year I didn't practice at all. I just played on ladder on stream with, you know, no custom games, so I didn't really know the meta in any of the tournaments. But this time around, you know, I got to practicing, and I played. Shout out to Vortex. I played a lot of games with him, and yeah, I think like I slowed down his style a bit, and he sped up my style a little bit. So I think that worked out for the best.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see, because like something you kind of placed on a little bit earlier there, that everything seems different, like new civs clashing against other civs that previously would beat them. I feel like changing some of the core mechanics completely flipped the game in a refreshing way. Do you prefer those type of patches as opposed to let's just drop a patch and nerf this civ, buff this civ? Like when we get changes like pro scouts and wall changes, just essentially flipping the way the game gets approached entirely.
I mean, I prefer that than just like, let's just ruin, HRE. It's like, it just changes one civ, so I prefer the changes that switch up the game completely. Like, there's so much I've been wanting to say on my stream regarding civs, but I kind of kept quiet. So many matchups are completely, like, flipped around, which took me a while to figure out in practice. Like, French and JD, I mean, I can say it right now, I think they're one of the best civs in the game right now, just because of the pro scouting. Yeah, so one thing I noticed is no one is valuing them very high in the whole tournament. So I actually just did not ban it almost ever because I felt like people are not going to pick it. So I got, in my opinion, like an S tier civ in French for free every time, and I don't think I lost a single game with it. So no, I think the pro scout meta is just too strong right now.
You had 100% win rate with French/Jean in that series. We kept speculating you bring it out again. I mean, it's impressive as well. It's almost like an ego child to beat the Frenchman with his own nationality multiple times. I love that you say that. I think I've been rating them as like A tier at least. I've been feeling that creep up. One thing that I got to really hit on though, Beastie, is I'm pretty sure you are infamously on record saying that you would rather build an Archon in the corner of a map with nothing around them build mine work. So I just got to get your opinion on that, because I'm pretty sure I saw one of those today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been cooking. I've been in the kitchen, burning the whole house down, rebuilding, burning it again. And yeah, mine work with HRE, if you play it with Knight Archer, is really, really strong. And like Chapel is good if you have like really good wood lines or something, but if you are playing on bald land and you have like those small wood lines, it's not very good. So there's actually a lot of things I still haven't gotten to like play or show. There's some civs I haven't even gotten to play at all. So I think the game right now is very, very diverse. There's a lot of things you can go for. OTD also very good civ, by the way, now. I think the problem with OTD the whole time was the food. And with the pro scouting, they don't have that problem. So, yeah, now they're very, very good. So it's quite interesting. But yeah, yeah, that's it.
Well, I mean, mate, I'm sure you pick it all apart in your upcoming streams. You've got plenty to talk about, plenty to reveal that you've been keeping secret now. But it's been hard to sit on that. But you know what? I want to get your thoughts looking forward. It's only the start of the year. Is it the year Beastie? And talk to me about your expectations. I mean, I feel like we may be on the verge of an all-time high post-release, right? 2025 looks bloody bright.
I mean, I talked to my stream and I said, I'm gonna try this tournament to split like content creation and streaming and practice and see how that works. Like, can I practice 3 hours a day off of stream and then stream 4 hours and actually be competitive? So, I kind of said, like, yeah, if I get top 8, then obviously it's not working. I go back to content creation. But if it works, I might compete more. And, well, obviously it did work. So I'm probably just going to continue doing what I did now, which is, create content on the stream, cast games, whatever. And then whenever there's a tournament, I'm just going to practice off of stream. And when there's no tournament, I just go back to goofing around on stream. So I think it works, and I'll probably just stick with that.
So 2025, the year of Beastie.
Possibly. I mean, we'll see what the meta brings. We'll see what the DLC brings. I think
you're too bloody humble, mate.
It's gonna get pretty wild. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, no matter how you spin it, no matter how much time passes, Marine Lord and I always end up like first, one of us, and I don't think that's going to change in 2025. Whether I'm going to win all the tournaments 2025, I'm not sure, but I think we kind of have that on lockdown, most likely. So, yeah, I'll keep practicing, and hopefully I do well.
Well, mate, I think we've kept you long enough. We've picked your brain a bit. Big congratulations. Epic start to the year. looking forward to seeing what you can do. Plenty of tournaments coming up. In fact, I think I've heard rumors we might even potentially see you on a LAN not too far away in the future.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Still undecided.
All right, big congrats, mate. You go rest up, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Oh, absolute pleasure to talk to Beastie. Once again, big congratulations to him on winning EGC Masters Winter. You're a little bit humble there, Lidical. He got on with the glasses. Yeah. I was expecting full cockiness. We know what Marine Lord would have probably been like on the mic, but he was like,
I expected him to be a lot more, trash talky against Marine Lord now that he finally has a championship win against him. But I guess the exhaustion just took its toll on him. But truly an all-time classic we've seen here, KP. Every single time you look at the grand finals, you finish an event, you say, boy, this was good. But I might be biased here. This might have been one of the most entertaining tournaments we ever had out here. So many surprises. It was difficult to call at times, and not just the individual score lines. Some of the games that we've witnessed even today, they were so chaotic. We were sitting there like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what's going to happen next. It was so fun. And luckily, this is not the last time that we're going to see competitive AoE 4 here at EGC TV.
Oh, no, because it's a good thing you mentioned this being like an all-time high for you, Lidical, because I think for a lot of people, the all-time high before that on EGC's channel would have been a certain classical style of AoE 4, which I believe is the next planned event here for EGC and Age of Empires 4.
Indeed, we do have the calendar ready to go, hopefully, if production is willing to show that to us. But there we go, fellas. A big year coming up here for competitive Age of Empires. And also, if you're an Age of Mythology fan, we also have something in store for you. Next up on EGC TV, from March 22 to April 13, we have an Age of Mythology event coming up. Details will come shortly. And if you're an AoE 4 fan, the classic fan favorite, the Elite Classic 3, coming up starting on April 19th. And of course, if you enjoyed this specific event, the EGC Masters will return with EGC Masters Summer starting June 14th. And this is, of course, not even the finale of the EGC Masters series. We'll have a lot more coming up for Q3, Q4. So if you haven't been following this channel so far, make sure you do, because this is going to be the place to go for all your competitive AoE 4 needs.
It's a promising year and a great start to an amazing amount of people turn up Age of Empires 4. I was keeping track on it, by the way. We're in the top 2 rows on Twitch alone. 30,000 people watching this grand finals take place. An incredible feat, and I think a promising start to a year that I feel is going to deliver. We've got 2 DLCs coming up in the future. We've got all these events from EGC alone. Between that, there's rumors of lands cropping up. We've got a small one with Garrison that's on the horizon. You've got others rumored to be in the plans. I'm going to shout out myself and say we've got the weekly format so that people can train for these tournaments. Honestly, Lidical, I think this might be looking like the best year of AoE 4 so far.
And KP, it's always nice to see that it's becoming a pattern that we're seeing this at the beginning of the year events. We're saying this is going to be a really good year for AoE 4. This is going to be a really good year. And you know what? These years start to deliver. And we're trending upwards. And part of this is because of all the people that tune in to hear EGC TV. We couldn't be doing it without all of these folks. Of course, big shout out goes to the production team behind the scenes, Vodka, our observer, our tireless production team headed by Cow now, with all the very fancy production assets and all the beautiful add-ons to the production overlays. Our graphics team led by Akame. Beautiful graphics as usual. And of course, our head admin Chum, who is always there to resolve the issues and make sure that these games run smoothly. All of that team did a masterful job in this event, and we've been treated with a spectacle. Hopefully the audience loved it. And of course, we do have to give shout out to everybody who is in here. The ones that subscribe, the ones that donate. Special thanks to you, because you make these things happen. But of course, if nothing else, even if you just watch, that is a huge boost to us. Sponsors like those numbers. And if you have sponsors, you have events. That's how things roll. So, the least that you can do for us if you've enjoyed this event is tell your friends, tell your family, because things will come back here at the EGC TV. And if you missed any of this event, make sure you check out YouTube because we have plenty of tournament sets up there for all your AoE 4 excitement.
And that's the thing to keep in mind as well, right? Like, potential all-time high for 2025. It's not about the low, it's about where you end up. And I think the thing to keep in mind is now, with Age of Empires 4 grown for a few years, not being this game that went to Valorant sizes and stayed there, you've almost got this humble core that's built up, that's so welcoming, so inviting to new people. I mean, hell, I've been seeing the weeklies where new players, low-level players will sign up, they'll get beaten by a pro, and they'll get feedback, right? You don't get that in these huge scenes. It's all about grassroots. I truly believe that. And that's the thing. Long term, what we're building here, what we're continuing to grow and to build, will stand a test of time. So you guys should all be proud of that and what you've helped build, what you've helped EGC and everyone else in the scene achieve. And I, for one, most definitely am looking forward to seeing what the year will continue to provide. Hopefully, the beginning of many epic events, my friend. But I think we've got to round this out. We're going to send everyone over to Beastie Cutie so you can pick his brain. You can do your own little Twitch chat interview. But this will be farewell for the first of many times here from EGC in 2025. We'll see you all in the next one.